held up there. Gap down to 6.2, was 6.9, so he's taken a big chunk of time out of there, 0.7 of a second, and if he continues doing that, I'm not sure if he's got enough time there. 15 minutes to go.
And although they don't have pit-to-car radios, of course, in these cars, they do have the old-fashioned pit boards, and Gary Pearson will be being told by his team exactly what the gap is back to Andrew Smith, and he will react. The other car to watch is, unsurprisingly, those that know Chris Ward's speed. Chris Ward, who's taken over the 88 car, is catching Euenhausen Scheersdorf, the number 7 car, in 3rd place, so we'll be picking that up on the cameras. Oh, and a problem for Andrew Smith.
Oh,
that looks expensive.
That looks very expensive. That looks like a catastrophic engine failure of sorts. Lots of smoke billowing from underneath the car, and that looks like it's from the front engine bay going underneath the car and out the back. Of course, he will peel off into the pits, and I suspect that he's going to be greeted with the open arms. I'd keep well back from the car until we establish where that smoke's coming from. That looks like an oil leak of sorts, so hopefully not a catastrophic engine failure, more of an oil union or something coming out, and that's what we're seeing, oil being burnt on the exhaust, which is where the smoke, which kind of dies off as he cuts the engine. Let's head down to the pits. I think we've got Andrew down there on site, so to speak.
Yes, I am, Joe, and I think you're probably right. I'm not sure. I'm going to get round the car and see if we can see what's happened. And the body is going to come up now on this car, which is running up the front, and can't see too much oil around. And we're just pointing down on the right-hand side of the motor to something. Let's see if we can get a little poke in here, and maybe just to kick the camera to. Yeah, it's not catastrophic, that's for sure. There's a bit of fluid on some of the pipes there, but they're really trying to work out what it's from. I think it's the end of the race, but at least there isn't a rod through the side or anything like that. The team are still looking underneath the car, still a bit of wisp of smoke here, but what a disappointment for the number 71 car. Andrew Smith's doing such a good job, and he's going to climb out of the car now, and hopefully we can grab a word with him. It's a bit of an extraction job there, the Scottish driver. Disappointed with his rather unusual crash helmet. He just looks into the engine bay, see if he can see anything, and there's sort of a resignation about the body language here, isn't it, from Andrew Smith. Let's see if we can get a word with him, because he hasn't got a full face. Andrew, what did you feel there? What do you think's happened?
Sorry? I'm not sure, but it was all was fine, and then just started to get some white smoke coming out the back of the car, and just came straight in, so I'm not sure. It's definitely something oil related, but it's a shame because we were...
Oh, you're having a fabulous run, weren't you?
I think we were catching the car in front, so...
Well, that was a young Mr. Gary Pearson, I think.
Yeah, well, it's our teammate, so hopefully he continues on and wins the race.
That's what a devastating situation for you, but well done thus far, and hopefully not too expensive either.
Yeah, no, I just feel sorry for Mark, because he drove such a great first stint, and it's it's his car, and we were on for a great result, but wasn't to be.
Has this car got a history? Do you know much about it?
Sorry?
Do you know much about the history of the car?
I don't. I know it was restored for Mark probably about 5 or 6 years ago, but and he's been doing mostly sort of Masters and Jaguar Challenge stuff with it, so he and I have been sharing the car for a couple of years now.
Made fabulous television, all the E-types sliding together. It was brilliant stuff.
Yeah, well, I had a great battle with the turquoise car. Really, really enjoyed it.
Andrew, thanks very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew. Always great to get a bit of insight from the driver's perspective. It really is a shame. He was having an absolute storming drive there, and we fully suspected, we were perceiving that his lap times would have him on the tail, and we find out there that they're from the same stable, so whether or not team orders would have come in, I don't think so at this level. Do you, Alistair?
Well, Gary's the boss, so
well, yeah, there is that.
Yeah, we're looking now at the leader, Gary Pearson. We haven't seen that much of him. He's been absolutely dominant from the get-go, really. He was third on the grid, but took the lead very early on in the first lap. So he comes through and makes his way across the timing line, just lapping another car there. Meantime, behind we've got the Oenhausen Shearstorff car in second and the Chris Ward car in third, and we'll probably be picking those up shortly because they are getting closer together. But for the moment, we're looking at the wonderful style of Gary Pearson, who has a huge amount of experience in his father John and his brother John, who was racing in this race but unfortunately retired early on. But the Pearson family absolutely welded to Jaguar history. But Gary has also driven some other wonderful, including Group C cars, which Joe will have seen.
Remember that, historic Group C's.
Here he comes through, just going to pass one of the low drag cars. That's the 84 car of Rick Wilmot, and the Mark II, the only saloon car in the race, shared by Nick Whale and son Harry Whale. Harry will be at the wheel now, taking over for the second stint. But Gary Pearson making his way down the straight towards the chicane.
Chris Ward, who is in second place in the number 88, sharing that car with I can't find that on me straight on me list now. Gary Pearson,
Richard Kent,
that was the one. He's on the back straight and into the chicane for the final time. Turning right and then left, he'll see the checkered flag fly, and a very, very commanding drive, that very dominant from the very off, wasn't it? He started from the second row of the grid, but very quickly had the pace to get ahead of the Jonathan Hughes car that's kind of stole the lead at the first turn, and a very, very dominant win for the Jaguar Classic Challenge. Our first race in the bag then for the 2021 Donington Historic Festival. We'll have a bit of a rundown of who finished where in a moment. But that, for me, Alistair, was great to watch. Not for many reasons. The racing was fantastic. We expected that from the way how close they were in qualifying. But I just love the way that these E-Type Jags, 60th anniversary year, what a field. How many cars did we have out there? 32?
32, yeah.
32 cars, and only 2 of them weren't E-Types. So that's, again, a round of applause to our organisers at Motor Racing Legends to put that grid of E-Types together. And the racing's not finished. There's only down to 6th place, as Chris Ward and Richard Kent will finish second, and the Marcus Oenhausen Seerstorff number 7, that has never been out the top 3 pretty much for the whole of that race.
And the fact that he finished in third place means that he didn't make contact with the barriers and managed to get it back on the track again after that wild moment.
There. Yeah, good point there. He did go. The last time we saw him, he was in a cloud of smoke on the escape road, wasn't he? Yeah, so and a very slippery shape in its normal standard road car form, but being refined somewhat for the racetrack, as the field then will peel in. And we're going to have an opportunity to talk to our winning drivers, I believe. We'll see what we're like for time and hopefully get the first 3. Andrew Marriott is there, going to be waiting for them in Parc Fermé. Our next race will be for our Historic Grand Prix Car Association. It's the a field of cars, huge amount of cars out for that one. I'll bring you more information of that. But on reflection, a great start to the Donington Historic Festival with some fabulous driving. We've had a great grid of E-Types, as I say, and as those cars peel off, we'll have a bit of a rundown. Gary Pearson finished first. He had a gap of 11 seconds to Richard Kent and Chris Ward in second. Then we had the Marcus Oenhausen Seerstorff car in third place. Jonathan Hughes, a fine drive to fourth, I thought, in the 91. And then we have the Costas Michael Jaguar E-Type. Of course, they're all Jaguar E-Types in fifth. Shane Brereton finished sixth. The Minshaws in seventh. Then we had Jamie Booth in eighth. John Minshaw another Minjor dynasty in 9th. Rounding off the top 10 was Sauter and Newell. And only 3 cars on the lead lap at the end of that. So all our podium cars showing a clean pair of heels to the majority of this field. In 11th place we had the Clark Griffiths number 8, and 11th, that was 11th place. In 12th place, Rick Wilmot. The Bulls were in 13, Martin Melling and which Minshaw is that with
Jason
Minshaw, with Martin Melling in the in 14th spot, 2 laps down. Hansen and Posciol were 15th. The Youngs were 16th. Lewis Bracey was 17th. Skipworth and Dean were 18th. A very challenging race for Russell and Jardine, finally coming out in 19th. 20th spot was Ian Simmons, and then continuing down, next up will be the Adams family in 21st. The Wheels were in 22nd. Gom and Keith Lucas were 23rd. Ellery and Hooker, I should say, was 24th. Mark Gordon was in 25th. Then we had the Donner and Smith, 11 laps off in 26th. The Wrigleys were 15 laps down in 27th. Midgley and Hayden in their E-Type were 18 laps down. Nidell troubled, didn't finish, 27 laps down, of course, and we saw that car pull off. And then we had the Pearsons, who were very strong in the first part of this race, 33 laps down. Let's get down to Andrew, though, who's going to give us the insight from our winners.
As easy as it looks from us out here.
No, it never is. No, it was an enjoyable race. It was the safety car sort of closed. I could see Marcus.
A big thank you to Dunlop, who've been an ongoing supporter of the Historic Grand Prix Cars Association and continue to be. And a big thank you to Dunlop for continuing that. We've already got the cars out of the collecting area and onto our grid proper. And I'm just trying to find our qualifying for. These are our 1958 to 1960 runners. And with Ray Mallock, who Michael reminded me and thanked us for the nice words, and reminded me, he said, Dad's not really that slow, or I think he said slouch, that might be my words, for 70. And Ray Mallock being 70. Yeah,
oh,
apparently, yes. And I'm as fit as strong. Fit as strong as Ray is. He's on the front row of the grid alongside Andrew Hibbert.
Well, we're ready to go racing, I think. Yes, we've got the red lights have gone out. So the first thing you notice about the car in pole position on the left of the Chris Drake there as they went through Redgate, but he's not as close as he was, as we see Ray Mallock run through the shot in the lead. There's Drake in third place.
Now, you mentioned earlier that a lot of these Formula Junior cars started out, or the concept of Formula Junior started in Italy.
That's right, yes. Yes, it was 1958.
Count Giovanni Lurani. Johnny to his friends.
Johnny Lurani, that's right, who decided that he could think about how to build a programme of races for cars that could take drivers through, perhaps even to Grand Prix racing, and that's what happened. It was enormously successful. First race was at Monza in April 1958, and it was won by Roberto Lippi in a Stanguellini. What a great name, Stanguellini! But it really took off.
I've had that with pasta. I'm sure I have.
And it took off all around the world. And in the UK, we had manufacturers that we see here on the track. But equally around the world, there were, I think, over 100 different manufacturers of Formula Junior cars. And Andrew mentioned earlier that we'll see in the second race for these cars, the later cars, he said that Colin Chapman made 118 cars for customers in 1 year. An amazingly successful formula.
It looks like when you look at the history books that the engines that were put in these cars, which are some of them home built, you can imagine. And and there's a problem with back markers being tripped up. It's Hibbard got tripped up massively in the chicane. That's allowed Christopher Drake back through in the Terrier. Hibbard's not going to like that though. And it's still Ray Malik. This battle for second place is allowing Ray, who looks in his mirrors there, looked over his right hand shoulder there to see where his competitors were. Ray Malik led across the line there. Still nothing from Ray Malik and these two drivers behind them who were side by side out of Hollywood through the craners, and Hibbert goes back around. It seems to have the pace to be able to get round this. The pace and handling allows Andrew Hibbert to basically drive around the outside of that Terrier, which is a bit unfortunate for Christopher Drake, who's really given him a bit of a race. And
Ray Malik isn't far ahead, is he? So
no.
We've still got a very good battle indeed for the lead, and we're looking now at 51 Andrew Hibbard, who is closing up on Ray Malik. Now I wonder whether Ray just backed off a little bit in that tight battle with the back markers and just kept himself out of trouble, and now he's been caught, and they're all three of them together. So this is 1, 2, 3 for the lead of the race. Andrew Hibbard moves out of the small slipstream that Ray Malik is producing for him, tries to go around the outside. Ray has massive experience, so keeps his car nice and tight. And then Chris Drake has got a little bit more speed, and they come across the line, and they're absolutely side by side. The timekeepers will separate them. We'll tell you that in a moment when it comes up on the screen. But Ray Malik gets back into the lead again. What a move down the inside, and squirrely under the braking. Chris Drake goes around the outside of Andrew Hibbard. Down into Hollywood they go, almost side by side. What a great race.
They were 3 wide across the line. They're not going to be 3 wide through the craners for sure. Surely they're going to try, almost settling in there. Ray Malik now back into the lead. It's the Terrier of Christopher Drake there who's settled, and he locks a brake going into the old hairpin. Andrew Hibbard has to settle for third. There's a bit of a lottery there as the cars went 3 wide into, and there was the gap across the line. Hibbard showed in first place from Malik, from Drake, and there was little much than a couple of tenths between the first 3 there, side by side, 3 wide across the line. It's settled down though. We're into Coppice with 12 minutes of this race remaining, so we're not even at half distance yet. This is a 20-minute race, so we're not quite at half distance, so there's still a lot of racing. You know what we just said? It's only going to take a very small mistake from Ray Malik, and the cars behind him are going to be on terms, and that's what it was. It wasn't Marcus kind of stifled his momentum, and that momentum kind of just was exacerbated by the fact that the 2 cars challenging. Now we've got the Terrier challenging for the lead. Christopher Drake slips out of the slipstream across the start-finish straight and goes down the inside into Redgate. It's a tight entry, but a very, very open exit, and they'll want as much momentum as they can carry. Ray Malik slots in behind the Terrier, but the Terrier, I think, Alistair, has pulled out a little bit of a cushion, maybe a car's length or 2.
Yes, indeed. It's Chris Drake's driving really well, isn't he? And Ray Malik at the moment in second place, and Ray has massive experience in racing and, of course, engineering and preparation through his RML company, but as a driver, raced at Le Mans on many occasions. And a really, really classy driver, and it must be great for Chris Drake. I've got past Ray Malik, and up they come towards McLean's, and Ray will be trying everything he knows, his head bowed forward there, and we heard earlier
Here we go. It is the 2019 GT Cup season starter here at Donington National, and pole position is the returning Richard Chamberlain, his Porsche 935, with Adrian Wilmot alongside him, John Seal in 55 and Paul Gibson in number 48. And off we go, and it's a great haul shot by Richard Chamberlain, taking with him the M6 GT3 Century Motorsport car of Adrian Wilmot. And in fact, I think it's the sister Century Motorsport car of Dominic Paul that's gone from the 3rd row to third on the road. What a fantastic start by the big M6 GT3 that's new to Dominic this year, so still getting used to it. I think he's doing all right there. He's got himself up to third already before they even get down through the crane of curves. John Seal in that new car to him, rather bright livery, so it's helpful for commentators. Thank you very much, John. I appreciate that. But he's got himself up into fourth position at the moment after quite a frantic start to this race. It looks to me as though Lucky Kieran, their new McLaren 650S, he and Lee Frost sharing that this year, and allegedly they're still getting to grips with it, but doing cracking with that. Paul Gibson just behind in number 48. It's Dad in the car today. Son Dan will be taking it onto the circuit tomorrow. And look at this. The green and the yellow and black car just behind is new this year as well. Familiar names, the Webb brothers. James Webb at the wheel this time, and they got themselves a Lamborghini Huracan Super Trofeo, and they're going great guns as it stands. And this is the sister cars going at it. Dominic Paul looks towards the inside as he comes down towards Redgate. Is he going to do it? Oh, and he's onto the grass and he's across the circuit. Oh, goodness me, how did everybody miss? He's just kissed the barrier there. Hopefully not too much damage, but he has got himself into the gravel by the looks of it. How did everybody miss him there? That was quite incredible, and that kind of has bulked everyone up a little bit at the moment as they threw the anchors out the back. It looks to me as though the one that's really gained there is Paul Gibson. Did a great job jumping ahead of Lucky Kira in the 29 650S. Great job for him there. And Richard Chamberlain may have been spooked, but not anymore. He's up there. Of course, that will have all happened in his mirrors, but it still looked as though he freaked out a little bit, but he's now stretching his legs again. And Adrian Wilmot's the one that's under pressure from Paul Gibson. He's done fantastic during the course of that, and he's harrying that big BMW all the way down the start-finish straight. Lucky Kira just behind him in 29, and then John Seal in the JMH run, Lamborghini Huracan GT3. Just behind them as well, I see the Top Cats racing Marcus Mantis of Warren Gilbert. That car's something like 30 years old, and he's actually putting pressure on these new GT3 cars. Awesome job there by Warren Gilbert. He does love taking that car out. Look at this pair of McLarens all the way down through the crane of curves and round Old Hairpin. And Lucky Kira is now trying to apply the pressure and see if he can find a way past the Gibson Motorsport run car. And look at this, what happened to Richard Chamberlain's lead, because all of a sudden Adrian Wilmot is putting massive pressure as they went up through McLean's. Round Kopic, oh, I thought he was having this little sneaky look up the inside, but he thought better of it as they now go onto the straight. And what's this? Is this slowing down by Richard Chamberlain? And the move past, yellow flags in the background, and it looks as though Paul Gibson's done it as well. I think that we've got hands out there as well from Adrian. That the safety car boards, I think, looking at that, we'll wait to see confirmation. Certainly seen multiple yellow flags, hands out, and everybody getting back into the order. Yes, it is. Look, you can see multiple yellow flags waving and abated speed. Yep, there's the safety car board, and Dominic has recovered his car from the gravel. Great job by the marshals as always. As we hear the engines being wound back up again, it means it's time to go racing. Here we go. Safety car is in, and Richard Chamberlain, what a fantastic start. He's been away from racing a little bit. You wouldn't know it, would you? He's just got to get a fantastic restart as the safety car peeled in. Lucky Kira desperately trying to find a way back past Paul Gibson. Paul Gibson did, of course, start ahead of him in the grid, but in the early stages of this race, they did the old switcheroo to those two McLarens. But John Seal's really done well with this restart. He's right on the back of them. There was a bit of fresh air before that safety car. He's right up there with them again this time. And Warren Gilbert staying with them as well, doing a brilliant job in that Marcus Mantis. I love seeing that car out there. Long may it continue. As they make their way up through Schwantz Curve, round McLean's they go. Oh, I thought that James Webb was about to make a move then. I think that was on Lackey Christopher. So that is GTC honours that was there. There's Chris Carr in the Porsche Cayman number 88. He's going to be racing with Dino Zamparelli this year. And that would be interesting to see him out in the car, mop up some of the pieces or create pieces of his own for a second there. And we've got Brent Millage is diving up the inside of Joshua Jackson now, and so that is the Team Spy Motorsport car that has just managed to sort of get himself up one of the places, as I think Joshua Jackson was just unsettled with the amount of fighting that was going on, and he just took his eye off, and through went Brent Millage. I think he's likely to come back at him, but saying that, Brent Millage is on a bit of a charge now because he's on the back of David Franklin's 911 car. Oh, what? Oh, as he heads down, the car stopped. second there, and he's lower. McLaren 6, but the 650S is spinning down through the crane and onto the grass. Oh my goodness! No! Missed the gravel! He's gone in. Oh goodness me! How unfortunate there. He got such a great start. He'll be kicking himself with that. It was really. He came down. I recovered from the gravel. Out comes Paul Gibson. Rejoins the circuit. Rejoins the race. As we're at the front, and it's Adrian Wilmot that's got the nod in the number BMW. But look at this, Richard Chamberlain coming at him already. He's on the outside though. Not going to do switcheroo. This is get that in the time round. Minute win it off. Just Lucky Kira just behind him, and it looks like Wilmot's teammate Dominic Paul sat there. Number 23, sister job. Make their way back the Schwantz curve into McLean's, and it is still Wilmot third at the moment, being pressured by Dominic Paul quite heavily. So that M6 wants to join in with its sister car at the pointy end of the field at the moment. Of course, Dominic Paul last year in the LMP3, he was in a Ginetta here in GT Cup, so very different for him to say the least. Adrian Wilmot makes his way around Roberts onto the Wheatcross straight, the start-finish straight, as it's sort of Noah's Ark 2x2 at the moment. Look, and Richard Chamberlain's going to try and do the change at the front. Goodness me, he's managed to do it on the power all the way down. Adrian Wilmot was just dropping back. No, it was just the optical illusion as they got down to the Roberts chicane. But this time, Dominic Paul's going to have the inside line. Is he going to make a move on Lucky Kira? Yes, Lucky saw that he was coming, knew that there was no point shutting the door. Good work there by Lucky Kira. Great pass there by Dominic Paul. He set that up at Roberts chicane and made it count. The two Ferraris having a great fight there. Number 83, Richard Guy, in the 458 GT3. And I think that looked like Lucky Christoforou in number 27 as well. Moving back up through the field is Paul Gibson. He's having to get past all these Ginettas at the moment. That's probably frustrating. David Franklin is his next target. I'm sure he'll power past him down the straight in that gorgeous 650S McLaren. It really does look the business. 21 to take GTA honours. As look at this fight, we've got the Marcus Mantis trying to play with the GTO 650S of Paul Gibson. That car's just got no right to be there against this car. It's a 30-year-old car, but Warren Gilbert is just making it a bit David and Goliath there. As Jamie Stanley now at the wheel of that 55 bright green Lamborghini Huracan GT3. He's now coming up on the M6. Oh, we saw John Seal do that in the first race, and it nearly got as gnarly as we saw the first time, but fortunately it just calmed down. Both of them have gone through. Surely Jamie Stanley's going to do it late on the brakes as he comes down the inside of Adrian Wilmot. Adrian's seen him there just about. Oh my goodness, was there a bit of contact there? I think there was a bit of door bashing as they went through Redgate there, but fortunately no real harm done. Oh, they sweep past the Whitebridge Motorsport Aston Martin as well as the 44 car of Steve Ruston. Both of them have managed to do it through Old Hairpin. They go and start climbing back up the hill, and someone's grass cutting up the hill as well. Just ahead of them is the 54 Brent Millage. That's a lot of grass in the grill there. Hopefully it won't overheat. And I think that's one of the Team Hard Ginettas has gone, just kicked up a bit of gravel, but nothing too serious. And there's Chris Murphy and Graham Tilley's just spinning. I think he saw Webb in his mirrors and was also trying to put a lap on Chris Murphy in the GTH and last year's champion, and he's in the gravel. Chris Murphy desperately trying to get that car through. It's not, it's bogging down. And there's the we go. It is the 2019 GT Cup season starter here at Donington National, and pole position is the returning Richard Chamberlain, his Porsche 935 with Adrian Wilmot alongside him, John Seal in 55 and Paul Gibson in number 48. And off we go, and it's a great hole shot by Richard Chamberlain, taking with him the M6 GT3 Century Motorsport car of Adrian Wilmot. And in fact, I think it's the sister Century Motorsport car of Dominic Paul that's gone from the third row to third on the road. What a fantastic start by the big M6 GT3 that's new to Dominic this year, so still getting used to it. I think he's doing all right there. He's got himself up to third already before they even get down through the crane of curves. John Seal in that new car to him, rather bright livery, so it's helpful for commentators. Thank you very much, John. I appreciate that. But he's got himself up into fourth position at the moment after quite a frantic start to this race. It looks to me as though Lucky Kieran, their new McLaren 650S, he and Lee Frost sharing that this year, and allegedly they're still getting to grips with it, but doing cracking with that. Paul Gibson just behind in number 48. It's Dad in the car today. Son Dan will be taking it onto the circuit tomorrow. And look at this. The green and the yellow and black car just behind is new this year as well. Familiar names, the Webb brothers. James Webb at the wheel this time, and they got themselves a Lamborghini Huracan Super Trofeo, and they're going great guns as it stands. And this is the sister cars going at it. Dominic Paul looks towards the inside as he comes down towards Redgate. Is he going to do it? And he's onto the grass and he's across the circuit. Oh, goodness me, how did everybody miss? He's just...
We seemed okay, not quite quick enough for Chris today. But, we were very evenly matched, and it was just a fabulous race. What a race to be in, and hopefully it was a great one to watch as well.
Well, apparently it was. The commentators saying absolutely brilliant. And well, your dad did a wonderful job with making that Clubman's car into a Formula Junior.
He did, yeah. Back in 1960, the U2 is all about U2 can go racing, and Dad's philosophy was create a very stiff, lightweight space frame chassis, and you could then go and buy your own bits from the scrapyard, a Morris Minor back axle, a full popular front one, and that's what it is. But it has superb suspension geometry and puts its power down wonderfully.
You mentor your dad so well, the Major. Andrew, well, you're right there, but it was so close.
That was a great racing, really enjoyable. The cars are just fantastic, and a lot of respect between us all, so it was really, good fun.
Well, do you think, in retrospect, you make any mistakes?
No, there was this is only the second time I've raced the car, and it's a bit of a learning curve with it, so we're always learning with it, so a little bit more development, perhaps we can just bridge the gap a little bit.
Excellent. Race, folks, wasn't it?
moment. In fact, it looks to me as though possibly Adrian Wilmot was just dropping back. No, it was just the optical illusion as they got down to the Robert chicane. But this time, Dominic Paul's going to have the inside line. Is he going to make a move on Lucky Kira? Yes, Lucky saw that he was coming, knew that there was no point shutting the door. Good work there by Lucky Kira. Great pass there by Dominic Paul. He set that up at Robert chicane and made it count. The two Ferraris having a great fight there. Number 83, Richard Guy, in the 458 GT3. And I think that looked like Lucky Christoforou in number 27 as well. Moving back up through the field is Paul Gibson. He's having to get past all these Ginettas at the moment. That's probably frustrating. David Franklin is his next target. I'm sure he'll power past him down the straight in that gorgeous 650S McLaren. It really does look the business. 21 is the car of Joshua Jackson and Sam Randall, just holding off the Spy Motorsport car of Brent Millage as it stands at the moment. And the BMWs are together. We knew they'd have to play eventually. It is still Adrian that has the nod at this stage, but Dominic Paul is all over the back of him. So as soon as he was able to get past Lucky Kira, the cork exploded out of the bottle, and he's reeled in his teammate, having a great fight with him already as they're about to put a lap on John Whitehouse that started the 44 McLaren 570 GT4 car, different to the other two McLarens we've been seeing at the pointy end of the field. Onto the start-finish straight they come. Must be getting fairly close to the pit stops now, but the BMWs are just having a great time having a fight. I'm sure Century Motorsport are holding their breath in the pit lane somewhat as these two are slugging it out there on the Donington circuit. It might look very sunny, but it's rather brisk to say the least here in Derbyshire. There we go, the pit window is indeed open as we looked briefly there at John Whitehouse in number 44. There's the Marcus Mantis, Warren Gilbert. He's doing it all on his own as well, so there'll be no driver's change for him this time around. There goes John Whitehouse. He's going to hand that car over to Steve Ruston, and they're going to be desperate to try and take the GTH honours again today. These two cars that we're looking at now, they'll be staying the same driver. James Webb in his Lamborghini Huracan Super Trofeo, number 13. He'll
and we hear the engines fire up for the first of our races, which is the Jaguar Classic Challenge for pre-66 Jaguar cars. As I've already mentioned, very much an E-Type race this, because all but two of the cars are E-Types, and they outgun the XK 120, a much earlier car, and the Mark II saloon car. So those two cars, as would be expected, towards the back of the grid. But the rest of the 30 cars, all E-types, are varying types. And we see there the 71 car, which is the pole position car of Mark Donner and Andrew Smith, which took pole this morning from the 91 blue with the white stripe. That's solo driven by Jonathan Hughes. And the gap between them just around 0.3 of a second.
That does bode very well. We're going to have a look down the grid as we see these cars now looking very much like they're ready to get on with this race. The race is scheduled for a 1:25 start, so we're about 4 minutes away from that. So I would imagine, Alistair, we're very soon going to be seeing these cars released. And just to give our viewers an idea of where they are on the Donington property, if you're familiar with Donington Park, these cars are being lined up on our collecting area, let's call it, just behind the hospitality suites in the paddock on the main straight, and they're being released out onto the track just before Redgate, pretty much onto Redgate actually. You can just see there the pit exit. So that's where the cars are being formed up for our races this afternoon, and those cars being released. So let's have a look at the grid.
Well, we've got, first of all, let's say that we've got a rolling start for this race. That's the first thing to say. So the cars won't stop at the grid when they are coming round to the start. They will be released from behind the safety car, which will pull into the pit lane, and then we'll be off racing 2x2 grid. We've got mandatory pit stops to change drivers, or if solo driven, then obviously the driver stays on board. And the pit stops must be made between 20 and 40 minutes into the race, and the minimum stationary time in the pits is 60 seconds, and then there's an in and out time, keeping to the speed limit, of around 15 seconds. So we reckon that the cars are going to lose something in the region of 75 seconds when they do their pit stops, which will shuffle the order for a little while. We've got the grid coming up now on the screen. As I mentioned, Donner and Smith and Jonathan Hughes on the front row. The second row is Gary Pearson driving solo in car number 23, and alongside is John Clark and Miles Griffiths. I must tell you that the pole position car will be started by Mark Donner, and the other car there, John Clark, will start in number 8. The next row is John Pearson and Gary Pearson, the same Gary Pearson driving 2 cars, and that will be started by, we don't know yet, that must be by John because Gary's in the other car. And then next up is the Richard Kent and Chris Ward car, then it's Rhea Sauter and Andy Newell, and then solo driven Marcus Euenhausen Schierstorp in the 4th row. Then we move on to the 5th row, a familiar name there to those of you that watch television. It's John Spears and Tiffany Dell sharing, and then it's the father and son team of Matt Wrigley. Son will start, Mike Wrigley, father will...
Jonathan Hughes, great start from him in the 91. He started second on the grid, and arguably whether or not he had the better line. I always find that that outside line into Redgate seems to benefit and give a bit of an advantage, and that certainly was the case with Jonathan Hughes, who led through Redgate all the way through the crane as the field already on up to McLean's, coming out of McLean's there, side by side into McLean's. Couple of cars there, couldn't quite see who they were. The number 8 there heading up to Coppice down the field, started in 4th spot. That's the Clark Griffiths E-type. They've ended up way down the field, and there's quite a few cars ahead of them, certainly not 3. Started 4th on the grid, and now Jonathan Hughes loses out, and a big lock-up into the chicane for the first time, and that almost didn't come off, and I was fearful there. It looked like Jonathan Hughes has lost that lead, and already into 2nd spot as we turned into, and now heading out the chicane. It is indeed Hughes dropping down to 2nd. The leader there looks like Donner and Smith back up to take the lead of this race, which is where they started from. They started from the first row.
Yeah, Mark Donner taking the lead there at the end of that first lap as they come down through the wonderful Craner curves, sweeping downhill in this very picturesque Donington Park circuit, one of the most beautiful circuits in the country, through the old hairpin there as they slide through, just clipping the curbing on the way through. But we can see now as they come up the hill through Schwantz and up into McLean's, it's the Gary Pearson car that leads across the top of the highest point of the circuit now up to Coppice. Gary Pearson leads from the 2nd row, had some problems in qualifying this morning. Jonathan Hughes line, so this is allowing now Euenhausen Shearstorps to get away a little bit from Jonathan Hughes and Andy Newell, and coming up behind we've got is that John Pearson coming up next?
Yeah, it is.
Behind them to join what will make a 4-car battle for second place.
It seems to me as though Jonathan Hughes may be a cork in the bottle, because Euenhausen Seerstorff, once he cleared Hughes, has pulled away. He's got a little bit of a gap there across the line, and now Jonathan Hughes has his door mirrors full of Sauter in the other turquoise car, right on the tail there. Through McLean's and up towards Coppice they go, but that battle there, which is now for 3rd, 4th and 5th, about to have John Pearson latch onto the back end of the Sauter car, the number 52. So it's just a matter of time as Sauter there just pitches the car into Coppice. It's all about momentum through that one. It's Newell in the car, sorry, you did say that. Yes, Newell's in the car and very much challenging Hughes.
Very much so, yes. We've got the positions there coming up on the screen for you, and we'll see as they come across the line the gap first to second, 3.4 seconds, but then it's very close, isn't it, between the next 4 cars as the rest of the field start to come through the chicane. We're looking there at the 144 George Poshiol James Hansen car and coming down over the timing line to start another lap into the right-hander at Redgate. Another good, we said this in qualifying this morning, that the times
exactly
were so
what we
close.
said.
Yeah, battles all the way down through the field, and there's a 5-car one going out through Hollywood and down through the Craner Curves. This is a fabulous shot as the cars weave their way down right on the limit, just sliding the car through and into the old hairpin.
It's kind of the way that we're seeing these E-Type Jaguars being driven. It's kind of like just a pure balancing act on the throttle, the way that the driver's having to pitch the car into corners and allowing the cars to slide, and it's kind of just timing that slide. There's a car off at the chicane, just pulling off quite harmlessly. We'll just loop round, and we've got the only Mark II Jaguar in the field there, just coming through towards the rear of the grid, as you would expect. The Jaguar Mark II, the more executive kind of Jaguar there in comparison to the sports car E-Type that they are in this Jaguar Classic Challenge, is surrounded by the number 44 Mark II there.
And that's driven by Nick Whale, who's the man behind Silverstone Auctions, and he's going to hand over to his son Harry. So it's another family shared car.
And that battle there, what we see on screen, that's the number 3 Russell Jardine just getting ahead of the number 10 of Adams. Number 10 Adams and Adams, that will be the Ben Adams and Peter Adams car. And now he's challenging the number 90, the 90 just ahead of him there. That's the young car, number 90. Just trying to find out who the drivers are. John and Jack Young.
So that started by John Young.
So we know that's John at the wheel of that car. So the number 3 challenging. Do we know who started the number 3? Is it
Mark Russell?
Mark Russell, and it's Tony Jardine in the car with him, is it?
It is, yes. Yeah, he'll be taking over.
Yeah. So that number 3 being driven very well indeed and challenging for a place there. They are down, by the way. I'm talking about that battle. That's 18th, 19th, and 20th. Grassy excursion for the number 10. And that car there, number 10, just bouncing over. That's the Adams car down in 20th. That will have lost sight of the number 3 ahead of it there, just pushing on, trying to stay on terms with the number 3. And we get an idea of where the cars are in the field there. We did say this in qualifying. The qualifying times were so close, and it comes as no surprise. As the number 3 down the inside of the number 90, that's the Russell driven car, just getting past that number 90, trying to get past the previous lap. This time he makes it stick, or he's going to be challenged.
That puts him up to 18th place.
Swapping positions here, Alistair, and just locking a wheel there as the young car goes down the inside.
So that place changed at the entrance to the chicane and then changed again on the run down to Redgate. So a great battle going on for 18th and 19th places in this massive field of pre-66 Jaguars, but in the ascendance at the moment, the Jack Young, driven by John at the start of the race. So we're now back to the lead group, and a big moment there for 52, which is I think Andy Newell at the wheel.
Newell, yeah.
That's the only car we haven't confirmed the driver, but it certainly looks like his helmet. As they come down towards Redgate once again, this is 3 cars wide there, and still they are sliding around.
I think he's getting frustrated. I think Newell's getting frustrated by, he still hasn't cleared Jonathan Hughes, remember, and that's a battle for third. So the final podium position there is what we're seeing there, and there was no doubt about it that Newell, he just touched, and that right front wing of that turquoise number 52 showing a slight dent there. I did see contact there with Jonathan Hughes' left rear quarter. Then he is now going to have to defend from John Pearson, who, as he's being slowed by that number 91 E-Type in front of him, Jonathan Hughes there doing a great job holding him back. But there was definitely, Andy Newell definitely looked frustrated to me, Alistair.
Yeah, and he's got John Pearson behind him, John the brother of Gary Pearson, who's leading the race, of course, by some 6.5 seconds. And Gary will be taking over that car, so he's got...
It's back markers what we're seeing now. Jonathan Hughes just clearing back markers. He want to do this as quickly as he possibly can. He knows he's under pressure from both the Andy Newell and the John Pearson car. He can see them in their mirrors, and the only person to get held up there is Pearson.
Yeah.
Pearson gets held up really badly. He was on the tail of the Newell car ahead of him. Now he's lost out massively, and he's dropped about 10 car lengths there. Just again, this isn't pro racing though, isn't it? It's, you know, we've got to have etiquette out there. These are very valuable historic classic cars, and so we're not quite seeing, you know, touring car levels of getting by back markers. There's an element of respect in historic racing, and that's exactly what we saw.
That's one of the skills, isn't it, getting through the traffic, and we can see now another bunch of cars coming down into the chicane, and really one after the other as they come through the chicane, they all get into line. We're looking there at the soft top number 9, which is coming through.
Number 66 into the pits. Information from Andrew Marriott down in the pits, and that was a problem with brakes. And also into the pits is the Jaguar XK120. We've only got one XK120, and that's with a gearbox. Chris Keith Lucas, Kerry Wilson down to drive that car, and the 66 is an E-Type of Niall McFadden. So those cars into the pits. I'm not sure whether they've continued.
Niall McFadden was the one that went off at Redgate, wasn't he, on the very first lap?
Ah, right, that explains it then.
Off the,
no brakes.
Yeah, probably right. So we got side by side now with Andy Newell trying to get through around the outside of Jonathan Hughes, and they're still side by side as they exit the corner round the right-hander towards Hollywood, and this time Andy Newell thinks, no, I'll just drop in behind. Will he make another bid as they go down the hill? The car sliding as they go through. They clip the curb there as they come down to the last part of the Craner curves, now into the old hairpin. Andy Newell taking a much tighter line than Jonathan Hughes, tries to get out faster onto the uphill section through Schwantz. Now we're back with this other massive battle, about 8 cars, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Certainly the Hughes and Newell battle, they didn't get the memo that this is a 60-minute race. They're obviously thinking it's a 10-lapper, and they're absolutely battling nose to tail. Beautiful driving from both of those drivers to not get in one another's way, which is very, very easy. The rest of the field streaming through, and a beautiful power slide. That was at Corbis. That's a corner where you have to carry a lot of momentum down the long straight here towards a potential overtaking spot. We've got Andy Newell now really is back on terms with Jonathan Hughes. Both cars completely being dribbled with aplomb. They are sliding these cars with such grace into Redgate. Will Newell have a look down the inside? He's full and ready. That turquoise car filling that right door mirror of Jonathan Hughes, but Jonathan Hughes on a much tighter line, and momentum certainly from the 52 there, but not enough to get alongside Jonathan Hughes, is it?
It's interesting that Andy Newell takes that tighter line again, coming down through Hollywood and now into the old hairpin. Yes, he goes across the curbing, whereas Jonathan Hughes decides to just give the curbing a wide berth. Now there's a chance here perhaps for Andy Newell. No, he has to drop back in behind again. Now they're coming up the hill through Schwantz and then into the right-hander at McLean's. Meantime, back at the chicane, we've got this midfield battle, which is still involved with 8 cars, and that's for around 17th place onwards. And there's the Mark II Jaguar of the Wales just in shot there, about to be lapped.
That looks like the number 12, doesn't it? The red car there, number 12. He is down in 15th, so that's a battle for 15th, 16th, 17th, 18th. The number 10 is a recovery drive. We saw that car bouncing over the grass. That's the Adams car, and they're in 19th. So he's on a bit of a recovery drive. He did qualify up into, what's that, 6th spot was Adams? That number 10, did he qualify in 10th, in 6th spot? No, he didn't. But he did have a grassy exterior. No, he qualified 29th. So he's come up the order in quite convincing style. And now he moves alongside the number 90, and that's the Young entry. So he's already cleared the Russell car, and we'll keep an eye on it. Now in his sights, he's got the number 184, and that's the low drag coupe here of Reid Gorm and Andrew Keith Lucas. So we'll keep an eye on that battle for sure.
So that's, as you say, that's Ben Adams, who started the Adams shared car, the Adams family as they're known.
Yes, I was about to say that and stop myself.
Yeah, sorry. That number 10 car with the blue stripes just getting through. That's another place made, passing 184, the Gorm and Keith Lucas car. So that's up to 16th place for number 10 now, after, as Joe's just said, qualifying down in 29th, was it? No, not quite. 28th place. 28th place, yeah. Here's the battle again between Jonathan Hughes and Andy Newell. Newell bouncing over the curbs there, aggressive, going through, and Jonathan Hughes coming to cross the line again. They haven't been dropped that much, have they, by the second placed Eulenhausen Sheerstop. The gap actually is 2 seconds between second and third, and it was 2.5 seconds a couple of laps ago. So these two, despite the fact they're battling with each other, are actually slowly catching up the Eulenhausen Sheerstop car in second place.
And we saw the car behind them, which was the
John Pearson.
Was it John Pearson? Where's John Pearson? He's disappeared off the timing screen, hasn't he? He's completely disappeared. I saw he was right on the tail of Andy Newell, and he did drop back after getting around a back marker, and now he's completely disappeared off our screens. We'll try and find out where it was. We'll see if we can find him somewhere out there. That number 10 has cleared off from pretty much everybody. He's gotten round the Bull number 12 as the number 3 down the inside there. The Russell gets down the inside of the number 90, the Young family, and he is now chasing after. We'll see if the Young can keep on the tail of that number 3, and he has got the 23, the number 23 there. Is that a back mark? Or
no, that's the leader.
That's the leader coming round to lap everybody.
Yeah.
That's Gary Pearson, our race leader. Shows what his pace is like, Alistair. He's already lapping in the midfield.
Well, when you watch him going through this midfield battle, admittedly the drivers are being warned of his coming through by blue flags, but it's a hot knife through butter when Gary Pearson's involved. He just seems to effortlessly work his way through traffic. One of the strengths that you need in this sort of racing. There are so many cars on track. You're constantly lapping people if you're a faster car, or constantly watching your mirrors to make sure that you're keeping out of the way if you're one of the slower cars.
He's lapped the 16th place car of the Bulls in the number 12, and he will continue. So that's in 16th place, and contact there between the Gorm and Keith Lucas, number 184. He's had a coming together with the number 3, which is the Russell Jardine car, and now we've got the 184 beached in the gravel trap at what I thought that was Coppice.
Yes,
I think that's Coppice.
It's Coppice or McLean's, but they're coming down to the chicane, so it's probably Coppice, because they're not Is it on the outside of Coppice?
Yeah, I think so.
That looked to me, I'm sorry to say, that there was a little bit of a coming together there, because the front of the number 3 Mark Russell yellow E-Type with the black roof that you can see there, the front left wing is damaged, and I think there was a bit of contact as the second place car, that of Oyenhausen-Sierstoff, now making his way through this battle, lapping them, chasing after leader Gary Pearson.
Very tricky job, because that number 3 and the 90, which he's gotten round, they're having their own battle, remember, and he would have been witness to that coming together with the 184 that's now in the gravel. And as you're coming up to lap these cars, you're very conscious that you do not want to get involved in anything that happens for that battle down the field. But the number 7 looks like they're making short work of that. The gap between the leaders, we've already seen Gary Pearson lap these cars in the midfield. 8.6 seconds last time by between first and second. So Gary Pearson very much in charge of this. And it looked like that 184 E-Type was on the outside of Coppice, just being hitched up to a snatch tractor now. And so yellow flags, local yellow flags being shown at Coppice. No need for a safety car to retrieve that car, it looks like.
Is Andy Newell going to be able to make his way past Jonathan Hughes? No, not quite. As close as they came down the long straight into the chicane, but wasn't able to outbrake Jonathan Hughes. But now they're in traffic. This might give the opportunity to Andy Newell, or at the moment, to be fair, Jonathan Hughes seems to be making the best of the traffic. He's pulled a little bit away from Andy Newell as they go through Redgate now onto Hollywood, and down the hill they'll go once again through the Craner curve. So it's Jonathan Hughes there sliding through the right-hander, then into the left-hander. He's catching up one of the low drag E-types, the special bodied cars that were built in period to try and make the cars go through the air a little bit more quickly.
We've got a safety car, Alistair. Safety car has been deployed.
Not surprised.
Yeah, neither am I. I was kind of being optimistic there when I saw that number 184, the E-Type there, being retrieved from the gravel trap at Coppice. So the pit stop window open?
It is. Now, I was just about to say we're coming up to the pit stop window as you said that, because it's actually 1.5 minutes nearly into it now. So this is the first time they've been round when it's been open. So they're taking advantage of that. This is going to be a massive advantage to those drivers that can get in the pits and do their stop whilst the safety car is out.
And this is where we'll see a difference in tactic. We've got people out there who will use this safety car to take their mandatory pit stop. And of course it's logical. If you've got to be static in the pits and take a mandatory set time to do your pit stop whilst everyone is trailing round behind the safety car, you're going to lose less track time, so to speak, in comparison to being in the pits when everybody's going round at racing speed. So it's logical. However, there will be teams out there, teams of drivers I mean, that will be very gentlemanly about this, practically quite obviously to their detriment. If they've chosen to do this race 50-50 seat time, we're still 7.5 minutes away from half distance. So some of the teams will not pit until that 7.5 minutes is up. Certainly the cars with only one driver will choose now to come in the pits. And I think we've seen the two leaders come onto pit road already, Gary Pearson and Oyenhausen-Sierstoff into the pits. That's the 23 and the number 7. Cars staying out behind the safety car has picked up the number 12. That's the first car the safety car has picked up, and that's the car in 16th. But right behind them I see Alistair.
Yeah.
No, it hasn't. It's cars in front of it.
It's a very similar orange E-type that it's picked up, isn't it? Yeah, it's picked up mid-pack as we see the 184 car being pulled out of the gravel by the Merlot. That's Reed Gom started that car. We'll hand over to Andrew Keith Lucas, and hopefully if they can get that car back on track they can continue in the race. Now we're looking at the pit lane, and car number 5 just being released by the team to follow out car number 71. 5 is Matt Wrigley started, handed over to Dad Mike now, and the other cars you can see they're being released by the teams as they've done their mandatory 1 minute stationary stop, and plenty of time to do their pit stops. 15 minutes of the window remaining, but of course now is the time to get it done from the tactical point of view. We're looking there at car number 82, that's Brian Ellery handing over to Ryan Hooker in their E-Type. Here we got the safety car now coming round past the pit exit, still with
missed the number again.
26.
Yeah, 26 is pulled off. That's the John Spears Tiffany Dell entry.
And that looks like, is that Tiff in there? The orange helmet, can't quite see. He's got the light blue overalls, which Tiff normally wears. That's stopped up at the top of the circuit, isn't it?
We've got Andrew Marriott in the pits. Welcome Andrew Marriott to the broadcast for the first time this afternoon.
Yeah, Joe, you're absolutely right about Tiffany Dell. Tiffany Dell just climbed into the car and has gone out on track. I just caught his eye, he gave me the thumbs up, so... So I think probably, Joe, a few technical difficulties, but yeah, Tiffany Dell is definitely in the car, and hopefully you can hear me up there. And it's all action, of course, so lots of pit stops, all very efficient. So we'll see what happens. 17 cars just come in alongside me, so a long way to go in this race, yes. But great to see former Top Gear star and former Formula One car, Formula One driver for a while, Tiffany Dell, out on the circuit in an E-Type.
Thank you, Andrew. We've got Andrew prowling the pit lane for most of the weekend, and he'll be picking up on stories and drama, always where the soap operas are, behind the garage doors down there at the Donington Historic Festival pit lane. It's great to have Andrew Marriott on board, a wealth of knowledge and experience, and always good for an anecdote. Safety car still out, Alistair, gives us a bit of a chance to breathe. We saw from qualifying this morning that we were expecting a very tight race throughout this field, and it's certainly what we're seeing here. We've got the lead battle that's kind of come back to us. It was out to nearly 9 seconds. Of course, with the safety car closing things up, we're going to see the battle at the front between what was Gary Pearson in the 23 and Oinhausen Seerstorff in the number 7. They're currently third and sixth. That will sort itself out if I'm just looking to see who hasn't pitted yet, and the only car that, according to my timing screen, owes us a pit stop is the Minshaw car, but that looks like it may have gone into the pits now.
We'll need to wait till the pit stops shake out, and that's been even more confused by the safety car being out at the same time. But there were 2 cars held at the pit exit there as the safety car went by, which is the rule, so they will have really slipped down. Not much track distance between them because they'll be at the back of the snake, but an awful lot of cars to get through, and they were both dark coloured cars. I do wonder whether one of them might have been Gary Pearson, but I suspect he will have got in and out okay. We couldn't see the numbers, but that can really shake up the order if you're just caught out by the pit exit when the safety car comes through.
Yeah, track position all important.
Absolutely.
The 23 car is the car that we are looking for. That's the Gary Pearson car that's showing as the leader. Now he's behind the safety car, but with a trail of cars. There he is, just coming up the brow of Coppice. He's got what looks like a couple of cars between him on the road. Now, I'm not too sure of the safety car protocol and whether we'll see these cars behind the safety car being waved round until he picks up the leader. Well, I think we've cleared that problem, and then we had the Spears Nadell car number 26 that ground to a halt. Hopefully the marshals have been able to push that car to out of harm's way. Nope, there it is. Still the 26. Looks like
it is Tiff.
It is Tiffany Dell, distinctive orange helmet. Yeah, so a problem for that car, disappointingly. Hand in the air just to tell drivers coming up on him that he's in trouble and he's not moving. He's rolling the car backwards. Yes. Now Tiff, a very experienced race driver, he's raced at pretty much the highest level in Formula One and World Sports Cars and the like. And you know what? good heads up there.
Yeah.
He knew exactly where he was going, and he's basically rolling that car backwards in reverse down the hill and to a slot in the barrier where he'll be able to slide that car out the way, and the marshals will be able to assist him in getting that car out the way, so that will not cause any more delay. And with coming up to half distance already, we've still got a race in our hands, but to me it just depends on where we find the leaders on the road and how many cars are in between. So 30 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock right now. As Tiffany Dell is out the way, he's certainly off the track side and off a little on-ramp onto the track. So this is the Jaguar Classic Challenge, the first of our races this afternoon. We've got another 5 races after this. Next race up is the Historic Grand Prix Cars Association for race 2. This is the first of our races. We've got another race with these the Historic Grand Prix cars tomorrow, but we've still got pretty much half of this race. The thing is, Alistair, we've got the pit stop phase out of the way. Now we've got very much a run to the flag. Everybody who's had to pit, everybody who's had to change driver has done so, and they've done so with the advantage of using the safety car period, where they haven't lost as much time as they would. And I think the safety car lights are out. They are indeed. Yes. The safety car peels off, and we are allowed to go racing once again. The 23 car has been picked up. The back markers that were behind him. Now there's 2 lap cars between the first and second place cars, and the second place cars of Oinhausen-Seerstorff gets by the back markers and gets onto the relative tail of the leading Gary Pearson car, but there's still quite a gap there. Those back markers did play out to the advantage of Gary Pearson, and he's able to, in fairness, the gap was only just under 3 seconds at the line. It was 9 seconds before the safety car, so he's got it all to do again, hasn't he?
He has, and the change behind that looks like it happened because of the vagaries of the safety car and the pit stop window is that the battle we were watching for third place, Hughes and Newell, now Hughes and Ria Sauter, has actually slipped down to 6th and 7th, and that's promoted the Donner and Smith car, which now are driven by Andrew Smith, and we saw that in the back of the picture, and we'll see it again now. 71, there it is. That's Andrew Smith, and he is in 3rd place, and he's chasing after the turquoise car of Markus Oyenhausen-Seerstorff, which is in 2nd place. So this is the battle for 2nd we're seeing coming down now into the chicane. The car behind them is actually a lapped car. Car number 17 is further back.
Seems to have good pace. 17 and 71, it's a play on numbers, isn't it? But the 17, who Breton at the wheel, that car, one driver doing the whole of this 60-minute race, seemed to be hanging on to that 71 and using all of the curb there on the exit of Redgate. Fabulous driving from Donner. Did we know who the
Andrew Smith is?
It's Andrew Smith now
yeah.
at the wheel,
yeah.
right?
The number 7 car is solo driven, so that driver hasn't changed, but Andrew Smith now on board the 71 car, the driver from Edinburgh, and through they come, and we're looking there at 33. That's John Minshaw using his traditional number 33, which he's used in racing for some time, and he's recently given up British GT to move across full-time into historic racing. Has a lovely collection of cars, and now we're looking on to the main pit straight again. Battle here coming down into Redgate, and over the top at Coppice.
There's the recovering number 184, which is the Reed Gorm, Andrew Keith Lucas car. That car's dropped way down the field in 27th spot now. That was the car that brought out the safety car, remember, so that'll be a couple of laps down. Here's the battle for 2nd though. Markus Oinhausen-Seerstorff having to now fend off. Headlights ablaze on the 71. Andrew Smith now at the wheel of the 71 and showing a lot of pace and very much challenging. Gets a little bit of oversteer on the exit curb there. So that exit curb a little bit more slippery, less traction than the track surface, using all of the curb through the craners there. Down the downhill entrance to the old hairpin. They've got a back marker ahead of them. and the number 7 of Marcus Hohenhausen, Seerstorff, holding off the 71, but the 71, Alistair, looking very racy indeed, and it's all about using these back markers to your advantage rather than your disadvantage.
Indeed, yes, they're just coming up to lap Jamie Boot, and looks like they might be able to do that on the run up. Yes, in fact, they both get through on the run up to Coppice. Jamie keeps well out of the way, another experienced driver of historic cars, and through goes Andrew Smith, takes a tighter line. We can't really see from this angle whether he's alongside. It looked like he was, didn't it? But he's got the inside for the run down to the chicane, but Hohenhausen Seerstorff has got the measure of Andrew Smith, and he just moves his car to the centre of the track just to block that line through, and out they come from the chicane over the timing line once again with just over 25 minutes remaining in the race, down into Redgate. Hohenhausen still ahead.
And they are being raced not just on the limit of adhesion when it comes to traction and cornering, but on the limit of grip under braking there for the chicane. They're already through Redgate into Hollywood now, and these cars nose to tail. Oh, that's 71 getting really out of line there, and a beautiful oversteer. It's almost like that car went out of control. And it's the old adage that Mario Andretti's famous for: if the car feels in control, you're not going fast enough. Into the pits has gone the number 10.
This is a mandatory pit stop that they didn't do earlier. I was going to say earlier when you said everybody's done their stops, and you mentioned Ben Adams hadn't. In fact, he hadn't, and he's only just done it. So handing over to Peter Adams for the last part of the race. Here's the battle for second place again, up to the top of the hill at Coppice, the double apex right-hander. They clip the curb once and then they clip it again, unless you're Marcus Hohenhausen Seerstorff, when you run very wide indeed, which does that give Andrew Smith a chance as they come down the long straight, now into the braking area. Look at the cars moving around on the brakes, squirreling around.
Fabulous.
Wonderful. Andrew Smith, though, can't make it through there. Takes a big chunk of curb again, and now down into Redgate once again.
And it seems that outside line at Coppice gives them momentum to keep the 71 behind into Redgate. They're nose to tail. Marcus Hohenhausen Seerstorff will want to keep that momentum. Both cars using all of the curb there at the exit of Redgate, and now into Hollywood, plunging down the hill. Now in these cars, the granite curves I wouldn't call comfortable. Both cars sliding their way through the left-hand sweep and then heavy on the brakes to turn right, and the car wants to break away from you. It's a downhill entry into the Holt hairpin through Swans Curve now towards Coppice, and the 71 looking like he needs to get on the tail. Now they're coming through McLean's now, Alistair. As they head toward Coppice, we'll see this variation on racing line. Throw the textbook out the window, because there's no textbook for how to drive an E-Type, I think.
Absolutely, it's you pick one of 3 or 4 lines, and Hohenhausen Seerstorff seems to favour the wider line there through the second apex of Coppice, and that gives him perhaps a slightly more speed for the long run down to the chicane. Now they've got 2 of the traditional shape fixed head coupe Jaguars to pass, one of which does dive off the circuit to get out of the way of them, but they've been passed now, and now they're passing another car on the main straight down into Redgate. But that little bit of back markery there has not really helped Andrew Smith at all. He's got to close that gap again. Headlights ablaze now. Yeah,
he's dropped a little bit off the back, I was going to say bumper, but on those low drag E-Types they haven't got bumpers, they've been removed, but the 71 now trying to get back on terms. He had to drop back off and circumnavigate those back markers very, very carefully indeed. That's the number 33 there through the Craners and into Redgate. The number 84 looking like he may be moving ahead of the 144. We'll just get a hand. That's Wilmot in the number 84, now being challenged by the 144. That's not a battle for, it is a battle for position. The 144, that's a battle for 13th and 14th spot, and it's the Hansen Poschiel, number 144, just losing out there at the very end. I thought he was going to come back and challenge, but a great move at Redgate that continued all the way through the Craner curves and only really settled down when they went through the old hairpin. But that's a battle for, what did I say, 13th and 14th.
Well, that Poschiel car behind looks much more standard, doesn't it, than the low drag version just ahead of it. It's much more like a road car, so it's very hard driven by James Hansen, who started, and now George Poschiel, who's taken over. Here we're back with the second place battle again, which is now 6.5 seconds behind the leader, Gary Pearson, who's built that lead back up again to where it was before the safety car. And we've got the turquoise car with the blue stripes of Marcus Euenhausen-Siersdorf just ahead. It was ever thus of Andrew Smith, who comes sliding down through the Craner curves into the old hairpin. We're sticking with the field coming down into the old hairpin there, just to show you just the breadth of the and the range of the E-types that are in this race as they all slide their way through the old hairpin. That's a great shot, isn't it?
It is, it's beautiful. That for me is the iconic shot of Donington Park. And I remember back in 1993 observing the European Grand Prix here, and of course the great Ayrton Senna, who died this day in 1984. An unbelievable drive here at Donington Park there. We've got a very crowded racetrack, Alistair, that's Jonathan Hughes, who's down in 4th spot, now being challenged very, very aggressively, and I think he's lost out actually. So that's a change of place there for 4th, as the number 88 of Kenton Ward gets ahead and into 4th spot. That'll be a change across the line. We've had a change for 2nd. Marcus Euenhausen-Siersdorf has lost. We followed that battle. That's typical, isn't it? We look away for one moment at the Hughes and the Hughes battle, and we've had a change for 2nd. The 71 of Andrew Smith has now gotten ahead of the number 7 and is into 2nd place. Interesting thing is whether or not that number 71 can now start reducing that gap to Gary Pearson. I'm not sure he can.
And we caught a quick glimpse there of Shane Brereton, number 17, on camera shot. He's catching this battle as well. There he is, into the old hairpin behind, as we see another car that's unfortunately stopped, and that's car number 5, which is that's driven by Mike Wrigley now, Father Mike taken over from son Matt. Here comes this wonderful, what a slide through there, great shot there of the 4th place car. That's Chris Ward driving that now, taking over that car. Chris Ward, hugely experienced in historic racing, particularly in Jaguars, and he comes through to take that position just a lap or so ago.
Jonathan Hughes in the 91 chasing him down. Now Jonathan has done a great job. He's clearly not got the pace of the cars that have overtaken him, but he's had a great job of holding them up. And Jonathan, from a beautiful part of the world up in Yorkshire, in Stokesley, just south of Middlesbrough, not far from where I am, so he can understand what I'm actually saying in this commentary. As the 2nd place battle continues, and if anything, Alistair, the number 71 of Andrew Smith has indeed pulled away. I think we've got Andrew in the pits with something. Let's head straight down to the pits for Andrew.
Yeah, I've got the latest of the Minshaw dynasty here, Jack Minshaw. Jack, enjoying racing with your dad?
I'm actually racing with my uncle today. We're racing against my dad.
Yeah. Those Minshaws.
No, it's all right.
I go back to Alan Minshaw.
It's the first time we're racing against Dad today. So so far so good. But we've got 18 minutes left, and I think we're about 16 seconds ahead. So it's going to be a tight finish.
Yeah. What do you think about this format with all these E-types?
Oh, it's fantastic. Just have so many E-types on the track at once. It's great. I mean, they've got 3 sliding around the corner all together. It's brilliant fun.
And of course, big footsteps to follow in with your uncle, because he's so quick.
Yes, exactly that. We're all just trying to keep our foot down and see where we end up at the end.
Okay, thanks very much.
No problem.
Thank you, Andrew. Great to hear from one of the many Minshaws here. That's Jack Minshaw, son of John, and therefore nephew of Guy, but also Jason out there as well. There's a lot of Minshaws.
Quite a dynasty, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. And Alan Love Racing, father, who used to race many years ago in touring cars, a real, as you say, a real dynasty of racing. 71 through our shot there is the Mark Donner, Andrew Smith. Now, interesting here, he's catching the leader.
Yes, he is.
Andrew Smith. So are we going to have a late race battle for the lead? 16.5 minutes to go.
So the gap was about 7 seconds. It's now just about a tenth under 6 seconds. He is lapping, but you've got to ask yourself, with 16 minutes to go, is Gary Pearson the sort of driver that would be at this point of the race just pacing himself? He's built up a lead, he's doing what... We'll keep an eye on the timing screen, we'll be able to find out from lap times whether or not that is the case and whether or not Gary Pearson can lift that pace if he starts being challenged by Andrew Smith in the number 71, who's just coming through the chicane now, using the track and law, and very, very tidy line through the chicane, heading down to Redgate now, and the gap between the second place 71 and the number 7, the Marcus Hohenhauser Seerstorff car, has opened up massively, so he was definitely being held up there. Gap down to 6.2, was 6.9, so he's taken a big chunk of time out of there, 0.7 of a second, and if he continues doing that, I'm not sure if he's got enough time there. 15 minutes to go.
And although they don't have pit-to-car radios, of course, in these cars, they do have the old-fashioned pit boards, and Gary Pearson will be being told by his team exactly what the gap is back to Andrew Smith, and he will react. The other car to watch is, unsurprisingly, those that know Chris Ward's speed. Chris Ward, who's taken over the 88 car, is catching Hohenhausen Seerstorff, the number 7 car, in 3rd place, so we'll be picking that up on the cameras. Oh, and a problem for Andrew Smith.
Oh,
that looks expensive.
That looks very expensive. That looks like a catastrophic engine failure of sorts. Lots of smoke billowing from underneath the car, and that looks like it's from the front engine bay going underneath the car and out the back. Of course, he will peel off into the pits, and I suspect that he's going to be greeted with the open arms of Andrew Marriott down there. Andrew, I'd keep well back from this car until we establish where that smoke's coming from. That looks like an oil leak of sorts, so hopefully not a catastrophic engine failure, more of an oil union or something coming out, and that's what we're seeing, oil being burnt on the exhaust, which is where the smoke from, which kind of dies off as he cuts the engine. Let's head down to the pits. I think we've got Andrew down there on site, so to speak.
Yes, I am, Joe, and I think you're probably right. I'm not sure. I'm going to get round the car and see if we can see what's happened. And the bonnet is going to come up now on this car, which is running at the front, and can't see too much oil around. And we're just pointing down on the right-hand side of the motor to something. So let's see if we can get a little poke in here, and maybe we can just kick the camera to. Yeah, it's not catastrophic, that's for sure. There's a bit of fluid on some of the pipes there, but they're really trying to work out what it's from. Well, I think it's the end of the race, but at least there isn't a rod through the side or anything like that. The team are still looking underneath the car, still a bit of wisp of smoke here, but what a disappointment for the number 71 car. Andrew Smith's doing such a good job, and he's going to climb out the car now, and hopefully we can grab a word with him. And it's a bit of an extraction job there, the Scottish driver, and there he is, obviously disappointed with his rather unusual crash helmet. He just looks into the engine bay, see if he can see anything, and there's sort of a resignation about the body language here, isn't it, from Andrew Smith. Let's see if we can get a word with him, because he hasn't got a full face. Andrew, what did you feel there? What do you think's happened?
Sorry? I'm not sure. I mean, it was all was fine, and then just started to get some white smoke coming out the back of the car, and just came straight in, so I'm not sure. It's definitely something oil related, but it's a shame, because we were...
Oh, you're having a fabulous run, weren't you?
I think we were catching the car in front, so...
Yeah, well, that was a young Mr. Gary Pearson in front, I think.
Yeah, well, it's our teammate, so hopefully he continues on and wins the race.
Well, what a devastating situation for you, but well driven thus far.
Yeah.
And hopefully it's not too expensive either.
Yeah, no, I just feel sorry for Mark, because he drove such a great first stint, and it's his car, and we were on for a great result, but it wasn't to be.
Has this car got a history? Do you know much about it?
I'm sorry?
Do you know much about the history of the car?
I don't. I know it was restored for Mark probably about 5 or 6 years ago, but and he's been doing mostly sort of Masters and Jaguar Challenge stuff with it, so he and I have been been sharing the car for a couple of years now.
It made fabulous television, all the E-types sliding together. It was brilliant stuff.
Yeah, well, I had a great battle with the turquoise car. I really enjoyed it.
Okay, thanks very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew. Always great to get a bit of insight from the driver's perspective, and it really is a shame. He was having an absolute storming drive there, and we fully suspected, we were perceiving that his lap times would have him on the tail, and we find out there that they're from the same stable. So whether or not team orders would have come in, I don't think so at this level. Do you, Alistair?
Well, Gary's the boss, so
well, there is that.
Yeah. We're looking now at the leader, Gary Pearson. We haven't seen that much of him. He's been absolutely dominant from the get-go, really. He was third on the grid, but took the lead very early on in the first lap. So he comes through and makes his way across the timing line, just lapping another car there. Meantime, behind we've got still got the Oenhausen-Scheerstorff car in second, and the Chris Ward car in third, and we'll probably be picking those up shortly because they are getting closer together. But for the moment, we're looking at the wonderful style of Gary Pearson, who has a huge amount of experience in Jaguars, particularly. Goes right back to his father John and his brother John, who was racing in this race, but unfortunately retired early on. But the Pearson family absolutely welded to Jaguar history. But Gary has also driven some other wonderful, including Group C cars, which Joe will have seen.
Remember that,
And,
Group C's.
Here he comes through, just going to pass one of the low drag cars. That's the 84 car of Rick Wilmot, and the Mark II, the only saloon car in the race, shared by Nick Whale and son Harry Whale. Harry will be at the wheel now, taking over for the second stint. But Gary Pearson making his way down the straight towards the chicane.
You can kind of see how Gary Pearson, or why Gary Pearson is leading this race in such a commanding way. That car is set up in such a way that there's very little time lost with going sideways. We've seen cars being driven, and it looks fantastic, and it's beautiful to watch. But all the time the cars are going sideways, they're not going forward. Is the concept. And Gary Pearson is driving that car very, very tidily indeed. Is that a change for position? I don't think it is. The 88 moving ahead of the number 3. The number 3 down in 15th. The 88 of Chris Ward is catching the second place Marcus Oenhausen-Scheerstorff car ahead of him. What was the gap there? 3.2.
Well, it was 6.5.
Yes, he's halved that in just a couple of laps.
He has, exactly, yes.
Now, with 8.5 minutes remaining at this pace, Marcus Oenhausen-Scheerstorff needs to become aware that that gap is coming down at such a rate.
There's the leader going through. Now we're back to another sort of midfield battle, but there's the leader going over the top and into Coppice, taking that double apex right-hand. Great shot there. You can see Gary at work in the cockpit there, just feeding the power on as he comes out of the corner, now down the long straight that will bring him to the end of the lap through the chicane.
Such a neutral guise there through Coppice, which is very important. There was no time lost there with needlessly sliding the car. I thought it's just a beautiful drive from Gary, and as you said, Alistair, a very, very experienced driver, not just in these cars but pretty much a whole spectrum of an eclectic mix of cars in his career.
Yeah, absolutely, and he prepares a lot of cars, so often is asked by the owners to share with them, so we see him out in all sorts of things. Here comes this battle for second place. The turquoise car with the dark blue stripes, that's Marcus Oenhausen-Scheerstorff in second place. The white car with the black roof, number 88, is the Chris Ward car in third place. The gap last time around was 2.6 seconds. We've got 7.25 minutes to go.
So that's down from 3.6 in one lap. He's took 1 second out of him. So if this continues, and now we don't need the stopwatch, because as they go through the crane of curves, it's the turquoise car of Oenhausen-Scheerstorff into the old hairpin, and right behind him now, into shot, has come Chris Ward. We don't need a stopwatch any longer, folks, because we've got them in our shot together almost, through Schwantz and up towards McLean's. That's the battle for second place. These are podium spots. There is big, huge, beautiful trophies to be won here, everybody, and we've got these drivers absolutely going for it.
Not to mention the Wrigley Monkey Brewery beer as well, which is going to be given to all our podium.
That's why they're driving like that.
Yeah.
That's why they're going like that. Yeah.
So they're coming down the long straight once again. This is close to the end of the lap, so we'll shortly find out. Just to remind you, it was 2.6 seconds between these two at the end of the last lap. We're nearly at the finish of the lap now, and this isn't 2.6 seconds at all. This is more like 1 second, I would guess, as Chris Ward gets very sideways there coming out of the chicane. Across the timing line, we'll get the time 1.087, so it's down by another 1.5 seconds, and Chris Ward just sliding the car into Redgate, letting the steering and the power, and then he puts the power on as he comes out, just driving the car on the power and the brakes. Tremendous driving as they come down to some laps and back markers now. And is this going to help Ward, or is it going to help Oeynhausen-Seerstorff as they come into the old hairpin?
Well, Chris Ward just getting down the inside of the number 12. That's currently in 13th. That's the Bull family car, and he's cleared that back marker to put himself right on the rear end of the number 7. They've got at least 2 back markers to get by as they go from McLean's up the slight rise to Coppice now, and this is the all-important point. Chris Ward knows exactly where he needs to be, and he needs to be right on the tail of that turquoise coloured car ahead of him, the number 7, to give himself a chance down the straight and over the short brow towards the braking area for the chicane now. He hasn't really got enough pace to get on terms there into the braking for the chicane. Locks a wheel. That's how hard he's pushing. Out onto the start-finish straight. Like we said, Alistair, we don't need a stopwatch now because we can see them, but for all of the anoraks out there, the gap at the line was 0.8 of a second. So that's the battle for second.
Looked to me as though Oeynhausen-Seerstorff has got more top speed than Chris Ward, because the long straight down to the chicane and then the shorter straight long past the pits, he did pull away. And now as they're dropping down the hill, will it be here that Chris Ward starts to close up again? Or is Chris Ward in trouble? Perhaps he's got brakes that are getting too hot and he just can't get any closer. No, I think he's closing up, isn't he, down through the old hairpin. Now they're going up the hill through the left-hander at Schwantz. Then we'll see them again as they come up towards McLean's. Car number 19 being lapped there as they come up to the corner. Once again, Chris Ward right on the tail of Marcus Oeynhausen-Seerstorff. He goes alongside as they come out of McLean's. A great drive there, and I think if he can hold that along the straight, that's the place done, because he's got the next right-hander at Coppice and he goes through. So that's a place change for second. Chris Ward up to second.
Yeah, and we thought that might take a bit longer, but he got the job done by the time they got into Coppice. This is where the turquoise car seems to have a little more pace. He locks up, he goes very wide indeed, and not sure if Oeynhausen-Seerstorff made contact with the barrier there, but he left his braking to the very latest, in fact too late, as he locked up, all 4 wheels locked up down the escape road, and I think very lucky indeed not to take Chris Ward with him. Some very, very cool-headed driving from Chris Ward, who just let that car go by down his inside and continued on his way. 3 minutes remain, so I think that's pretty much settled.
It is, so that puts the 88 car of Richard Kent and Chris Ward up into second place, albeit over 15 seconds behind this man. That's Gary Pearson, who's really dominated the race from the start, and he will continue on his way with just 2 3/4 minutes to go. So our leader, 23, is Gary Pearson. Second place we've just seen change, and that's now in the hands of Chris Ward. And across the line we can see that car. We've seen quite a bit of car number 10 through the race, and it's usually been recovering. It's had a few, but Peter Adams now at the wheel of car number 10, and we're looking there at 75, which is the 20th placed car of started by Steve Skipworth. Coming down, all very similar colours on those, aren't they?
Yeah, almost. You would think they're from the same team. One with green, two double green stripes down the length of the car, and the other one with blue in a similar fashion. The number 39 car there down the field. There's the 33. We're getting towards checkered flag time with under 2 minutes now, so we'll be looking to pick up the lead at Gary Pearson, as we just have some beautiful footage from our camera angles here at the Donington Historic Festivals. Some beautiful angles catching the cars just coming up and into view over the brow into Coppice, and then following them all the way down into the braking area, and a great view afforded there at a crucial part of the track, because that's where all of our places are pretty much going to be attacked. The braking area into the chicane is a great passing spot, and the rest of the track is all about momentum and flow, whereas you kind of can sneak down the inside. There's Gary Pearson, our leader, and he will come through to go on to what we think will be our final lap, because we'll see the checkered flag next time by.
And I'm afraid I think I saw number 10 going into the pit lane there. Oh, and we've got one off in the gravel.
That's number 3, I think.
That looks like McLean's, doesn't it?
That's the Russell and Jardine car. Can't quite see the number, but that's off at the old hairpin, I think. Yes,
oh yes, you're right. Sorry,
yes,
yes, bottom of the hill. Yes.
Yeah. The only reason I knew was when I saw all the cars come into view.
Yes.
And the sort of the body language from those cars. There's the leader. Then he's through at the old hairpin, and he's not going to be delayed somewhat, if at all, by that car in the gravel. That car, the number 3, dropping down the order there on the final lap. And Gary Pearson being very patient with back markers, understandably. He's got a lead of about 15 seconds last time by to Chris Ward, who is in second place in the number 88, sharing that car with I can't find that on me straight on me list now. Gary Pearson,
Richard Kent,
that was the one. He's on the back straight and into the chicane for the final time. Lights ablaze, turning right and then left. He'll see the checkered flag fly, and a very, very commanding drive, that very dominant from the very off, wasn't it? He started from the second row of the grid, but very quickly had the pace to get ahead of the Jonathan Hughes car that's kind of stole the lead at the first turn, and a very, very dominant win for the Jaguar Classic Challenge. Our first race in the bag then for the 2021 Donington Historic Festival. We'll have a bit of a rundown of who finished where in a moment, but that, for me, Alistair, was great to watch, not for many reasons. The racing was fantastic. We expected that from the way how close they were in qualifying, but I just love the way that these E-Type Jags, 60th anniversary year, what a field. How many cars did we have out there? 32?
32, yeah.
32 cars, and only 2 of them weren't E-Types. So that's, again, a round of applause to our organisers at Motor Racing Legends to put that grid of E-Types together. And the racing's not finished. There's only down to 6th place, as Chris Ward and Richard Kent will finish second. And the Marcus Oilhausen Seerstorff number 7, that has never been out the top 3 pretty much for the whole of that race.
And the fact that he finished in 3rd place means that he didn't make contact with the barriers and managed to get it back on the track again after that wild moment.
There. Yeah, good point there. He did go. The last time we saw him, he was in a cloud of smoke on the escape road, wasn't he? Yeah, so Gary Pearson brings the E-Type around, and a very slippery shape in its normal standard road car form, but being refined somewhat for the racetrack, as the field then will peel in. And we're going to have an opportunity to talk to our winning drivers, I believe. We'll see what we're like for time and hopefully get the first 3. Andrew Marriott is there, going to be waiting for them in Parc Fermé. Our next race will be for our Historic Grand Prix Car Association. It's the a field of cars, huge amount of cars out for that one. I'll bring you more information of that. But on reflection, a great start to the Donington Historic Festival with some fabulous driving. We've had a great grid of E-Types, as I say, and as those cars peel off, we'll have a bit of a rundown. Gary Pearson finished first. He had a gap of 11 seconds to Richard Kent and Chris Ward in second. Then we had the Marcus Oinhausen-Seerstorff car in third place. Jonathan Hughes, a fine drive to fourth, I thought, in the 91. And then we have the Costas Michael Jaguar E-Type. Of course, they're all Jaguar E-Types in fifth. Shane Brereton finished sixth. The Minshaws in seventh. Then we had Jamie Boot in eighth. John Minshaw, another Minshaw dynasty, in ninth. Rounding off the top 10 was Sauter and Newell. And only 3 cars on the lead lap at the end of that. So all our podium cars showing a clean pair of heels to the majority of this field. In 11th place we had the Clark Griffiths number 8, and 11th that was 11th place. In 12th place, Rick Wilmot. The Bulls were in 13, Martin Melling and which Minshaw is that with
Jason
Minshaw, with Martin Melling in the in 14th spot, 2 laps down. Hansen and Posciol were 15th, the Youngs were 16th, Lewis Bracey was 17th, Skipworth and Dean were 18th. A very challenging race for Russell and Jardine there, finally coming out in 19th. 20th spot was Ian Simmons, and then continuing down, next up will be the Adams family in 21st. The Wheels were in 22nd. Gom and Keith Lucas were 23rd. Ellery and Hooker, I should say, was 24th. Mark Gordon was in 25th. Then we had the Donner and Smith, 11 laps off in 26th. The Wrigleys were 15 laps down in 27th. Midgley and Hayden in their E-Type were 18 laps down in 28th. The Spears Niddell troubled, didn't finish, 27 laps down, of course, and we saw that car pull off. And then we had the Pearsons, who were very strong in the first part of this race, 33 laps down. Let's head down to Andrew, though, who's going to give us the insight from our winners.
As easy as it looks from us out here.
No, it never is. No, it was an enjoyable race. It was the safety car sort of closed. I could see Marcus was right there again after the safety car. So I had to sort of push again for the next sort of 10 laps, push really hard actually. There's very little chance to rest until I'd built up sort of like a 6-second cushion again. And then I could manage the gap, and then the gap seemed to drift away. Then it started to ease up. So I gathered it was probably either Chris Ward or Andy Smith that was coming.
Chris Ward, yes.
Yeah, I figured it was one of the two anyway. Then the gap stabilised. So yeah, it's nice. It's nice to have another E-Type run around here, because it's so nice to race around here, a good E-Type. And Brother John and I, at Masters here a few weeks ago, we won the Gent Drivers. We had a really good race with the Cobras, so it's nice to come on top of them. No, it's just wonderful. Good, really good grid of well-prepared E-Types, well-driven E-Types.
Gary, when I first interviewed you, you weren't grey. You're grey, but you're just as fast as ever.
It's been a long time. It has been a long time, hasn't it, for both of us?
Yeah. Well, let's get Marcus in here. Marcus, that was an outstanding drive, but then you had a bit of a moment at the end, didn't you?
Well, it was surprising. I don't know. I got off at the beginning really well, and then I kept the position, and then I made 2 mistakes. The last one was stupid against, but it's okay. That's racing, huh?
Yeah, it's good. And I love the colour scheme of the car. Is there a history to that?
It's the car has like 25 years, that color, and originally it was orange and black, and I just kept it like I bought it 24 years ago, and I just kept it like that.
It looks great. Now, I've been reading about your hotel. It sounds fabulous. I'll have to come to that part of Germany one day.
Yeah, definitely, because you can also come racing, because we have a circuit in the town. It's very hilly, 200 meters up and down per lap, so it's fantastic. The builds work.
Yeah. Well, you've got another race to do yet today, but well done. Great drive.
Jump in the GT40 now.
Yeah, jump in at the end of the day. Okay, thank you very much indeed. I don't know if we can just get John Kent over here. Just Chris, go on, let's just get a quick word with Chris. Well, excellent drive. You were really pushing hard, and then you had the big moment with the Count, who came sliding down the inside of you, I think.
Yeah, we had a good race, to be fair. The car was running well. We'd made a few changes between qualifying and the race. The safety car obviously helped us a little bit, and we got on with the job. There was a couple of times where down into the chicane, two cars were rather optimistic, and they totally outbraked themselves, which helped me because it just gave me that freedom to get on with what I needed to do.
Excellent, very nice drive, well done. Well, there's our top three. Back to you, up in the commentary position.
Thank you, Andrew. Always great to get a bit of insight from the driver's seats and a bit of insight into that race. We can always speculate as to what we're seeing, but I'm pretty certain in what I say here. Gary Pearson certainly dominated that race and controlled it and kept the pace as comfortable as he needed, and he didn't need to respond to very many challenges. Even when the safety car came out and that gap reduced, he was still able to just keep pressing on and continuing with what he was doing in a very, very commanding way.
Fill you in with some background before we get the grid on screen. It's one driver only in this race, just 20-minute race, so no pit stops, and as you can see, these are open wheel former Grand Prix cars that race with the Historic Grand Prix Cars Association, and we'll be seeing these again actually on tomorrow's programme as well. If you enjoy today's race, then certainly tune in again tomorrow when we'll be showing the second part of this race. The board is held up to show the drivers that they're very nearly ready to open the gate onto the track, and then the cars will go out onto the one lap round. This is a standing start, so the cars will line up on the grid, and I'll give you the grid. Apparently we've got a technical problem bringing it up on screen, so let's tell you that you're seeing on the left hand side of the holding area there, number 10 Will Nuttall in pole position in his Cooper, and alongside is another Cooper, that driven by Miles Griffiths, number 56. There we are, we've got it on the screen now. So Nuttall and Griffiths on the front row. On the second row, it's Mark Shaw, number 99, in his Lotus. That's an ex-Jim Clark car. Wonderful history on a lot of these cars, which we'll try and fill you in on during the race. Barry Cannell is alongside in his Brabham, number 3. On to the next row, we've got Justin Mayers in his Cooper, and alongside is Rudy Friedrichs, another Cooper. And then it's Andrew Beaumont next row back in his Lotus, alongside the Cooper of Tom Dark. On to row 5, we've got John Spears out again, a name we've seen out earlier on. John Spears in his Maserati, with huge history in some of these cars, as I mentioned. John Fairley alongside in his Brabham, beautiful car. And then it's Eddie Williams in his Cooper alongside the Lotus of Nick Taylor. On to row 7, we've got Ben Mears in his Cooper alongside Guillermo Fierro, the Spaniard, in his Maserati. And then we've got the very unusual Curtis, which we can talk about when you see it. That doesn't look like any of these cars, front-engined. Number 77 is Geraint Owen alongside James Willis in his Cooper. Big grid, 30 cars on our grid. Next back is John Emery in the Brabham alongside Chris Helliwell in his Cooper. Chris Helliwell doesn't appear to be there, but that's him. He's in the Cooper on row 9. Row 10 is Rod Jolly in his Cooper alongside Paul Wayne, also in a Cooper. Then it's Klaus Lear, number 248 in his Maserati. You'll spot that when we get the cars on screen, alongside Jeff Underwood, number 128 in his car there, back on row 11. Then it is Cliff Gray, and next to him Alex Simpson for row 12. Row 13 is Elliot Han and Stephen Jobstall, and behind them Tevian Salisbury and Robert Pullin. And then our final row of the grid, in 29th and 30th places, a 30-car Historic Grand Prix cars grid. What a sight this will be. Chris Phillips and Stephen Bannum bring up the rear of the grid. Joe, 30 Historic Grand Prix cars, wow.
It's the Donington Historic Festival time machine, because we're going to go back to a period of Grand Prix, pre-66 Grand Prix cars is what we've got out there, and we've got some notable entries. The number 20, for instance, the Lotus 18, which is, I'm just going to find him on the grid
towards the
order.
back, Tevian
It's down towards
Salisbury,
Teffy and Salisbury's at the wheel of the number 20, but that is the Lotus 18 that Sterling Moss drove to a win at Monaco, and it's there it is on screen, and he's running with the panels on the side panels on the car. Now, when Sterling Moss won the Monaco Grand Prix in 1961, he ran with the panels removed, and you've seen some iconic photograph and footage of that race with the panels removed, and you could see Sterling Moss working at the car and his legs moving on the pedals, and the reason he removed the panels was for ventilation, to keep himself cool. Obviously not needed here today. It's quite a cool, almost chilly day here at Donington Park. So that car, worth keeping an eye on this race. The number 34 Maserati 250F. This is the car that was first in the Pau Grand Prix and the Bordeaux Grand Prix, with Jean Bera at the wheel. And there's a lot more history to come as well. Guillermo Fierro in the number 31. That car currently 14th on the grid. The Maserati 250F again, raced by Musso and Mantovani. And also Jean Bera and Moss in 1956. We're just shuffling the grid there, Alistair. We're not quite where we need to be, so we've got a bit of time. A
lovely story about that car you've just mentioned, the car that Sterling Moss drove on one occasion. Sterling Moss had got his own Maserati 250F, which he did the Grand Prix tour with, but it was late getting to the circuit, and so Maserati said he could use Guillermo Fierro's car, not Guillermo's at the time, of course, but Moss drove it, but it had a centre throttle and a right-hand brake pedal, which was normal in older cars, but Moss's Maserati had got the more traditional right-hand throttle centre brake, as we all know today. And anyway, Moss said he could. They said he could borrow the car for qualifying practices, it was called then. Jumped in the car and promptly crashed it because he forgot that it had a centre throttle and put his foot in the wrong place. We're ready to go. The green flag is waved.
It's not
20-minute
really.
race.
Not surprising, that story.
Red lights go out and we're racing for 20 minutes. A good start from pole position for Will Nuttall, but also a good start from Miles Griffiths, who's going to try and go around the wide line, goes almost into the pit lane.
Little look over the shoulder from Will Nuttall there just to see where Griffiths was, and the rest of the field streaming through. We've got a mix of mid-engined, rear-engined cars there. We've even got an example from the Indianapolis 500, which is, of course, back in this period, was a round of the Formula One World Championship. It did count. It was a point-scoring round. We'll talk about that car in a moment when we get a chance. Right now, though, through the Craner curves and through the Old Hairpin, already heading towards Schwann's curve, Will Nuttall is leading this race.
And it looks like Miles Griffiths is giving chase from the front row of the grid, so we'll wait till we pick up the leaders again. But just showing you the length of the entry here that comes round into the Old Hairpin there. Now we're up at the top of the circuit, going through the right-hander and along towards Coppice. That's McLean's, then onto Coppice, then it'll be down the long straight to the chicane to complete the first lap as the tail enders come through. Here are the leaders now coming down into the chicane, and Will Nuttall it is who leads.
First three very spaced out. Move for fourth place there. Cars looking like they were challenging there going into the chicane, but everybody behaving themselves certainly on this first lap as Nuttall comes through in the lead, followed by Griffiths in the 56. Then we've got looking like a challenge there, did the same at the chicane. Now that car in the number 11, that's John Fairley in the Brabham BT11 there. Beautiful livery on that car, just reminds us of those Brabhams in Formula One. And of course this was a Brabham built by the same people, of course, the BT11 in this guise. And through the Old Hairpin goes the number 3 in fourth place, and that is Barry Cannell in also the BT11. Looks more like a Ferrari in that red with the white stripes of that time, as we continue with that number 11, who's gone from 10th on the grid up to 5th in that first lap, Alistair. So we'll keep an eye on that number 11, and that is John Fairley in that Brabham. It's a BT1119, so it was modified from the original BT11, and it's shown here as a We'll find out what year that car is.
Will Nuttall crosses the line once again and has already opened out a gap over Miles Griffiths of 7.5 seconds. And we did think this morning in qualifying John Fairley should have been further up the grid. He was started 10th, but he's a quick driver, so we would have expected him to be making his way through from 10th.
Car of note, I've got to mention this, the Rudy Friedrichs number 12, which is currently in 5th spot. That's the car that Cooper T53, it was the 1960 factory car driven by Jack Brabham to 6 wins in the 1960 Formula 1 World Championship. That's the car that Jack Brabham took that Formula 1 World Championship, his second championship. So that's a car with massive provenance. And it's currently in 5th place, car number 12. There's the 55. And let's head down to the pits for something from Andrew Marriott. Andrew.
Yeah, we were just talking about Jack Brabham. You were talking before that about the team. That is the car that Jack Brabham won at the French Grand Prix at Reims, the first car to be won by a driver who was also the constructor. So it's a very famous car indeed. Now, it was also the first Formula 1 race I ever reported. I was at Motoring News as a junior reporter then, but the guy who normally did it was ill and I got to report that race. So it's a very special car to me, but there are absolutely fabulous group of racing cars here, and some very famous cars indeed.
That's Andrew. So this is the period where you began reporting for Motoring News, would it be? And we've lost Andrew there. Just thought he could continue hearing us. This race continues. Already a quarter distance, 5 minutes down. And
that's a sight, isn't it? Two Maseratis coming down through the Craner curves. The leading one, car number 34, is John Spears. That car was a works car in period, driven by Jean Berra. And we've got a retirement there for car number 42, James Willis, in the Cooper T45. And I wonder whether he's had a spin there. Can't really see any marks, but he wouldn't be in the gravel by choice, so I suspect he's lost it on braking.
He's in the gravel at 90 degrees to his direction of travel there, isn't he? That's always a bit of a clue. We're going to try and have a look at the Geraint Owen driven Curtis 500. And it's car 77. It's currently in 14th place. And when we do get a look at it, we've got a great story for that car. We're getting very crowded into the chicane there as the number 64 of Mayors, the Cooper T51, just moving, and there it is, thank you. The Curtis 500, that's a unique car. It ran at the Indy 500 in between 1954 and 1959. It's not a Formula 1 Grand Prix car, but it did compete in the Formula 1 World Championships. As the safety car comes out, we get a chance to take a bit of a breather and tell you more about this car. This car, 1954, finished 6th at the Indianapolis 500 with Fred Agabasian at the wheel. In 1955, it finished 5th. Driven by Walt Faulkner this time, and then it did the Monza. Now in 1958, Jimmy Reese drove this car at a race which was called the Race of Two Worlds, and basically you had the coming together of Formula 1 Grand Prix and Indianapolis 500, and they competed at a race where they used the full circuit, including the banking, back in 58. Monzanapolis, yeah. Yeah, we're quite privileged this weekend to see that car running, and it's great to see. I mean, where do you ever see a 1950s Indy 500 competing car that didn't just compete though? A 6th place and a 5th place. That's not a shy result. That, and great to see Geraint Owen bringing that car out and being part of the Donington Historic Festival. That just adds so much. Being able to see that car. The safety car has come out, Alistair.
Yes, we don't know why, but
it may be for that car at Redgate.
Yes, bound to be, isn't it? Yes, of course. Yeah, Geraint Owen has some very interesting vehicles, including Those of you that might know about land speed records, the Parry Thomas Babs car is in his family, because his father was the one that dug it up from the Pendine Sands when it was buried after Parry Thomas was killed in 1927, and it was dug up in the 60s. And that's the same Geraint Owen who races this, the Curtis, as we see the cars lining up behind the safety car.
So he's not shy of an engineering challenge then?
No, he's actually teaches engineering in South Wales.
Right.
It looks to me as though John Fairley's been picked up by the safety car, who's in 4th place. Perhaps get a longer shot and we can see what's going on, but it didn't look like Will Nuttall immediately behind the safety car. The car there going through the screen, was raced by Jim Clark in period. That's the Mark Shaw car. It was 3rd on the grid, number 99, the Lotus. The Lotus 21 was the car that Jim Clark took his first 3 Formula 1 wins in. Admittedly, they weren't championship races, they were in the South African series, which was run at the time, but it was the very car that the great Jim Clark took his first 3 Formula 1 wins in, and of course went on to be world champion. So we sort of keep rolling out the history, but it really is, this race, tremendous, isn't it? We
haven't even begun to talk about the provenance of the car that's leading the field. Will Nuttall's car, the Cooper T53, was Bruce McLaren's car for 1960, and it was the sister car to the championship winning Brabham car. Finished 2nd in the championship, supporting Jack Brabham. Notable results in 1960 for this car: 2nd places at Monaco, Spa and Oporto, which is where the Portuguese Grand Prix ran that year, 3rd at Reims and 3rd at Riverside. I'm not sure whether the Riverside race was a championship race at that time. I think the United States Grand Prix, certainly 59, was at Sebring for the first time. That's the one where Jack Brabham pushed the car across the line to win the championship.
One of a couple of times.
Yes, yeah.
Just say, sorry, I apologise, I made a mistake. It is, of course, the leader, Will Nuttall. I just saw the side of the car and it looked a bit like John Fairley to me, but no, that's absolutely the leader, Will Nuttall, immediately behind the safety car. And that's Bruce McLaren's car from 1960 that chased round the boss, Jack Brabham. Bruce McLaren would have been, not sure if there's such a thing as team orders back in the 60s, but Bruce McLaren would have been very aware of that and chased Jack Brabham around. So it was a 1-2 for the Brabham team, the only man, Jack Brabham, by the way, Sir Jack Brabham I should say, to have won the Formula 1 World Championship in a car manufactured and constructed and designed by himself. His number 2 driver, of course, went on to form McLaren. And became a constructor in his own right, and sadly lost his life in a testing accident. Green flag. What has happened to the second group of cars?
Well, the car that was in 2nd place on the track was the number 19, and that was a lapped car, and
he didn't keep up with the leader.
They didn't keep pace with the leader. That's allowed Nuttall 10 seconds. The rest of the field now able to get past that number 18, who's caused a little bit of consternation there. And the number 18 is a little bit way down the field. I'm just trying to pick up his number. But he's way down the field, and he's caused a bit of consternation there by not keeping pace with Nuttall, who was right behind the pace car and doing the right job. And so it'll sort itself out, no doubt.
And it's also caused the 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th place cars to switch around, because that looks like John Fairley, who's now into 2nd place, and he came across the line in 4th. We can see Mark Shaw there in number 99, who was 2nd. He's dropped down to about 4th, and then that's Andrew Beaumont there in car number 49. He's in 6th place. So this battle for 2nd place really joined, but as you say, Will Nuttall's got a free pass, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's checked out for 1st place. That's left obviously the safety car bunching the field up. That's given us a great battle for 2nd place. It's the locked brakes there into the chicane on the 99. That's the 3rd place car, the 2nd place car of Shaw, fairly up to 2nd place as he lost out there. Shaw down to 6th now, so that's why he felt a bit urgent and got a bit ragged there into the chicane. So changes that you mentioned there, we'll just clarify. Nuttall leads by 12 seconds now. Fairley is in second in the Brabham BT11, number 11. 12th is the Friedrichs Cooper T53. 4th is Cannell in the Brabham BT11A. He's down to 4th. Andrew Beaumont up to 5th, just ahead of Shaw, and I think that happened at the chicane when we saw Shaw lock up the brakes in the Lotus 21. Beaumont in the Lotus 18 915.
And Andrew Beaumont, who's just behind these two cars who come through shot now. You'll see if you enjoy your 60s and 70s Grand Prix racing that he's wearing a Ronnie Peterson copy helmet. There it is, first on screen now, the blue helmet with a yellow peak, and the car behind Mark Shaw, very close but not quite to a Jim Clark helmet, dark blue with a white peak. Really, these drivers love to take the period colours right through to their crash helmets as well. Marvellous.
And even more so when Andrew was out in his John Player special liveried Lotus 78. I think it's a 78. I think it is. Even more so because it really does take you back in time. And at first glance you think, oh, that's Ronnie Peterson, of course. Into the last 6 minutes of this race, and we've had a movement there, have we?
Yeah, Barry Cannell's got past Rudy Friedrichs by the looks of it down into there. He's coming down through the Craner curves now, and it is indeed the number 3 Barry Cannell car that's just ahead of Friedrichs. But look behind, it's side by side through the old hairpin with Andrew Beaumont and Mark Shaw still battling it out. Mark Shaw's really the one that's got shuffled backwards after that safety car restart, and he's now behind Andrew Beaumont. So Andrew Beaumont's now charging after Rudy Friedrichs.
A great drive from John Fairley, who is holding on to second spot. John Fairley qualified in 10th place and has moved up the order. He's now in a solid second place. He's still down 13 seconds to Nuttall, who started that Cooper T53 from pole. The race is not over there, though, as Fairley got by Friedrichs for third. Here they are through the chicane once again. Another minute tick by, and there's a big spin from the number 3. It's a bit of a tank slapper, and he's actually spun into the pit entrance. It's Canal who's dropping down the order there as the field come through, and that was purely getting out of shape coming out of the chicane. We only really caught up to that as the car snapped from right to left, and then eventually through 180, and that car has ended up in the pit entrance. I'm hoping that car is unscathed and he can rejoin.
A scary moment that, because he had the battle going on behind him, but they all kept well out of the way and could see that he was in trouble. So keep to the right of the track as we look at John Fairley coming up the hill through Schwantz into McLean's, and then it's Andrew Beaumont. So Rudy Friedrichs, was he there? I think he was in the shot, just out of shot, wasn't he? So he's still in that third position. Then Beaumont, then Shaw.
And there's the car number 99 of Shaw, just working the wheel, just finding the grip there. Friedrichs it is in the number 12 with Beaumont behind him. Then we've got Shaw in the 99. They string out a little bit down the long back straight into the chicane there. It's a very fast exit for the chicane, but it's a very relatively slower entry as the leader already braking for Redgate, and behind him Friedrichs has to get by a back marker. The back marker staying well out of the way, and Andrew Beaumont just slipping by as well. Now Beaumont looking very racy indeed, and Friedrichs being held up somewhat. Looked like it potentially could have been slowed up through Redgate, and that's allowed Beaumont right onto the rear of that number 12 Cooper. Beaumont as well being joined by Shaw, so it's a 3-car battle for 3rd, 4th and 5th, so it's a final step of the podium with just under 3 minutes left.
Up to McLean's they come, and still Rudy Friedrichs. You can see him working away at the wheel there, just sawing away to get the car to turn in. And then Andrew Beaumont, now that looks like Andrew Beaumont's got a good run up to Coppice. Can he get through on the inside? No, not quite, but very close. So now he'll try again as they go through the double apex right-hander at Coppice. Now he's trying to get a tight line on the run down the long straight, over the crest and then down the hill and hard on the brakes for the chicane. Mark Shaw got a watching brief at the back. Andrew Beaumont looks like he's prized open the gap there to Rudy Friedrichs, who has to take to the curbing, and Beaumont goes through. What a lovely move that was from Andrew Beaumont, just forced his way into that gap and took the place. That moves him up to third place with Will Nuttall and John Fairley ahead. Now Andrew Beaumont in third, Rudy Friedrichs fourth, and now Mark Shaw's got ideas about getting through into fourth place. They're going down through Hollywood. Now it's the sweeping downhill through the Craner curves. What will the Lotus be able to do against the Cooper?
So it's the Lotus 21 against the Cooper of Rudy Friedrichs, the Cooper T53 that we mentioned earlier. That's the car that Sir Jack Brabham won the 1960 World Championship in, and now he's broken away slightly. He's got him back onto terms with Andrew Beaumont. Andrew Beaumont's got a bit of a breathing space now, he's pulled that, and it's the Lotus 21 of Mark Shaw, who looks down the inside, just showing the nose of that Lotus 21, the distinctive green livery of that classic Lotus with the yellow wheels, as Mark Shaw gets right into the slipstream. But Friedrichs pulls a gap, a comfortable gap that makes it very hard work for Mark Shaw to challenge. There's a minute left on the, and that's a car moving very slowly into the pits, car 46, that's down the field. Can't quite pick that up where it was. There is the number 30 in the pits, and with it only being a 20-minute sprint race, effectively, very difficult to regain any kind. But it's not necessarily about where you finish. It's about competing. It's about bringing the cars out and just showcasing these pre-66 Grand Prix cars, much to making us a very, very, very happy people. It's the Donington Historic Festival time machine, taking us back to pre-1966, late 50s, early 60s Grand Prix, Formula One Grand Prix cars across the history of the sport, and we've got some cars with some very real provenance with us this weekend. There's the leader, Nuttall, and Will, he's about one. Did he see the checkered flag there? Because there was literally 1 second on the no checkered flag. He just made it across the line by literally a couple of seconds. So there'll be one more racing lap for Will Nuttall. He started this race from pole position. He's in the Cooper T53, and it's the car that was campaigned by Bruce McLaren, and steam coming from the 64. That's Ben Mears in the Cooper T51, who pulls off. He looks like he's got either an overheating engine or a coolant pipe that has broken away. Steam coming from the rear of that car, and with 0 time on the clock, we'll be looking. Will Nuttall will get the checkered flag next time by, and we pick up the leader just coming onto the back straight for the final time, as the number 10 just getting by a back marker then, and he will round the chicane for the final time, and Will Nuttall will take the flag in another commanding win. He led the race from pole position and was only really challenged into Redgate, and then pulled out a gap that left him with a relatively comfortable drive to the checkered flag, and we wait for the rest of the field to come through. It will be the number 11 of John Fairley, the Brabham BT 1119, crossing the line now. And there's Andrew Beaumont in third. Friedrichs just finishes ahead of Shaw. So Nuttall, Fairley, Beaumont, Friedrichs, Shaw, so far the drivers to finish, as the rest of the field come through. And that, for me, Alistair, is... It's not about necessarily where or who wins. It's about also, with an historic race festival, it's about seeing the cars outside of a museum. These cars should be wrapped in cotton wool, really, shouldn't they? And they're not. They're out there being raced, and a great win from Will Nutter.
And they're the real cars as well. There's
incredible.
As you've been noting it throughout the race, the history of some of these cars extends back to people like Moss and Bera. In fact, drove that 34 car, and here they are, still racing, and racing properly at full speed, as John Fairley acknowledges the marshals as he goes round, saying thank you for helping us to race safely.
Geraint Owen, by the way, finished in 12th spot in the Curtis. That was the Indianapolis 500 runner, 6th and 5th places back in the mid to late 50s.
And I think he was just beaten to the front-engined group by Guillermo Fierro, because the Maserati finished one place ahead, and all the other cars ahead of them were rear-engine cars. So that was the front-engined division of the race.
A name synonymous with the Maserati 250F, of course, Juan Manuel Fangio, 5-time world champion, and you saw him drive here.
I did, yes.
That was quite a thing.
1978, I think it was, the from memory, the Gunnar Nielsen charity meeting, and we were doing the commentary from down at the old hairpin on top of the Starkey's Bridge in those days, very early days of the reopening of Donington. And Juan Manuel Fangio turned up to drive a British-owned Mercedes, I think it was the W196.
And I think we've got Andrew down in the pits. No, we will be going to Andrew very shortly.
So yes, Fangio was here driving the W196 in a demonstration. And the results now up on our screen. So 15 laps completed by our winner, Will Nuttall, in the Cooper T53. John Fairley, in the end it was, who got second place after a midfield battle that went on race long in the Brabham BT 11.19, 21 seconds between them. Then it was Andrew Beaumont in the Lotus 18 in third place, followed by Rudy Friedrichs in the Cooper T53, and Rudy only lost that place right towards the end of the race. Then it's Mark Shaw, who had a great battle with Andrew and Rudy throughout the remaining the last 5 laps of the race in the Lotus 21 in 5th place. Then Justin Mayers completed the top 6 in his Cooper T53. Barry Cannell got 7th in the Brabham BT 11A, followed by Eddie Williams, who finished 8th in the Cooper T43. Then Nick Taylor in 9th in the Lotus 18, completing the top 10, Rod Jolly in his Cooper T43. Then into the 11th place was Guillermo Fierro in the Maserati 250F. We just seem to have nipped on the screen there. We're back, yes, thank you very much. Guillermo Fierro in the Maserati 250F, the first front engine car in the race. Then Geraint Owen in the Curtis 500C in 12th place. In 13th, John Spears in the second of the Maserati 250Fs. Then it was Ben Mears, who we saw having cooling problems towards the end of the race, in 14th place in the Cooper T51, followed by the third of our Maseratis, the Klaus Lear car, in 15th place. Then in 16th, Paul Wayne in the Cooper T53, followed by Stephen Jobstall in the Lotus 24 in 17th place. And then it was Elliot Hahn in the Cooper T41 in 18th, followed by the T43 version of the Cooper for Cliff Gray in 19th, and completing the top 20, Alex Simpson in the T41 Cooper. And then in 21st place, Chris Phillips in the Cooper Bristol, and Tevian Salisbury in the Lotus 18 in 22nd, followed by Stephen Banham in the Cooper T45 and the later T51 for Tom Dark. Now, he had a problem towards the end because he was certainly in that lead battle early on in the race, Tom Dark. Then it's Jeff Underwood in the Cooper Alpha, who I think we saw retiring, so I think these cars we're seeing here didn't finish the race. Tom Dark, I think, retired as well. John Emery in the Brabham BT4, we talked about earlier, a beautiful car. Robert Pullin in the Lotus 18, James Willis in the Cooper T45, and a possible winner of the race, Miles Griffiths, a very early retirement in his Cooper T56.
Let's head straight down to the podium, and Andrew Marriott is with the winners.
Okay, well, I'm with the winner here, Will Nuttall, who just checked out, as you said, and well, a fabulous race from you, and you're doing quick laps and going quicker and quicker, I think, Will.
Thank you very much. Well, it's a pleasure to drive the car around here. It's owned by an Italian guy called Giorgio, who I'm absolutely indebted to let me drive it here.
You have any moments at all, any problems? It didn't appear so.
No, it's a shame that Miles Griffiths pulled off at the end of the first lap, because I was hoping to have a bit of competition in that respect. But these guys who are second and third, they get quicker over the weekend. So I thought while the pace car was pulling us back together, they might be back on pace. So I thought I needed to have a go when it went in.
You've got another race tomorrow. Let's go a bit behind here if we can grab second place. Well, that was a fabulous battle, John, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was great. Didn't work out this morning too well. It's a bit of steering issues. It wouldn't turn in and then snap oversteer. I think we've dialed that out a bit, but P10 on the start with a lot of quick drivers in front of you. It's going to be hard work. The safety car came in and the gap opened up nicely for me. So I was hoping I'd not gone a bit early, but I think I did it just in time. I wouldn't be stood here.
Is this the car that Bradman won the 66 French Grand Prix in, but presumably had a different engine then?
It was 1965, Dan Gurney and Denny Hulme drove it with a V8. Then it was the prototype car for the BT19. And it ran the first 3 litre race, and Jack Brabham won the first 3 litre of the Ran Grand Prix with it, and then it went to Dave Charlton after that.
Okay, well, that's very good history too. Excellent race to second place. And where can we find Andrew Beaumont? Is over here. Let's try and grab Andrew, who's talking to the guys from Classic Team Lotus who run it. And Chris Dillage here is smiling. And I'm saying, Andrew, Chris Dillage is smiling because you drove a fabulous race, and what a terrific battle for third.
Yeah, we had a great battle, Rudy Fredericks and I managed to find my way past at the chicane. But I had a big moment just before that with Barry sort of half spinning coming out of the chicane and not knowing which way he was going to go, so that was quite an exciting moment. But no, it was a really good race. They messed around with the car after qualifying and it seems a bit better in the race, so really enjoyed that.
Excellent. Of course, you're out again tomorrow, so you get another chance of getting a podium.
Absolutely, I'll try my best.
Very good. Andrew Beaumont there in third, so that's the story down here in the victory area, and back to you in the booth. But that was a terrific show. Wonderful Grand Prix cars, some with magnificent histories.
A big thank you to Dunlop, who've been an ongoing supporter of the Historic Grand Prix Cars Association and continue to be, and a big thank you to Dunlop for continuing that. We've already got the cars out of the collecting area and onto our grid proper, and I'm just trying to find our qualifying for. These are our 1958 to 1960 runners, and with Ray Mallock, who Michael reminded me and thanked us for the nice words, and reminded me, he said, Dad's not really that slow, or I think he said slouch, that might be my words, for 70, and Ray Mallock being 70. Yeah,
oh my goodness.
Apparently, yes, and I'm as fit as strong. And fit as strong as Ray is. He's on the front row of the grid alongside Andrew Hibbert.
Well, we're ready to go racing, I think. Yes, we've got the red lights have gone out. So the first thing you notice about the car in pole position on the left of the screen is that it's front-engined, probably. As it turns right, you'll definitely see it's front-engined, and that's because it's a U2 built by Ray's father, Major Arthur Mallock, who went on to build Mallock cars for many, many years. But it's Ray Mallock who leads down through the Craner curves for the first time, and followed by Andrew Hibbert in the Lola in second place, and looks like Alex Morton was in third.
Yeah, Nick Collins. I think it's pretty much grid order as the Formula Junior field stream through the Craner curves. It's always the iconic shot here at Donington Park, and already we've got the tail end of the field through the final part of the Craners and into the braking area and turning in to and we've got a car off into the gravel at McLean's, and it's the number 8, and that is the third place car of Alex Morton. That was third on the grid, and Alex having a bit of an off-track excursion. It's quite harmless. He managed to get through the gravel surprisingly on those narrow tyres, and he's continued. He's way down the field though.
I wonder if Alex ever thought about taking up rallying, because he was doing a good job there,
wasn't he? Kept the car straight, didn't he, for sure.
So they're coming through the chicane, and it's certainly Ray Mallock leading, Andrew Hibbard in second place. In third place, it's the silver car. I think that's the Terrier of Chris Drake, isn't it? I'll check on the... Yes, Chris Drake in third place in the Len Terry designed Terrier, coming into the right-hander at Redgate. And the Chris Drake car, very much the chaser here, because he's looking for the inside as they go down through the Hollywood section of the circuit into the Craner curves. Ray Mallock leading, Chris Drake taking a very tight line there across the curbing and across through the old hairpin and chasing after Andrew Hibbard.
Is the Terrier acting like a little bit of a terrier, nibbling at the heels of Andrew Hibbard ahead of him, and that Terrier has been driven by Christopher Drake, the number 33, splendid sort of naked metal polished bodywork on that car, and a distinctive design there with the driver sitting right over the rear axle, as the majority of these Formula Juniors are. Front engine car with the massive air scoop just coming out of the slipstream of Andrew Hibbard, and side by side down the back straight in towards the chicane. Hibbard will have the textbook line, but it's not enough to keep the Terrier back. Christopher Drake up into third spot now, and now we're going to see whether that splendid looking Terrier can chase down Mallock. We've got unique designs there in all three of those cars. They're completely different. They're lapping this track in pretty much very similar lap times and racing relatively closely, but when you look at how the cars are designed and put together, it's quite different. And round the outside, Alistair, round the outside out of Redgate, was that a mistake, I think, from Christopher Drake that's allowed Hibbard back through?
It did look like he slowed a little bit, didn't it, as they went through our shot. So Chris Drake down into third place again. Can he get that back? And then it's Nick Carlton-Smith in fourth place as they come up the hill towards McLean's. Now we'll see whether Chris Drake has an ongoing problem or is he closing up. I think he's closing up, so that must have been a momentary mistake from Chris Drake there as they went through Redgate, but he's not as close as he was, as we see Ray Mallock run through the shot in the lead. There's Drake in third place.
Now, you mentioned earlier that a lot of these Formula Junior cars started out, or the concept of Formula Junior started in Italy.
That's right, yes. Yes, it was 1958.
Count Giovanni Lurani.
Count
Johnny to his friends.
Johnny Lurani, that's right, who decided that he could think about how to build a programme of races for cars that could take drivers through, perhaps even to Grand Prix racing, and that's what happened. It was enormously successful. First race was at Monza in April 1958, and it was won by Roberto Lippi in a Stanguellini. What a great name, Stanguellini, but it really took off.
I've had that with pasta. I'm sure I have.
And it took off all around the world, and in the UK we had manufacturers that we see here on the track, but equally around the world there were, I think, over 100 different manufacturers of Formula Junior cars. And Andrew mentioned earlier that we'll see in the second race for these cars, the later cars, he said that Colin Chapman made 118 cars for customers in 1 year. An amazingly successful formula.
Yeah, amazing. And it looked like it looks like when you look at the history books that the engines that were put in these cars, which are some of them home built, you can imagine. And and there's a problem with back markers being tripped up. It's Hibbard got tripped up massively in the chicane. That's allowed Christopher Drake back through in the Terrier. Hibbard's not going to like that though. And it's still Ray Mallock. This battle for second place is allowing Ray, who looks in his mirrors there, just looked over his right hand shoulder there to see where his competitors were. Ray Mallock led across the line there. It's still nothing in it, and it's still only a slight mistake from Ray Mallock and these two drivers behind them who were side by side out of Hollywood through the Craners, and Hibbert goes back around. It seems to have the pace to be able to get round this. The pace and handling allows Andrew Hibbert to basically drive around the outside of that Terrier, which is a bit unfortunate for Christopher Drake, who's really given him a bit of a race.
And Ray Mallock isn't far ahead, is he? So we've still got a very good battle indeed for the lead. And we're looking now at 51, Andrew Hibbert, who is closing up on Ray Mallock. Now I wonder whether Ray just backed off a little bit in that tight battle with the back markers and just kept himself out of trouble, and now he's been caught, and they're all three of them together. So this is 1, 2, 3 for the lead of the race. Andrew Hibbert moves out of the small slipstream that Ray Mallock is producing for him, tries to go around the outside. Ray has massive experience, so keeps his car nice and tight. And then Chris Drake has got a little bit more speed, and they come across the line, and they're absolutely side by side. The timekeepers will separate them. We'll tell you that in a moment when it comes up on the screen. But Ray Mallock gets back into the lead again. What a move down the inside and squirrely under the braking. Chris Drake goes around the outside of Andrew Hibbert, and down into Hollywood they go, almost side by side. What a great race.
They were 3 wide across the line. They're not going to be 3 wide through the cranes for sure. Surely they're going to try, almost settling in there. Ray Mallock now back into the lead. It's the Terrier of Christopher Drake there who's settled, and he locks a brake going into the old hairpin. Andrew Hibbert has to settle for third. It was a bit of a lottery there as the cars went 3 wide into, and there was the gap across the line. Hibbert showed in first place from Mallock, from Drake, and there was little much than a couple of tenths between the first 3 there, side by side, 3 wide across the line. It's settled down though. We're into Coppice with 12 minutes of this race remaining, so we're not even at half distance yet. This is a 20-minute race, so we're not quite at half distance, so there's still a lot of racing. You know what, we just said it's only going to take a very small mistake from Ray Mallock, and the cars behind him are going to be on terms, and that's what it was. It wasn't so much that he tripped over the back markers kind of stifled his momentum, and that momentum kind of just was exacerbated by the fact that the 2 cars challenging. Now we've got the Terrier challenging for the lead. Christopher Drake slips out of the slipstream across the start-finish straight and goes down the inside into Redgate. It's a tight entry, but a very, very open exit, and they'll want as much momentum as they can carry. Ray Mallock slots in behind the Terrier, but the Terrier, I think, Alistair, has pulled out a little bit of a cushion, maybe a car's length or 2.
Yes, indeed. It's Chris Drake's driving really well, isn't he? And Ray Mallock at the moment in second place, and Ray has massive experience in racing and, of course, engineering and preparation through his RML company, but as a driver, raced at Le Mans on many occasions, and a really, really classy driver, and it must be great for Chris Drake. I've got past Ray Mallock, and up they come towards McLean's, and Ray will be trying everything he knows, his head bowed forward there, and we heard earlier that he's 70 years old, which I hadn't appreciated, so that's great driving from Ray Mallock as they come now down towards the long straight. This is where the top speed of the cars really takes over rather than the handling, because they're just trying to push themselves through the air as fast as possible. Now they're on the brakes, and we saw Chris Drake lock a brake here last time, and he did again. So just as the inside wheel becomes unloaded, it just locks up a little bit.
I think he's trailing the brake right at the very edge as he turns. He's still on the brake when he turns in. That just unloads the wheel, as you said. These 3 cross the line, absolutely nothing in it. It's Drake, Mallock and Hibbert across the line there. The bright silver, the polished aluminium bodywork of that number 33 Terrier, with Ray Mallock just working the wheel. He's got lots of momentum out of Redgate. Can he get round the outside into the craners? Not quite. He has to slot back in through the left-hand part. And let's not forget Andrew Hibbert, he's kind of taking a watching brief and just wondering what's going to happen to those 2 cars in front. Still plenty of race left to Alistair, 9.5 minutes.
Absolutely, yes, this is a tremendous race, isn't it? And they're making their way through back markers as well, who are incredibly aware of what's going on around them, aren't they? Really good driving in this race. There's another driver who knows that they're there. He's keeping well out of the way, and as they go through McLean's and up towards Coppice, the highest point of the circuit, Chris Drake leads from Ray Mallock, from Andrew Hibbert as they turn into the right-hander. Pocket handkerchief over these 3 as they go through the second apex, now onto the long straight. So what's the relative speed of these cars? Is it the Mallock, the U2 built by Mallock, that will be the quickest? He's closing up, but I don't think it's going to be enough, and Chris Drake once again just feathers that brake as he comes in, locks the wheel, but controls it beautifully. Now Andrew Hibbard's got a bit of a run on Ray Mallock, hasn't he? A very good run through the chicane. Will he get him into Redgate?
Looks like he might. He challenges, he zips out of that slipstream into the brakes, but Ray Mallock, last of the late breakers into Redgate, and Ray also using a little bit tighter line that you would expect, not exactly a textbook line there, but a defensive line from Ray Mallock. And what's going to happen here, Alistair, if Ray Mallock's got to defend from Andrew Hibbard in third place behind him, that's going to allow that Christopher Drake driven Terrier T4 Series 1, I've got to add, to give it its full moniker, that's going to allow that car to eke out a bit of a breather, and the clock's still ticking, 8 minutes remaining on that clock.
As we see car number 8 going through, that's Alex Morton, and we saw him bouncing across the grass earlier on. He was third on the grid. Where is he? He's got back up to 5th, so he's done very well in the Condor. The driver from near Tamworth in Staffordshire. So as they go up to the top of the hill, we're back with the leaders again, and it's still Ray Mallock in second place. The meat in the sandwich of the two drivers, the Chris Drake and Andrew Hibbard, as they come back onto the straight again. Will Chris Drake just lock that brake again as he comes into the right-hander? Look out for the puff of smoke as he turns in. Yes, he does exactly the same. He's well under control, isn't he, Chris Drake? He knows exactly what's going to happen. And Ray Mallock now has a good run out of the chicane, I noticed, very quick through there, so maybe he'll challenge now as they come into Redgate.
He's going to take the smoother line, the more textbook line into Redgate as the leader of Christopher Drake, just a little bit narrower line into Redgate. That's going to stifle his momentum out of the corner, and they've also got markers. This is the Silverline Formula Junior Championship race. This is the race for the 1950 to 1960 Formula Juniors, and we've got some back markers to get around as they go through perhaps the trickiest part to get around back markers through the Craner curves. Has the Terrier been stifled? It looks like he might have. They're side by side, either side of a back marker there. That's going to waken that back marker up as the Terrier went to the left and the Mallock went to the right, and it's gone Mallock's way. But has it? The Terrier comes back on the inside from McLean's, side by side up to Coppice. Now the Terrier has the inside line. Now Mallock gets by down the inside of a back marker. That's going to trip those guys up at the front, and this may allow Hibbert to get on terms, because Hibbert's got the better line. He didn't have a back marker to trip over, whereas the other two in front of him did. Well, could be 3 wide again, Alistair.
As they come down to the chicane, we've got another slower car in front, but I think he'll be out of the way by the time they get there. Andrew Hibbert on the outside, Ray Mallock in the middle, Chris Drake on the inside as they turn into the chicane. Could you have a word with the clerk of the course? We'll have another 10 minutes on this race, please. Absolutely stunning race as they come down towards Redgate. Chris Drake leads, Ray Mallock in second, Andrew Hibbert in third as they turn into the right-hander at Redgate. Ray Mallock looking already, probably thinking, can I get him up into McLean's at the top of the hill? Because the move will start here somewhere as they go down the hill. Can he carry the speed through the old hairpin and then up the hill through Schwantz into McLean's? So down into the old hairpin they come. Chris Drake turns in, just a little bit of opposite lock as he turned in there. Ray Mallock will have spotted that. He will see that he's right on the limit of adhesion.
You've got to be quite brave to carry speed through that old hairpin. The car just wants to be, it's kind of like a magnet just being drawn to that gravel trap with the downhill entry to that corner. But like you said, that momentum, that chase of the leader started at Redgate, and that momentum he's carried all the way around this lap, all the way around this Donington Park circuit, up into Coppice, and now he'll continue that momentum out of Coppice. And will he get into the slipstream? Is there any slipstream? It's a very slippery design on that Terrier, and the more boxy shape, it cuts through the air very well. Down the inside goes Ray Mallock. This is an outbraking manoeuvre, and Ray Mallock has absolutely last of the late breakers into the chicane. 4.5 minutes approaching very rapidly, and Mallock leads across the line.
And Ray Mallock looking in his mirrors there. Which way is Chris Drake going to go? Is he going to go inside or outside? And Ray says, I'll go for the inside, defend the line. There's a slower car that they're passing there. That's Graham Barron in the Gemini. And as they go down through Hollywood now, Ray Mallock has the lead back from Chris Drake. Andrew Hibbert is still there, waiting in the wings as they come down. Oh, Ray Mallock just caught out there a little bit, was going to go around the inside of that slower car, but ended up having to go around the outside. Chris Drake locks a brake quite a bit that time, so he's right on the edge, isn't he? And then Andrew Hibbert just behind. They've got through that little group of back markers now, clear track in front of them.
It's all about momentum, isn't it? And Ray Mallock was the one that paid sorry, not Ray Mallock, it was Chris Drake paid the price of losing that momentum by having to get around those back markers at the very fast part of the circuit at the Old Hairpin. That's dropped him back into the attention of Andrew Hibbert as they come out of Coppice. Ray Mallock's broke free. He looks in his mirrors and he wonders where Chris Drake has gone, and he's gone, he's disappeared, he's lost out massively with that lock brake. Ray, though, he's pressing on, he locks a brake as he turns into the chicane, and the Terrier all over the curbs there. I think he's lost momentum as they come across the line. I think Andrew Hibbert might be in a chance to challenge here.
3.25 minutes to go, and that was unusual from Ray Mallock. It was a really quite a serious lock up there into the chicane. Here comes Andrew Hibbert round the inside of Chris Drake. Can he get through? Chris Drake just carries on through the never-ending red gate that leads into Hollywood and gets the place back again. So now they're going down the hill through the Craner curves. There'll be another chance for Andrew Hibbert, possibly up at McLean's. It's not usually an overtaking place into the Old Hairpin, just not enough room, and indeed he just stays behind. Now he's thinking he needs to keep that speed up so that he can close up as they go up the hill towards McLean's. And there goes Ray Mallock up the hill through Schwantz into the right-hander at McLean's now.
And he's happy, isn't he? He looks in his mirrors and he says, "Where have you boys gone?" They've gone. They're now tripping over one another, and that's much to the joy of Ray Mallock. I'm pretty sure he's not thinking too much into that, though. He's going to have to keep his focus, because all it's going to take is an overshoot at the chicane or an overshoot down into the Old Hairpin, and those two cars behind him are going to be very much on his case. Ray Mallock then in the U2, leading the Silverline Formula Junior Championship at the moment for the 1958 to 1960 Formula Junior cars. And what did I say? Alistair? Great drive from Christopher Drake. He's kept that momentum. He's broke free of Andrew Hibbert, and we have got a race into the final 2 minutes of the Silverline Formula Junior Championship.
Oh, Ray Mallock was very respectful there of the slower car coming into the chicane. Didn't push the point, just stayed behind him. But of course he's paying the price now, because he lost momentum coming out of the chicane towards Redgate. Now they're down at the bottom of the hill at the Old Hairpin. Chris Drake right on him here. Drake just throws the car sideways into the Old Hairpin and up the hill now through Schwantz. Can Ray Mallock hold on? Chris Drake looks to have a little bit more speed coming up the hill now. Will he go for a dive up what I call the Matt Neal line into McLean's, which is taking the tighter line through there? But no, there's no room, is there? And Ray Mallock holds on, and Ray's vast experience moving to the right of the track there just to get ready to pass that slower car, and they'll be coming onto the long straight.
Now the question is, by taking that tighter line, has he stifled that Mallock's, that U2 I should say, straight line speed? And it looks like he has as the Terrier comes down, but he's offline, he's on the left hand side, and he has made it stick. That was purely momentum coming out of Coppice. Now they cross the line with 40 seconds on the clock. They go either side of that number 15 back marker there, and Mallock slots back in onto the tail of Drake in the Terrier. Mallock goes to the right hand side and on the brakes tries down the inside at Redgate, doesn't quite come off because the Terrier is being braked at the very optimum point into Redgate. Now this is probably, Alistair, the final lap, and I'm going to nip next door and have a word with race control, because surely we can give them another 5.
Yes, I think so. Yeah, it absolutely is the final lap, because we've almost run out of time now, and they're at the Old Hairpin as they turn into the right-hander. Who will win this race? And I wager that whoever Andrew Marriott interviews as the winner of the race will have just as big a smile if they're in second place, because they'll have both really enjoyed this, and I'm sure Andrew Hibbert has as well, although he's not really in the hunt at the moment, although there's another half a lap yet. So they're coming through McLean's up towards Coppice. This is really Ray Mallock's point at which he's got to be closing up on Chris Drake so that he's got more momentum down the long straight. Just really one corner to go now, the chicane. You could say 2, a right and a left, and then it's the finish. So coming down the hill, they're coming towards the chicane. It looks to me as though Chris Drake might have this race.
Yeah, I think so too. Now, as they come out of the chicane, Chris Drake leads Ray Mallock. It's 1-2. Are we seeing the checkered flag? We are indeed. We got that right. Chris Drake takes the win. takes the Silverline Formula Junior Championship for 1958 to 1960 cars from Ray Mallock. Andrew Hibbert in second. We've neglected the rest of the field, understandably. That was a ding-dong. You know what? I think Ray Mallock will be smiling, but underneath, he's not happy. He's a very competitive entity, is Ray Mallock, to have to be involved in all of those projects that RML have been involved in. You have to be an absolute competitive animal, and I think underneath that smile, Ray Mallock will be thinking, he'll be analysing what happened there, because he did have a commanding lead. But that just shows how close these Formula Juniors are, and it was very much reminiscent of the period when these cars raced. This was the first rung of the ladder. This is where you started when you were destined for Formula One. This is where it was. This is the GP3 of the day, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely it is, yes. And those that made it in this class of racing were usually destined for higher formulae, but of course money often came into it, and not everybody made it. But you could race in Formula Junior relatively cheaply all over Europe, and many drivers in the day would have it'd been like a travelling circus, where they went to one circuit and then moved on to the next. Some of the names of the cars were chosen to make them sound more interesting, so that they attracted start money from some of the foreign circuits. It was a great scene at the time, and we're seeing two great drivers who have had the most magnificent race, and we're looking at Ray Mallock, who finished in second place, who's seen the checkered flag at Le Mans, no less, but here he is at Donington Park at the Donington Historic Festival, enjoying his racing, which is what it's all about.
So we never mentioned what car Andrew Hibbert was in. It was a Lola Mark II, and of course Lola, one of the biggest customer manufacturers, along with people like Ray Mallock's U2, one of the first cars that the Mallock family self-built, and that became the RML empire, which we've mentioned. And then Christopher Drake in something like a Terrier T4, which I'm not really sure I know much about,
other than the designer Len Terry. But we've got the results of the race on the screen for you now. So 15 laps completed by Chris Drake in his Terrier T4 after a race-long battle with Ray Mallock and Andrew Hibbert. Ray Mallock it was who took second place in the U2 Mark II, just 7/10 of a second, but that doesn't really tell the story, does it? Andrew Hibbert in third place in the Lola Mark II, a further 2 seconds back. Then it was Nick Carlton-Smith in the Kieft in fourth place. In fifth place, Alex Morton in the Condor. In sixth place, and that's a good finish from Alex Morton, because he was the one that went through the gravel and across the grass at the beginning of the race. Trevor Griffiths in sixth place in the Emeryson. In seventh place, Robert Goodwin's Kieft. In eighth place, Graham Barron's Gemini. In ninth place, Justin Fleming in the Lola Mark II. And completing the top 10, John Arnold in the Elva. And in 11th place, Jeremy Knight in the Gemini. In 12th, Peter Fenichel in the Cooper T56. Richard Tyzak got 13th place in another of the Elvas. And in 14th place, Mr. Formula Junior himself, Duncan Rabagliati, who with his daughter runs the Formula Junior Historic Racing Association, in his Alexis, which he's been racing forever. Tony Pearson finished in 15th place in the Bandini. In 16th place, Andy Rayner in the JBS. In 17th, Roger Woodbridge in his Volpini. And in 18th place, Peter Edbrook in the Lotus. And completing the finishers, in fact he didn't finish, Bernard Brock retired early on in his Elva in 19th place. So the story of that race really was the most magnificent battle.
So what a fabulous race that was. Well, Chris Drake, come on Chris, you've got to be interviewed now. He's going to put the Garland back on it. It's been a while. So, yeah, it's been a while. That was a fabulous race, wasn't it?
Wasn't it?
Ray was right there, and Hibbert was there.
We all changed places. I mean, it was close. I mean, I just said to Andrew, that defines safe racing. You know, we've all, I mean, obviously Ray, every time I race with Ray, I get blown away. 9 times Le Mans competitor. So to share the same tarmac as him, which I've said a number of times before, I'm very privileged. But Andrew's amazing. I've raced with Andrew for many, many years. And just the respect we gave each other was amazing.
Bit of an unusual car, designed by Len Terry, went on to design Formula One cars, Indy cars, but this is one of his early cars. It started with Clubman's cars, Len Terry, and it looks great in the aluminium. What's the history? How did you get hold of it?
Well, I bought it off a guy called Lawrence Suffren. So Lawrence Suffren had the car from about 1990, and then he put it together, restored it, and then he raced it at Goodwood in 2004, and then he kind of parked it. So I bought it off him in 2015, prized it out of him more like. He's on the border of Switzerland and Austria or somewhere, and we managed to have a deal. We had a few dinners and
I bet you did.
Yeah, drinks, and everyone said to me, "How did you get that car off him?" So yeah, brilliant.
Let's get Ray in, and both of you, and Andrew. So Ray and Andrew here, second and third. You're quite quick for an old bloke.
Well, yeah, yes. We seemed okay. Not quite quick enough for Chris today, but I mean, we were very evenly matched, and it was just a fabulous race. What a race to be in, and hopefully it was a great one to watch as well.
Well, apparently it was. The commentators saying absolutely brilliant, and well, your dad did a wonderful job with making that Clubman's car into a Formula Junior.
He did, yeah. Back in 1960, the U2 is all about U2 can go racing, and Dad's philosophy was create a very stiff, lightweight space frame chassis, and you could then go and buy your own bits from the scrapyard, a Morris Minor back axle, a Ford Popular front one, and that's what it is. But it has superb suspension geometry and puts its power down wonderfully.
Yeah, we remember your dad so well, the Major. And Andrew, well, you're right there, but it was so close.
No, that was a great racing, really enjoyable. The cars are just fantastic, and a lot of respect between us all. So it was a really, good fun.
So, do you think, in retrospect, you could have outdone them somewhere around the track? Did you make any mistakes?
No, there was this is only the second time I've raced the car, and it's a bit of a learning curve with it. So we're always learning with it. So a little bit more development. Perhaps we can just bridge the gap a little bit.
Well, excellent. Fabulous spectacle. Thanks to all three of them. What a great race, folks, wasn't it?
So next up is the RSE Woodcote Trophy and Sterling Moss Trophy. We've got those cars in the collecting area, but before we go to the grid, we managed to have a chat to David Cottingham earlier.
David Cottingham, founder here of DK Engineering. You're supporting this weekend this Donington Historic Festival, but your business goes back a long way to 1977.
It certainly does. In fact, it probably goes back until 1968, which is when before that, 1958, which is when I started building Austin 7 Specials. And then in the 60s, I got very involved with Jaguars and raced Jaguars, and decided to start the business. I was an engineer or physicist working at Kodak, and every weekend and every evening I was in my garage and started racing to make sure that what I'd done worked. And then in 77, my wife Kate and I, who had been married for 7 years by then, started the business. It was a progression rather than a business that started from nothing in 1977.
It's grown a lot and it's thriving. You do a lot of work with Ferraris, and you still, of course, race a Ferrari yourself.
Yeah, well, you're absolutely right. In 1977, I made the decision to concentrate on Ferrari. I'd followed the brand, I'd had a couple, and I noticed that throughout the whole world, there was hardly anybody restoring the old race Ferraris, and there were great opportunities back then. And as much as I loved Jaguars, I thought Ferrari was the way to go.
Well, it's a second generation business. Ours, of course, two of your sons work in it, and one of your sons, James, of course, races very successfully in Ferraris.
Well, James is really running the business now, and over the last 10 years or so, he's taking it to a new level. I was always the guy that loved the old cars and loved getting them right, enjoyed racing them to, as I say, make sure they work properly. But the sales was there to pay for the racing. It wasn't there to make it the business that it is today, and he's done extremely well.
And how about this weekend? Obviously, you'd like to sell a couple of cars here if you could, but you're primarily here to enjoy the weekend and enjoy all the wonderful historic cars and maybe get on the podium, perhaps.
Well, James may do, but we love coming to these events, and it's not necessarily about selling cars today, but for sure it's good for the business long term. People don't forget about us; they remember us because they've seen us here, there, and everywhere.
David Cottingham, thank you so much for your support, and I'm sure you're going to have a great weekend.
Thank you very much.
And once again, we can't thank DK Engineering enough. It's one of the big supporters of this event, and certainly the live stream that we've been able to produce to bring the event so the spectators couldn't come to the Donington Historic Festival, so we've brought the Donington Historic Festival to you, and wherever you're watching it from, I hope you're enjoying our coverage so far. Also, you can get involved, of course, with the medium of Twitter. If you hashtag Donington Historics, and my handle is @Bradders3078. Feel free to ask me or Andrew, who's at Pitlane Andy, and feel free to ask us any questions and we'll try and get you the answer. You may even spot things that Alistair and I and Andrew don't spot, and you may even know a bit more of the history of the cars that we are seeing here this weekend. So feel free to join in with the fun that we're having at the Donington Historic Festival, I should say, and a big thank you once again to DK Engineering, Motor Racing Legends and the Royal Automobile Club for allowing us and allowing it to happen and enabling it to happen on a live stream. And other partners in the festival, of course, Dunlop Goodyear, as it's known, Dunlop being a big supporter of the Historic Grand Prix Car Association, as well as being a supporter of this event, along with Silverstone Auctions, Historic Promotions, and of course Motorsport Vision for allowing us to use their beautiful facility that is Donington Park. I'm always happy when I drive through the gates at Donington. I've raced here, I've run teams here, and I've talked here, and we'll continue that. The grid, though, is for our RSC Woodcut Trophy and Sterling Moss Trophy, with the pole position being held by the Cottingham and Bryant Tajero Ecos Jaguar on a 1 minute 18.5, with Spears and Nadell alongside them in second place on a 1 minute 20.4. We've then got Gary Pearson out for a second time. We saw him earlier in his E-Type. He's on a 1 minute 20.7 in third place, and rounding off the second row, Mahmood and Greensalt on a 1 minute 20.8. Wood and Nuttall are in fifth spot on a 121.2, and on a 121.5 is Ben Adams in sixth spot. Fiskin and Hancock on a 121.6 is in seventh, and then we've got Smith and Chris Ward on a 1 minute 22.1 in eighth spot. Ninth is Donner and Smith. 10th is Peter Radcliffe. Burnett and Bradley are 11th, and Mayers and Martin are 12th. In 13th spot, we have the Wakeman and Blakeney Edwards on a 122.5, on a 124.7. A little bit slower is Poshul and Hansen, and then we've got Bernardo Hartogs on a 125.3. The Paul and Bourne car is in 16th on a 125.7, and then we've got Wigley and Ure on a 126.2 in 17th. 18th is Eastick Jones on a 126.4. Rudiger Friedrichs is 19th, and the Bernberg Ugo entry is 20th. We've got 33 cars to get through, so we'll keep on going on the grid as much as we can. Clark and Much is in 21st. Cottingham and King is in 22nd. 23rd sees Thorne and Bennett Baggs, and 24th Nick Matthews. So 33 cars taking part in this, the RAC Woodcut Trophy and Sterling Moss Trophy. We'll try, Alistair, to differentiate between the two, because we've effectively got two events in one here. As we're already out, it's a rolling start, and the pace car or the safety car peels off and allows us to go racing. And Cottingham and Bryant, not sure who the starting drivers are. I think we've got
James Cottingham.
It's Cottingham who starts, and he's about to be swamped down his inside by Gary Pearson, who slides cheekily down the inside, but not quite pulling it off. Jibs Cottingham just holding off on the brakes in that beautiful Tajero Ecos Jaguar, and it looks like James might have held on to that lead, Alistair.
Indeed, yes, and they had a misfire this morning, and they're hoping they've cured it, and it certainly looks from the very early stage of this race that it may be cured, because it's held on to the lead. James Cottingham from John Spears in the 152 car, I think, did Pearson manage to get up into second place, or did Spears go around the outside of him? We didn't catch that end of the red gate, so we'll pick it up now. So it's certainly the Tajero leading, and it is in fact Gary Pearson who managed to get up into second place, and in third John Spears sharing with Tiffany Dell in the Lister. As the cars stream through, the very distinctive shape of the Jaguar D-Type you saw there with the big vertical fin behind the driver. That won Le Mans in the mid-50s, and down they come towards the chicane for the first time, and it's the Tagiro that leads of James Cottingham from Gary Pearson, from John Spears, I think, in third place. And as they will catch them as they come down into Redgate, but the rest of the field streaming through,
tripping over one another, it looked like, into the chicane.
In fact, it wasn't John Spears, it's Rob Smith that's got up into third place, and that means that John Spears is down in fourth.
And with, you know what, with the mix of cars that we have, with, you know, the closed top Aston Martin DB2 and the Austin Healeys, some of them with roofs, some of them without. We've got the Fraser Nash Le Mans replica out there, and then we've got at the front of the field the proliferation of Lister Nobblies and the Acoste Jaguar, the Tagiro car that currently leads. We've taken you back in the time machine again, and this is exactly what a mixed class race in 1950s, you know, sports car racing was all about. And this is what we would see. We would see what was effectively the prototype classes going off ahead, and then the GT classes of what we're seeing here further back in the field of this 33 car field. But it's all relatively settled as they go into the chicane to complete lap number 2. A little bit of a challenge there, looking like it's been mounted by the number 82.
That's Chris Ward, who started that car.
Yeah, no surprise then.
We know how quick he is. So actually two of the leading historic Jaguar drivers in Chris Ward and Gary Pearson at the front there. Did you notice Gary watching Chris having that problem and just keeping left out of the way just in case he had a spin? Gary totally aware of what's going on.
It was from and into the gravel. I was just going to say Chris Ward, probably hard to see the angle, but the number 152 has gone off at Redgate, and that is
John Spears.
John Spears, is it? Is that the Spears Nadell car?
It is indeed.
Oh, that is a shame, because that car looks like it's buried itself into the gravel.
Yeah.
And we were hoping to see John Spears hand that car over to Tiffany Dell in the pit stop. That looks like it's not going to happen. There's Chris Ward, though, who continues his sideways progress. And you mentioned there how Gary Pearson just kind of sat there and watched Chris Ward go by him fully broadside into the corner and just watched that develop.
It looks like Gary Pearson's
dropped back,
hasn't he? Yes. Yeah. So we'll see whether he's had a problem himself as the marshals manfully try and push that very heavy 152 John Spears Lister Jaguar Nobly. Yeah, not surprised. It's right on the edge of the track, isn't it?
They tried. Well done, guys. You tried to push that out without the need for a safety car, but that's going to have to be towed out, isn't it? It was far too deep in. The rear axle just burying itself. And a few of the drivers not seeing the yellow flags. The number 20 there, getting all racy, not really seeing the waved yellows, which is kind of strange and unforgivable, as they are pretty easy to spot. The marshals waving the flags furiously. So the number 20 there just slotting back into position there and being helped by the guy in front, just waving him back, saying, hey up mate, you don't want to get a penalty, you don't want to incur the wrath of the chief stewards.
And coming down into the old hairpin, the leading Tagiro with the Jaguar engine, followed by two Listers with the similar engine, the 3.7 litre, 3.8 litre Jaguar straight six engine, but different body shapes on the second of the two cars, the Listers, with I'm not sure it was known as the Nobly in period, but it's got known as the Nobly, and it's just simply because it's got bits. Nobbles, that's it. Nobbles over the wheels.
And nobbles.
And the Pearson car, the Costin-bodied car, that's Frank Costin, the aerodynamicist, brother of Mike, who was the Cos of Cosworth, the dominant Formula One engine for many years.
So underneath the leading Tagiro is pretty much the same car as the Lister Jaguar Nobly. It's just different bodied
engine. No, the chassis was different. The Tagiro was I think it was a one-off John Tagiro, did a lot of one-off cars, and this was one of them. He went on after this to do a similar Tajiro with also in Curio Cost colours, the blue with the white stripe, but that was a closed car and driven by Jackie Stewart at, I think 1 or 2 races.
Yes, I remember, that's familiar now. We have got 53 minutes, just under 54 minutes, let's say, of this race to complete. And we haven't mentioned, go on, Alistair.
I was just going to say, nice shot there of 2 of our supporters, Motor Racing Legends and the Royal Automobile Club on the side of John Spears' car, almost done by for the sponsors.
Now then, John Spears thinks he can continue. However, he may well continue because we're just unhitching that toe from the toe eye at the rear of the car. We forgot to mention it's a 60-minute race. This, you probably gathered that watching on your TV screens that the timer has clicked down from 60 minutes. But that means we're going to have pit stops, and once again the pit stop window will be 20 minutes into the race, and it will close at 40 minutes into the race. So we've got a 20-minute pit stop window, and it's a minimum of a 60-second stop. And once again, Alistair, is that a 75-minute total from in to out?
75 seconds, yeah.
75. Did I say minute?
You did.
Did I? That's a long pit stop, isn't it? 75 seconds from pit in to pit out. But in the middle of that, you've got to remain static on the pit apron for 60 seconds. And that allows you to change drivers for the competitors that have chosen to share the car. If not, you can, I believe, stay in the car and just be timed down now.
Yeah.
60 seconds seems like a long time, but I've seen drivers take longer than that to swap into the driver's seat. So it may benefit some drivers to not have a teammate and not have to share, because we do have to make sure that the belts are well and truly done. Safety car in.
Safety car's in, so we're racing again, and this time we see what we would call a normal safety car start, where the leaders have kept together, unlike that one earlier on where the second place car got caught behind a slower car. So we've got the battle coming into Redgate. That looks like Ben Adams, is it?
It is
57.
It is
Ben Adams in the little Lola Mark 1. That's the very first Lola that was designed and built by Eric Broadley, and Lola, as you mentioned earlier, went on to be one of the most successful customer car builders ever, including building cars for the American Indianapolis and American Racing Series that continues to this day. But Lola started here with the Lola Mark 1, and amazing that Ben Adams has got it this high up the field, because it's only a little 1216 engined 1.2 litre car against these big 3.7, 3.8 litre Jaguars. So great driving.
Again, it's all about momentum in that car, and he's driving it very, very well. I'm a big fan of the Lola Mark 1. I think it's got some beautiful design and very slender, the way that the curves of the car, very curvy car. I just love the look of that little car as we see that car being driven really, really well. And really, like you mentioned there, it was probably the size of the engine, probably, to put it into contemporary terms, probably the LMP2 of the day in comparison to the larger engine prototypes ahead of it. But he is hanging on.
Well, it's more like a saloon car, really, and not in shape, but in terms of
engine
relative
size.
speed.
Yes, you're right.
Little 1.2 litre Climax engine, which was used in all sorts of formulae, but very successful in the front of this and in the Lotus Elite and so on. They were very successful. Oh, and a little bit of smoke there. I wonder whether that was a little bit of tyre rub, actually. That wasn't a lock-up, was it? Oh, and a spin for car number 44, Kerry Wilson and Marek Reichman, who started that one.
That's out of the chicane.
Marek Reichman started that, so that's a spin for him.
Pretty harmless, thankfully. He's gotten on his way. It's the Austin Healey 100M that gets on his way. The belt at the front has tightened up. Chris Ward has very much caught James Cottingham in that lead car, and last time across the line there was hardly anything in it. They were nose to tail, 4/10. And that's the battle for 7th there between the Ratcliffe, Lister Nobley and the 545 Fiskin and Hancock car, who's gotten ahead. Fiskin and Hancock have gotten ahead of Martin and Mayers, I should say.
Now, Gregor Fiskin started that car. We'll hand over to another Le Mans competitor out of Sam Hancock. And into Redgate they come. The leading battle really close now, as you say. So Chris Ward has caught right up with James Cottingham, and
there's nothing in it, Alistair.
Nothing at all.
It was 4 tenths last lap. It was 5 tenths this lap, and that's just going to ebb and flow. And a big round of applause to James Cottingham. He's really come on as a driver. I remember seeing James race a few years ago at the Classic Daytona events and racing in HSR events, and seeing him hold off Chris Ward. Chris Ward was always an upcoming name, really, that just didn't continue to the top levels.
We're seeing on screen there the absolute iconic shape of the Jaguar D-Type. That's Ben Eastick's car, and it's Ben who started the race, and he'll hand over to Carl Jones, who you may remember if you've followed touring car racing for some years. Carl Jones was an absolute top driver in the British Touring Car Championship in the days of the RS 500 Sierras, and he really enjoys his racing, sharing with Ben in that lovely D-Type. We're back now with the 5th place battle, which is the car number 8, which has been started by Tony Wood, and we'll hand over to Will Nuttall. They're like old mates now, aren't they, these drivers? They've been out so often already, and it's 3 abreast. Oh, in fact, looks like Tony Wood's in trouble. Tony Wood puts his hand up coming down the pit straight just as we're talking about him. That's called the curse of the commentator.
Yes, it really is, yeah.
But a battle continues between Ben Adams and the 69 Cooper of Charlie Martin. Started that. We'll hand over to Justin Mayers.
And again, that's the Lullermark one that we were talking to. He really has no right to be where he is with that 1200cc car. How big's the engine in the Cooper Monaco? The T49, the car we're looking at there, number 69.
That's a 2 litre.
Right, so a little bit more engine size, and he did struggle to get past the Lullermark one. Now that he's cleared him, he should, by in all sorts of theory and whatnot, eke that out. The number 8 though pulls off right at the pit exit, and that should be able to be recovered and pushed by the marshals once we show waved yellows there across the start finish line and into Redgate. That's going to take away the chance of any kind of passing opportunities into Redgate. That's not going to be there anymore because of those yellows.
Just taking you back to the comment I made about the Lister Nobly. I've got the true story now.
Oh, really?
Texts are wonderful things, aren't they?
They are. Texts. That's as far as you go, my friend.
That's it. It was called the Noblean period, and thank you to my elder brother, who is also a commentator in historic racing, and he's come up with the true story. Thank you very much, Russell. John Coundley, his wife, looked at the car and said, "That looks knobbly."
Is that how it got its name?
That's how it got its name.
She was right.
Absolutely right. True.
She was absolutely right, and it's stuck evermore, and what a great name, because it does epitomise it. There's David Reed, I think, who started his DB2, and just in the background there, when we saw David, he's sharing the car with his daughter Hannah, and
David did start.
David started, yeah, well, I thought so. He's more experienced than Anna. There's the leaders though. The leaders now onto the back straight, heading towards the chicane, and James Cottingham has maintained that half a second cushion. It's not exactly a comfortable cushion, and there's the battle of the GTs there with the number 100 against the DB2 Aston Martin of car number 53, David Reed.
That's Mike Thorne in the Healy. We'll hand over to his wife Sarah Bennett-Baggs for the second part of the race. Oh, a lovely sideways move there behind the Aston Martin in this little battle that's going on towards the back of the field from car number 33, which is Chris and Oliver Phillips' Cooper Bristol.
He's getting mixed in with those two cars with roofs, isn't he? And I'm pretty sure that Mike Thorne and David Reed are familiar protagonists on various grids throughout the season. They'll have come together. Here's that battle for... It's that battle. That's not the one I was thinking of. Leaders across the line last time by still half a second as the Chris Ward continues to drive that Lister Nobly, drifting it through Coppice. He hasn't seemed to be able to get any closer to James Cottingham. That's into the chicane now.
Well, that's a lot closer than half a second, but
it is, isn't it?
Only on the run into the chicane. The run out, maybe Cottingham just stretches the lead. Let's have a look on our time, 0.35. So yeah, it is closer, isn't it?
Yeah.
So Chris Ward closing up on James Cottingham. We should say that James Cottingham is going to hand over to Ollie Bryant, who is one of the quickest drivers in a large group of very quick drivers that are racing this weekend, but he's one of them, and so we'll certainly see if it runs smoothly, we should see Ollie Bryant really pushing on in that car. And there is car number 28, that's James's dad David, if he started the car. David Cottingham, who you saw, yes, he did start the car, the Ferrari 500 TRC.
We saw Andrew talking to David just before this race.
Exactly, yeah. And there's David in the car now, in the yellow car. A car with Le Mans history and a very original car.
So David being part of DK Engineering, who we must thank again for supporting the event and indeed supporting and enabling us to live stream this event to you. And I'm hoping sat at home with your feet up, you've had the Formula 1 qualifying on. Don't spoil it, I don't know anything about it, and I'll keep that for later. And now we're here joining us at the Donington Historic Festival, and don't forget you can join in, tweet us at Bradders3078, at Pitlane Andy, hashtag Donington Historics. As this race continues then, we are about 2.5 minutes away from that pit window opening. And again, Alistair, it's going to come down to a matter of choice, whether that be a choice based on tactics or a choice based on enjoyment. Are you just going to split this down the middle, or are you going to use the pit window tactically and choose very carefully when you hand over? They're tripping over back markers at the front of the field though.
Yes, it'll depend in the Smith and Ward team whether I'm not familiar with how close Bob Smith is to Chris Ward in terms of lap times, but certainly we know that James and Cottingham and Ollie Bryant are very close in the lap times. So here's the battle for the lead now, and it was overlapping there as they came out of McLean's. Now up to Coppice. Will Chris Ward now set himself up for an outbraking manoeuvre into the chicane? They've got a slower Healy on their left, which they'll pass easily on the straight. He keeps the driver back, keeps over to the left. Now we're coming down into the chicane. I think it's probably a little bit too far back for Chris Ward. He won't risk it through this tight section through the chicane. Out onto the pit straight once again.
He just doesn't seem to have enough to challenge into the chicane. He hasn't got enough speed on the. I think the Cottingham car's probably got a little bit more power from what I can see. The run down to the chicane.
It's a little bit slipperier, isn't it? The 2.0.
Yeah, that's a point. Yes.
Same engine in it, so it should be similar power. So it's a little bit slipperier shape. We're looking here again at David Reed having a great little tussle with Richard Bradley in the little Lotus. They're on different laps, but Bradley goes through there, number 21. And great registration number, 007.
Richard really loves driving that car.
Yeah.
He's posted some great video of him driving that car at various events, and it looks a massive handful. He's got the thing floating around, just balanced on the throttle. Great to watch. That's pretty much how you have to drive these cars from 1950s period of sports car racing. It's the RSE Woodcut Trophy in Stirling Moss for pre-61 sports cars. So these are cars that pretty much were competing in and through the 1950s.
And here's the battle for the overall lead, which is also the Stirling Moss Trophy, and it's as close as ever across the line. I think the timekeepers will tell us what the gap is, 0.22, but it's visual, isn't it? It's half a car length. And into the Redgate right-hander, Chris Ward thought about a little bit of a dive there, but then he saw that the Steve Ward Fraser Nash was on the outside, so needed a little bit more space, so stays in second place. And down through the Craner curves they come. Now there's a gaggle of back markers coming up. Who will make the best of this? Will it be James Cottingham, who's leading, who'll get there first, so they'll be a little bit more surprised when he gets there, as as Chris Ward manages to overlap a little bit as they come out of the old hairpin. Now they're going up there, threading their way through the slower cars, who are all watching their mirrors very carefully as they come up to McLean's now, the right-hander. The run from here is uphill to Coppice, and the Tajiro goes through on the inside, and then Chris Ward follows him through. There's a chance here for Chris Ward coming out of Coppice onto the long straight if he can get a quicker run. And
Cottingham got very sideways indeed. I'm wondering if that was a power slide. He was stifled somewhat with the back markers, so he would have had to have gotten on the throttle very hard indeed. He's still got a few cars to get by as they come out onto the start-finish straight. They jink to the left around the back markers. Now they jink to the right, heading down to Redgate. It looks like the Tajiro still leads, and Chris Ward just hasn't got enough on the brakes. They're very, very equal, these cars, in all shapes and in all forms throughout this circuit. They're very, very similar.
And you see Chris Ward there just raised his hand in thanks to Ben Eastick for keeping out of the way in the D-Type Jaguar as they lapped him. And the C-Type just behind them, some great marks out on track, and a very full track it is indeed, as they pass the inside of the John Ure Cooper T2425 on their way up the hill now through Schwantz. Chris Ward is as close as he's been as they turn into the right-hander at McLean's.
No sign of any of these cars in this lead battle diving to the pits. However, I don't know, like we say, it's an unknown quantity of whether Smith has got the same pace as Chris Ward. Chris Ward, we know, is a top level quality driver, and he hangs on the tail of the leading Tajiro. James Cottingham's going to hand over to Wally Bryant, who we know is going to drive with the same kind of performance level into the chicane, and he's into the pits. He's just given a hand up there. Well done on James Cottingham there for giving
follows his dad in.
Chris Ward. The Cottinghams are into the pits. Right. We've got Andrew Marriott in the pits to pick up anything of any interest. David Cottingham gets waved in. I'm sure they'll be into very much where they are. Out of the pits has gone the number 4. That's Gary Pearson. Now he's not swapping over to anybody, so he's being able to be and optimise that pit stop, and he will take as close to 75 seconds from pit in to pit out, including his 60-second static.
Good to see John Spears back out again there in our shot. It's the car that went into the gravel. We can see Andrew there.
Yeah, Andrew waiting patiently. Somebody goes grass cutting. That's across the infield. I'm not sure whether that car's pulling off and doing a great job to stay out of the way. Yes, pulling off to one of the access roads. Car 39.
That's Robbie Bernberg in the little Cooper bobtail.
So yeah, we did see Andrew in the pits at the Cottinghams. Let's head straight down there and find out some inside.
A fabulous battle out there.
Yeah, no, it's good fun. All very clean and just trying to keep ahead. But I think it was sensible for the guys to pull me in because we're coming up to the traffic and Chris is just so clean. I was trying to work out who it was behind, and once I realised who it was, he's just so clean with his driving that it's a battle keeping him behind, but he stayed behind, so we'll see how Ollie gets on.
Has Ollie got much experience in this car? We'll know he'll make it go well.
He drove it once with me in 2014, I think.
He'll remember which pedals to push.
He'll be fine.
Terrific, good race so far. Fingers crossed.
It is a great race, isn't it? And I'm sure that James will be happy to have gotten that car into the pits and in front of Chris Ward. He was under immense amount of pressure. Now the question is, when will Chris Ward choose to hand over to his teammate? And it will be within the next 14 minutes for sure. So he's got a large chunk of the window is still available to him. As the rest of the field, we're going to just check to see. We've got not everybody is pitted. We're still way off the majority of the field being the case, and David Reid, as I mentioned in the only Aston Martin we've got in the field in the DB2. He will be handing over to Hannah Reid
and the
when
car
he chooses to.
Sorry, Joe. The car on screen now is the leading, or was the leading car in the Woodcut Trophy, although it's switching around because they're doing their pit stop. So, but it should come back out in the lead of the Woodcut Trophy. We're looking there at Charlie Martin in the number 69 Cooper Monaco T49. Handing over to Justin Mayers, a name we've seen regularly. And I'm just doing some comparisons very quickly before we get back to the normal racing after the pit stops. James Cottingham's fastest lap was a 19.618, so we'll be able to see whether Oliver Bryant is quicker than that. But interestingly, Chris Ward, on the lap that he was released from chasing, he did a 19.4. So Chris Ward was quicker,
which is the fastest lap overall.
Yeah. So
fastest lap overall of the race. So he was being held up.
So the agreement clearly is that Chris Ward can stay out for a little bit longer because we're now 33 minutes to go. So we've still got 6 minutes of the. Sorry, a little bit longer, 12 minutes, haven't we? 12 minutes of the pit window open. So he can go on for another 10 minutes or so, depending on what he's agreed with Rob Smith.
He has basically got to build up more than 75-second lead, which he will, of course. But then the question is whether his teammate can continue that pace. That's the question. We'll wait and see. That's gonna sort of come back together when we finalise the pit stop phases. And we've still got 32 minutes of this race remaining, so 12 minutes, as you said, Alistair, of the pit stop window. Charlie Martin continues in second place, and then it's Richard Bradley at the wheel of the number 21 Lotus 15 in third. Donna and Smith, do we know who's in that car? Is it Donna or is it Smith? We did get some information.
That was started by Mark Donna, so that hasn't done its pit stop, so it's still Mark Donna, handing over to Andrew Edinburgh Smith, who we saw earlier.
The first 9 cars actually have not pitted. That's the 9 cars that are in front of the early leader. Now Ollie Bryant at the wheel of the number 6, and currently has dropped down to 10th. And behind them, right behind Ollie Bryant on the road, behind him by 6, just under 7 seconds, is Gary Pearson in the number 4.
So we'll get Ollie Bryant's first full flying lap through when he crosses the line next time. His out lap obviously a little bit slower. As we're looking at once again Charlie Martin, then behind is Ben Eastick in the D-type Jaguar, being chased by Richard Bradley started that, the Lotus 15 just behind, who gets through on the run into Redgate. And we're now looking back at our leader, and that's number 82, Chris Ward, who continues with 31 minutes on the clock to go in this 1 hour race. Just to remind you, the pit stop window closes after 40 minutes of the race, so with 20 minutes to go. So we've got another 10 minutes or so, plus the lap time to get into the pits. So we could see a few more laps from Chris Ward yet as he scythes his way through the field. His fastest lap time was done a couple of laps ago, a 1:19.4. So he's the fastest car on track, and makes his way down into Redgate, having lapped Tony Wood and Will Nuttall's Lister Nobley. Down the hill through the Craner curves once again, and look at that, the car is never straight. Chris Ward constantly correcting with opposite lock, and as he comes into the corner, just feeding in the brakes, now onto the power again, drifts the car through. Absolutely brilliant shots of a brilliant driver, sideways through Schwantz there as he turns in. Now we're looking at in the pits, we've got number 77, which is Tarek Mahmood and Nigel Greensall. That was started by Tarek Mahmood, and Nigel Greensall will be taking over, and I don't think Tarek will mind me saying that Nigel Greensall will almost certainly be the quicker driver. Nigel got massive experience. Talking to Andrew Marriott earlier in the pit lane, he didn't even know how many different cars he'd driven. Andrew asked him and he said, I haven't a clue. Lots. so Nigel Greensall will take over. That car in 14th place, the number 77. And there is 545, which has been taken over now by Sam Hancock, who has competed at Le Mans 7 times. And hasn't actually finished. Didn't finish any of them, but competed 7 times. But a very, very quick driver indeed in sports cars. And he has taken over the Gregor Fiskin 545 Jaguar, the HWM Jaguar. And they were leading the Woodcote Trophy. We'll have to wait till all the pit stops unwind before we know whether they're back into the lead again. But they'll no doubt have a battle with the Fred Wakeman and Patrick Blakeney-Edwards car, which is usually their main competitor in the Woodcote Trophy, as we watch cars coming out of the chicane. That's a great shot as we see them just drifting over onto that rumble strip and fighting over one piece of tarmac there, those two, as into Redgate they come, and best given to, not quite, number 16. I think it's been taken over by Nick Wigley now, has it? Yes, it's been in the pits, so Nick Wigley will be driving number 16, and down into the left-hander through the Craner curves, having just been overtaken by Mark Donner and Andrew Smith's car, which will also, I think, have been in the pits by now. Donner and Smith, yes, so that's Andrew Smith at the wheel. And they're running in 10th, 11th, 12th places. But we've still got quite a few pit stops to go, so a lot more action to unwind in the pits. Our leading cars haven't stopped yet. Car coming into the pit lane, C-Type Jaguar. There's the Charlie Martin car number 69 of Justin Mayers will take over, the Monaco, Cooper Monaco, taking that wide line almost into the pit exit. There goes Chris Ward, our leader, still aboard the 82 car to hand over to Rob Smith, but at the moment it's still Chris Ward going through Coppice out onto the long straight down to the chicane. Meantime, scything through the back markers, we've got Peter Ratcliffe in his Lister Nobly. Very successful in Caterham racing, Peter Ratcliffe, but moved across now into historic racing. And he is running in 4th place, but he hasn't stopped yet, so he will lose the 75 seconds plus the slowing down and speeding up time, so it's a fairly long time that they spend overall doing their mandatory pit stop, but it's the same for everyone.
And it's on the grounds of safety, isn't it? It's not. This is not professional racing where we're wanting to shave fractions of seconds from pit stops. It's all about being able to do it in a safe manner and everybody being able to pit stop without tripping over. There's no refueling. We don't want cars on jacks and everybody rushing around and falling. It's all about safety for the enjoyment of the competitors. And talking of pit stops, Alistair, I'm not sure if you've mentioned this, but there's only 5 minutes or so left in the window for our leader, Chris Ward, to hand over to his teammate.
I think, given that he's got to do the lap into the pits as well, he'll either come in this lap or the next one. If he wants to shave it, fine, he'll probably do it on the next one. We're looking there at the Lotus Mark 10 of Malcolm Paul and Rick Bourne, who've driven as a team for many, many years. And they are running in 9th place. They haven't yet stopped. And that's a design from Colin Chapman with the high fins at the back there. Very distinctive shape of that car. And very original car it is.
And no surprise that Colin Chapman, as an engineer and an innovator, would be shaping the body of that car to tidy up the airflow over the rear wheels. Charlie Martin into the pits to hand over to teammate Mayers. And that number 69 in from 3rd place, the Cooper Monaco T49. As we continue to watch the number 10, the Lotus Mark 10, aptly numbered. They're coming under a bit of pressure from Adams in the Lola Mark 1 again, and Adams through. Adams taking the Lola into 9th place ahead of the Lotus.
Two great names of racing, Lola and Lotus, and battling it out as they have done for many years. As Ben Adams is also taking, yes, that's another place made up, because the number 18 car driven by Sam Wilson with that very distinctive helmet, a copy of the Porsche 917 from 1970. You call it the psychedelic car, blue and green. That's a place change, so Ben Adams has moved up to 8th place now. A great drive from Ben Adams in the little 1200cc Lola Mark 1.
Yeah, we've talked about Ben Adams in that car for a little while, and really he has no right to be where he's got that car into the top 10, and he's already served his pit stop, and into the pits has gone the leader. So the leader in with 3 minutes left on the window. You did call it, Alistair, and
there's no point in risking it. I've seen many a time where there's plenty of lap time left to get round into the pits, but then a safety car comes out, or there's a yellow flag and everybody has to slow down, and suddenly you've missed your pit window. So there's Chris Ward helping Rob Smith into the car, and the team also there just tightening the belts down, full harness seat belts, so one over each shoulder and then one across your lap, and all tightened down to make sure that he's secure in the car. And also tyre pressures being checked there. You can see the mechanic on this side just checking, and a little bit of tape.
A little bit of tape. What happens is the tyre pressure with the starting pressure will invariably go up with the tyre heating up, so the optimum pressure will not necessarily be after the tyres heated up, so they'll have bled air out. You'll never see someone with a foot pump, very rarely, but it's always they take tyre pressure out to just drop the tyre pressure ever so slightly, maybe a pound or two. That's all it takes to then optimise that tyre for the run into the flag, and we are 22 minutes away from the flag.
Just to give you the information that there are just two cars that haven't stopped. One is Sam Wilson in Sir John Chisholm's Lola Mark 1, number 18, and the other is the red Lotus we were following earlier on, the Lotus Mark 10. In fact, that was it going through the picture there, I think, which is driven by Rick Bourne and Malcolm Paul, started by Rick Bourne. So just those two now. Everybody else has done their pit stops. So the net effect is that Chris Ward, handing over to Rob Smith, was still in the lead, and there's the car, that's the leader. But what will the lap times be like? We'll find out in a couple of laps' time when he's done his first flying lap.
Well, we wait and see where we believe the number 82 will retain the lead as he comes through to put a lap on that number 10 Lotus 10, currently in 10th, and as that number 10 peels off, about a minute to go for the pit window to close, so the number 10 Lotus 10, who was perhaps one of the last cars, last of two, to host that pit stop. The Rob Smith, now driven the Lister Nobly car 82, has gone through, and he has a lead of 13 seconds. So Alistair, what that was Cottingham led when he came into the pits. Chris Ward then put a 13-second gap down in that time that Cottingham wasn't in front of him. You said he immediately went faster, and that's what he did. That was a cracking drive to give his teammate Rob Smith that cushion of 13 seconds. Now the question is, we've been asking this from earlier on, whether or not Rob Smith can lap in a similar sort of vein to his teammate Chris Ward. As Rob Smith continues on to Coppice, he's about to lap Hannah Reid now on the wheel of the 53.
Yep, so we'll find out at the end of this lap what the sort of pace that Rob Smith can do. His first lap obviously out of the pits was much slower, with the pit stop time included, so he comes out now, and we should now get an idea. The fastest lap done by Chris Ward, he trimmed it down to 1:19.347, so even quicker than we saw earlier on. And Rob Smith's first time, a 1:23.2. So we'll perhaps wait another lap just till he gets settled in as he passes Carl Jones, who waves out of the cockpit there to say, go on my right there, in that absolutely iconic Jaguar D-Type, which Carl Jones loves driving, owned by Ben Eastick.
Currently 15th at the moment and 3rd in class for the Eastick Endurance D-Type. And we look back to down the field where Richard Bradley has gotten the number 21 up into 4th before he's handed over, and the number 152 circulates around there, but that car is a little bit down the field, isn't it? The 152, there it is, the Spears and the Dell car. That's the car that went off at Redgate earlier on, and it's a bit of a recovery drive. Number 16 is pulling off though.
Oh, Nick Wigley didn't get very long in that car, did he?
Not at all. Smoke coming from the engine compartment at the front of that car, and he raised his hand. It looks like he's wanting some sort of assistance there, and he's conscious. We don't want that. Hopefully that's just oil leaking and not actually going to burst into a conflagration for the sake of that number 16. There's the Cooper T24/25. I'm not sure where that was. I'm not sure where on the track that was and whether or not that is going to be easily recoverable.
It looked like coming out of McLean's and he pulled over onto the right, but yeah, it wasn't a wide enough shot to definitely identify it. Here's the Ollie Bryant Tajero, which is now set off after Rob Smith, who's taken over the leading car. The gap between them was 13 seconds and it's now 7.8, as you can see on your screen. And a big spin, and that'll be, is that PBE, Patrick Blakeney Edwards? Yes, it is, with the white helmet. That's very, very unusual for Patrick Blakeney Edwards, who's taken over the Fred Wakeman owned car.
And that was through Schwann's Curve.
That's not a great place to spin, is it?
Relatively it just shows how on edge these cars are pretty much everywhere on this track, even through Schwann's Curve, which is kind of it's a sweeping uphill left-hander that leads you onto McLean's, and I suppose with these cars and the way that they handle, still showing an easy place to spin that car around. Ollie Bryant chasing the gap to the leader down. It was 7 seconds, it's now down to 5.6, so he is catching him, and I think he will catch him before the end.
That's a great shot there behind the second place car, was the examples of the C and the D-Type Jaguars, both winners at Le Mans. Just coming into the bottom of the shot now, but we're following the second place car, Ollie Bryant in the Tajero Jaguar, as it comes down through the Craner curves, finished in the Acuria Cos colours from Scotland, and we've got a bunch of cars coming through the chicane there, all trying to find a bit of space, but they all manage it. And there's the David Cottingham car, number 28, which has now been taken over by Adrian King, the DK Engineering car. So that's making its way down into Redgate. Car coming out of the pit lane as well. So that's we saw David Cottingham interviewed just before this race. That's his car that he started.
That's a great looking car as well, isn't it?
Yeah, unusually for Ferrari in the yellow colours. Yes.
Yeah. Well, it is a production colour, isn't it?
Probably.
Certainly is these days.
And it's coming down to pass Hannah Reid into the old hairpin, but behind them is the recovering Patrick Blakeney Edwards, who had that massive spin a lap ago at Schwann's Curve, which they were in the battle for the Woodcote Trophy. They are now 6.2 seconds behind the leading car in that the Woodcote Trophy, which is the Piskin Hancock.
And that battle for the lead between car 82 and car number 6. Rob Smith, now at the wheel of the number 82, has got a gap of 2.8 seconds last time by. We are very close to seeing a change for the lead. Ollie Bryant, now at the wheel of the number 6, chasing him down. They are, I'm not sure where they are track position wise and how close they are to completing what will be 32 laps. But we are getting very close to seeing a change for lead, and I'm pretty sure that could in fact come on this lap.
It's interesting, Ollie Bryant's times were around about 1:21. They've suddenly dropped to 1:19.7 once he saw, that's Tiffany Dell having another problem in John Spears' car. John Spears put it in the gravel on the first lap. Tiff has taken over, but it looks like a mechanical failure there for the 152 car.
And that's the Ferrari of King, and that's not a battle for position that we're seeing there. The number 69 is in 5th place overall.
So Ollie Bryant,
the gap's reduced to 1/10 of a second last time by. Yeah. So they've just gone through, so they'll be heading down towards the Craners. There's Gary Pearson in 3rd spot, just crossing the line now. The leaders, I suspect, will be into the Craners, perhaps at the old hairpin, and we wait to see whether or not the 82 has relinquished that lead to the number 6. Ollie Bryant has been charging down. He closed the gap from 13 seconds when Rob Smith appeared out of the pits. That was the gap at the line as the number 144 continues. And there is the Lola Mark 1 car 57,
and that's a battle for position as well for 6th place, catching Peter Ratcliffe in the Lister Nobly across the line. So
he didn't get the memo then. The Lola Mark 1 should not be bothering a Lister Nobly, but it is. Ben Adams continues to charge as Hannah Reid now at the wheel of the 53 Aston Martin DB2. She shares with her dad David, and it wasn't that long ago, I remember it, Anne Reid, the chairman of the Aston Martin Owners Club, would be sharing that car with David also.
Ben Adams looking for a way through on the inside at the old hairpin of Peter Ratcliffe as they come up the hill now. You'd think that the Lister would pull away here because it's got more power up the hill, but the little Lola is so light it just goes through on the inside. But has he run wide? No, he hasn't. He's kept it on the track. So 57 Ben Adams in the Lola Mark 1, if he doesn't get swallowed up on the run up to Coppice, has taken yet another place. And that puts him up to 6th overall in car number 57.
And Ollie Bryant has indeed taken the lead with 11 minutes, well, just under 12 minutes remaining. He has taken the lead of this race as this battle between the Lola Mark 1 and the Lister Nobly continues. The number 170 in 6th place now, with Adams now back in front. That will change across the line this time. Adams goes ahead of Ratcliffe, and Ratcliffe takes it back on the power. And there goes the Lola Mark 1 on the brakes.
Classic.
So Lola Mark 1 much more nimble through the corners. The Lister Nobly much quicker with the power of that Jaguar engine. Will allow that car. No, not quite. Thought they were pulling alongside there. He has to follow the Lola Mark 1, almost tripping over it as they go into the old hairpin. And a car off on the exhibition straight. Car 57 into the barrier, and that's a big hit. Car 57 there, out of the old hairpin, got a big slide, and the bodywork peeling off that car. Was that the 57 I've just seen there? Yeah. So that's the Lola Mark 1
that we were just following. Yes. Ben Adams.
So Ben Adams, he was absolutely on the limit of that car, and the driver is out and looks in a bit of a limp there. He got banged about a bit. That was a big hit. That was a big hit into the barrier, and that's brought out the safety car with 10 minutes of this race remaining. So a great drive from Ben Adams. We've been singing his praises, and he's been working hard. You can tell by the traces of sweat there on his back. He's been working that car very hard, and it was at the point of the track, the exit of the old hairpin, where he's lost the car, and the car's then speared off onto the grass to driver's right, and a big heavy contact. But thankfully, seen Ben just slight limp there from the right foot, so he's been banged about a bit in that big hit. Safety car deployed.
And we're watching Gary Pearson now, who is in 3rd place, and ahead of him is Ollie Bryant and Rob Smith. Just checking on the time gap. Although we're under safety car now, this might close all the cars up, and although there'll be slower cars between them, that might give Gary Pearson a chance towards the end of the race. He was 29 seconds behind at this point. That's assuming we go racing again, because it's going to take a little while to clear away that car to safety.
And all our session stopped. I was just about to say it looked like the Lola did dislodge some of the tyre barrier.
Yeah.
So you've got some re-establishing the tyre barrier. So that was always going to be a problem. Now then, the result will go back to the previous lap, which may still include Ben Adams in 7th spot.
But he won't get it because he caused the red flag.
Right, of course.
He'll be taken out of the results. But it won't change the top 3, because Bryant, Smith and Pearson were in that order. So when the cars get back to, and in fact they're being ushered into the pit lane, which means we won't be, I don't think we'll be restarting this race with only 8.5 minutes or 8 minutes 50 to go. Hopefully Andrew will manage to grab the top 3 once they get themselves sorted out. And that was a real shame, because we'd been following Ben Adams in his battles through the field on a number of occasions throughout the 55 minutes or so of racing we got, and every time we saw him he was taking some much bigger engine scalp.
Liberty, I think is the term. He was taking some liberty.
And that last move on Peter Ratcliffe, great. And then Ratcliffe got it back on the main straight, and then Adams took it back again. But then unfortunately just got away from him. By the looks of it, it may of course have been some sort of a failure. We don't know. We didn't really see the whole of the incident other than him hitting the barriers. So it may well have been something went wrong. But Ben Adams, unfortunately,
he was on the verge of doing that for lap after lap after lap, wasn't he? It's kind of unfortunate, but not quite a surprise. So the cars for our Woodcote Trophy and Stirling Moss Trophy pre-56 and pre-61 sports cars. A big thank you to the Royal Automobile Club for their support in this race, and for their support in putting together and helping to put together the Donington Historic Festival. So while we put our beautiful examples of pre-56 and pre-61 sports cars away, we wait for word down in the collecting area in Parc Fermé. In fact, I'll tell you exactly what's coming up next. It's another Formula Junior race, this time for our 1961 to 63 cars, and then the final race of the afternoon will be an 80-minute endurance race for the Amon Cup for GT40s. They are the final 2 races of the day. We'll be back live at 11 AM tomorrow morning to bring you a full day of racing to conclude the 2021 Donington Historic Festival. Here is a rundown of the result. So it's the James Cottingham, Ollie Bryant in the Tajero Jaguar, 34 laps completed, a race that was stopped with 10 minutes to go. They were in first place from Chris Ward and Rob Smith in the Lister Nobly, a gap of just 1.3 seconds at the very end there. Gary Pearson was third in his Lister Jaguar. The Lotus 15 of Richard Bradley and Burnett was in fourth place, 44 seconds down, grid drive from those. Charlie Martin and Mayers were in their Cooper Monaco T49, and they came home in fifth. Sixth was Peter Ratcliffe in the Lister Nobly, and then the first of the cars off the lead lap, Ben Adams, classified in seventh. Fiskin and Hancock in the Jaguar HWM in 8th. Bernardo Hortogs in the Lotus 15 was in 9th. And then the Wakeman Blakely Edwards Cooper T38 was did indeed round off the top 10. Rudiger Friedrichs in the C-Type Jaguar was 2 laps down in 11th. And then we had Eastick and Jones in the Jaguar D-Type in 12th. 13th was Hanson and Posciol in their Jaguar C-Type, and then the Lotus Mark 10 of Bourne and Paul was in 14th spot. Chisholm and Wilson in the Lola Mark 1 was in 15th, and then we had the Cooper T39 Bobtail of Clark and Much in 16th. The Austin Healey 100 of Nick Matthews was 17th, and then David Cottingham and King in their Ferrari 500 TRC was 18th. 19th was Mahmood and Greensell in their Lister Nobly, and rounding off the top 20 was the Thorne and Bennett Baggs in their Austin Healey. 21st was Phillips and Phillips in the Cooper Bristol. The Aston Martin DB2 of David and Hannah Reid was 22nd. 23rd was Gom and Gordon in the X-Way 140 Jag. S. Ward and J. Ward in the Fraser Nash Le Mans was 24th. Wood and Nuttall in a Lister Nobly was 25th. Ura and Wigley were 8 laps down in their Cooper Bristol in 26th. 27th was Donna and Smith. In 28th was Reichman and Wilson. 29th was the troubled Spears and Adele. And then 19 laps down, a retirement was Bernborg and Ugo in 30th. And let's head down to the podium for Andrew Marriott.
Okay, well, down here in the victory circle, if we could call it that. And I'm just going to walk across here and get Ollie Bryant. Ollie!
Hi, Andrew.
Wow, what a great drive that was.
Yeah, thanks. It was good. It's a great privilege to drive that car. I drove it about 8 years ago with James.
Yeah, so I gather you're not familiar with him.
Yeah, I drove it with him at Goodwood, well, probably eight or 9 years ago now, and they've done a few improvements to it since, and it really flies. But he did the hard work at the start, keeping Chris behind him, and then we pitted early because we had the field flap was a bit loose, so that we had to take that up. And yeah, I ended up doing the longest stint, which was a good way of getting used to it.
How difficult was it to get past Rob?
Oh, it was fine. I mean, there was quite a bit of oil down at the back, which I think is what caused a few of the offs towards the end. But yeah, he was just getting used to that car, and I've driven this sort of car a lot more than he has. So no, it was great. Got past and then got away, but it was good fun. Cheers, Jimmy. Yeah, so yeah, he did the hard bit at the start.
Right, let's grab hold of Rob here.
Yeah, good.
Rob, well, you took the car over in the lead, but that Ollie Bryant's a bit quick, isn't he?
I tried to hold him off. I just needed a bit more time in the car before today, but fantastic race. Tried to hold him off, put up a gallant defence, but just couldn't hold him back. It was unlucky because 2 laps later the Reds came out. So I've learned a lot today, really enjoyed it, and looking forward to getting back to Thruxton.
I've got to say, you and Chris look very smartly green overalls, or race suits we call them these days. Molten Salt, well, that's a famous brand. What's that all about?
Well, a good friend of mine for 30 years, Steve. He's going racing this year. We've started Molten Salt Racing, and I think the Lister looks just as good as the overalls. But massive thanks to Steve and Molten Salt Racing. Fantastic job this weekend. First time out in the car and got P2.
Excellent, well done. Let's try and move over and grab some more people here, because remember there was 2 races going on. What I really need to do is find Gregor Fiskin here. Yeah. Let's dive in here, Gregor. And Sam indeed as well. Well, it was a funny situation because we had 2 races running in parallel, so you had the victory really.
Well, I think it was a lot going on out there, and it's what's impressive with these old drum brake cars that they can actually mix it in with the Listers as well. Albeit over our stint, we just ran out of stopping power, but we didn't run out of going power, and we certainly didn't run out of fun.
And you certainly win the prize for the best face mask, I have to say.
Thank you very much. Exactly, I'm fully branded.
Fully branded. Let's get Sam in.
Sammy.
Sorry, hi. How was it driving this lovely old car then?
Well, it is a lovely old car, but because it's a lovely old car, it's on drum brakes, and drum brakes in a 1 hour race, they don't really go together very well. So Gregor kindly gave me a much needed bit of advice at the pit stop, which was the brakes do exist, they're just right at the bottom of the footwell, push really hard, and I've got cramp in my car for having to press so hard to find some deceleration, but actually you kind of adapt, and you realise quite quickly you need to just back off and keep it together, which is what we did. So no, really good fun, and thank you, mate. Thanks for having me.
Did you try and conserve the brakes at all?
Did he?
No, I didn't. No, I didn't. I drove it as though I'd stolen it.
Excellent. Well, that's the victors there. Maybe we'll just grab second in that category, because Fred Wake was here. Well, that was fun, wasn't it?
That was fun. It's been too long since I've been in a car, so just being here is a joy.
Yeah. Driving, of course, with your old mate Pat. Now you've got another race later, which you've won here at Donington many times, of course.
Yeah, we have.
When we go pre-war,
we're going pre-war tomorrow. We're going touring car tomorrow. We're going into Pall Mall, so we're going to be very, very busy and probably quite knackered by Sunday night.
Well, that's it. No, we're Fred went. Patrick
hit some oil going up McLean's and had a very scary. He had a very scary moment, so I think he's probably sitting down and just sort of pulling himself together.
Excellent. Well, that's great news from here in the victory circle. Back to you in the commentary position, and my mask keeps slipping down, which is rather annoying.
We've got the grid forming up for our next race. It's the Silverline Formula Junior Championship, this time for cars that ran in the series between 1961 and 63, so a little bit more modern, and we've got a proliferation of both Lotus and a lot more Lotus cars running in this 1961 to 63 field, a lot more Lolas, and less of the lesser known sort of home built specials is how I would want to put it. So we'll have a look at this Formula Junior field whilst we await more information for you. As soon as we have the information, we'll get that to you, of course.
Well, we've got the grid now for the next race, which is, as you've said, the Formula Junior Historic Racing Association with HSCC in the Silverline Championship, round 2 of the 61 to 63 grid, and on pole position is Sam Wilson, number 53 in the programme, and alongside is Richard Bradley. Sam Wilson and Richard Bradley, the Lotus and the Brabham on the front row. On the second row, Andrew Hibbard and Simon Diffie, both in Lotuses. So the Brabham of Richard Bradley surrounded by Lotuses there on the front 2 rows of the grid. Moving back to the third row, we've got on the inside Lee Mole, who might be familiar, those of you who follow British GT racing, because Lee used to race in British GT for many years, but moved over to historic racing now, and he's alongside James Murray, and they're in a Lotus and a Lola respectively. And then we've got Richard Wilson in his Brabham and Adrian Russell in his Lotus on the 4th row. Next up in 9th on the grid is Chris Chilcott in his Brabham, and alongside is Mark Woodhouse in his Lotus. And then the next row, the 6th row, is Andrew Beaumont. A lot of familiar names here, you might think, yes, because they've raced in other races already. They've got different cars in this race. So it's Andrew Beaumont and John Fider in the Lotus and Brabham respectively. On to the 7th row, we've got Tim Child in his Cooper and Andrew Turvey in his Lola. And then the next row, row 8, is Martin Orbit and in his Lotus and Robin Longdon in his Lola. And we continue back down the grid because we've got 27 cars on this grid. Next up is Andrew Hayden in his Lotus alongside Peter Anstis in his Lotus. And then Jonathan Fider in the Mallock, and James Hicks in his Caravelle. That's row 10. Row 11 is Sid Fraser in his Lotus and Stephen Jobstall in his Lotus. And then we've got Anna Wilson in her Lotus and Richard Ferris in the Donford, not a very common name. Anna Wilson and Richard Ferris make up row 12. And then finally on row 13 we've got Chris Drake, who we saw earlier in his Terrier. He's out in his Elva this time. Chris Drake and Bob Birrell in his Lotus, and completing the grid, David Drew in the Australian Ausper. not sure whether Chris Drake had a problem in qualifying, but we know that he's a very quick driver, so it'd be interesting to see whether he is out of position on the grid or whether he's driving a car which is not really on the pace of the others, which may be possible, but I think Chris Drake, normally we'd expect to see him somewhere nearer the front as the cars are being readied to come out on track. So we can't see from here, but clearly there's some very hard work gone on out there on track to repair the barrier, to make everything safe for racing again after that fairly hefty incident for Ben Adams in that last race. So hopefully we'll have the cars out on the track very shortly. Can't see what the board is that they're holding up, but it's presumably 1 minute or something like that, so we shouldn't be very long. And you can see the and there's the barriers. I think that's a shot of the area that was damaged in that incident. Yes, it is indeed the barrier that was hit by Ben Adams. Look at that, you wouldn't know. What great work by the circuit staff and the marshals to get everything back for racing again. And I can hear in the background, I think, the cars being released.
I'm not surprised, Alistair. That doesn't surprise me.
Brilliant.
They're
Yep.
fabulous, absolutely fabulous.
So here go the cars, and Sam Wilson it is who will lead the cars out with that very distinctive crash helmet done in the purple and green colours of the Porsche from 1970, which Joe earlier on said he's always called the psychedelic Porsche.
It was Andrew who reminded me it was Willie Cowson in the 917 it won the I think it was a round of the World Sports Car Championship in Watkins Glen in 1971 in that livery, and it's become quite an iconic livery.
Well, certainly for Sam it is, because he likes his helmet in those colours. So they're following the car down. This is a standing start for this race, as it has been for the other open wheel races. So we'll see them come round to the grid, so that you can see there what a lovely shot that is down the your favourite shot indeed, Joe.
It is,
and it just shows you the depth of this grid that we've got of 27 cars. As they come up to the top at McLean's, then they'll go even higher up to Coppice, the highest point on the circuit, and we're looking there at Sam Wilson in pole position at the head, and then Richard Bradley in the Brabham. That Brabham really does look very, very pretty indeed. The classic toothpaste tube shaped cars that were normal at this period of racing, and although they're Formula Juniors with different engines, they were raced in Grand Prix racing as well, and if the chassis itself didn't race in Grand Prix racing, then the designers always looked at the Grand Prix cars and said that's the right shape, so that's why they all look very similar, apart from the Mallock, of course, which Major Arthur Mallock has always built the front-engined cars, and we've got one of those in this race, despite the fact the rest of the field is rear-engined.
Tube frame, of course, and relatively easy to copy in that respect. Silverline Formula Junior Championship. Silverline teams have been a part of the historic Formula Junior in the UK since 2015, and a big thank you for their support, along with Historic Sports Car Club in supporting this series. We said this earlier in the 59 to 60 classes of the Formula Junior field that we have. The two classes will come together tomorrow for a joined up Formula Junior race, but this was effectively the GP3 of the early 60s. This is where, and I know Andrew's going to be down in the pits, and without any pit stops we'll be able to talk to Andrew about Formula Junior, and I'm sure he remembers it being the first rung of the ladder. In fact, we're going to do a little bit of swappage here, and Andrew's going to join us for this, and because Andrew can offer some insight from the day. Andrew, you've come in from the cold, my friend.
Coming from the pit lane, my favourite place, Joe. But yes, it's nice to be in the commentary box for a moment. When I first started racing regularly, or covering races regularly, I did a lot of these Formula Junior races, but they're almost all ready to go, aren't they?
Yeah, we've got a green flag about to fly. We're just shuffling a few of our runners, and we're about to get underway.
Green flags waving.
Green flag flies. 20 minutes race. We're about to wait for the red lights to go out. I think we can just see the red lights at the top of our TV screens. Engine revs rise, the red lights come on, and we should lose them any second. We do indeed. Sam Wilson, Richard Bradley at the front of the field, and Richard Bradley slots across to the right and in fact takes the lead by all accounts. The number 81 slotting into the front of the field, then he goes to the left and just shields off. And a spinner.
Oh, a big spin there from Sam, and he gets hit. So we don't usually see that from Sam Wilson, but spun there and collected another couple, and we didn't, he's usually the favourite to win these races.
Is he really?
Oh, yeah.
Well, he was on pole position. We've lost a couple, at least 3, possibly 4 cars from the field. You know what? I hate to see that in historic racing, because these cars are so valuable. But that was a cold tyre thing. I mean,
I think so. Yeah. So we got the lovely Brabham at front in the proper Brabham colours.
Yeah, the green and gold. We talked about that. As we let the field settle down, and we're not expecting it to settle down to any great extent, because these races are usually frantic.
And I should point out, Simon Diffie is a late entry into this. He's already up to 4th place, and I was talking to Simon earlier. He's just got this car, and he's really pleased with it. It's got a history. It's an ex-Peter War car.
Is this the first?
First time out. Remember Peter War, who's the team manager for many years at Team Lotus? Blind Pew was his nickname by the mechanics.
I was going to say, because you were around in that period with the
certainly
GPS
was.
thing, weren't you?
Yeah, I was. And
Blind Pew, is that because he was blind? Just because he wore glasses, probably?
No, PW was his initials.
Yeah.
And Blind Pew was a character in some cartoon or something, because
Blind Pew was out of Treasure Island.
Oh, Treasure Island, that's right, yeah. The Team Lotus mechanics, they all had nicknames. We've all heard of Herbie, haven't we? Or the Vicos, Bob Dance, and so on. They all had nicknames at Team Lotus. He was Blind Pew, and his wife, because he called her Sweetie, was known as Sweetie. But sometimes he didn't bring Sweetie to the races. He brought another lady. And do you know what the mechanics called her? Saccharin.
He was cutting down on his sugar intake.
Yeah. Well, he was. Well, the car's still abandoned there, the silver one. Everybody behind the Jaguar pace car. He's got in quite a few laps this weekend, doesn't he?
Yeah, we've got a huge field, Andrew. 27 cars.
Yeah. Well, Duncan Rabagliati, who is in charge of the Formula Junior Association and is now run by his daughter. They've done a fabulous job. They had a big world tour, remember, a couple of years ago, and they went down to New Zealand with these cars and basically all over the world and America and so on. Mm-hmm. And a lot of these were built in period, so there's still a lot of them around. And then Duncan's a great organiser. I mean, both the Duncans here, Duncan Wilshire's a great organiser. Yeah. Duncan Rabagliati also happens to be my solicitor, by the way, when he's not doing this. He really has galvanised all these people, and he finds cars and gets them out of garages where they're dusty and that. So he's a terrific guy, and he's done a wonderful job with these.
This just to confirm, everybody, we've lost our pole position sitter, Sam Wilson, in the Lotus 20. He's out, as is the 68 James Murray in the Lola Mark 5A. That car is out as well, and that car just being recovered. Andrew, this wasn't just the first rung of the ladder from a driver's perspective. This was the first rung of the ladder as a design engineer and car manufacturer. And
Absolutely.
Is this because of the volume of the production of these cars? Is that kind of what gave people like Lola and Lotus the leg up and give them the kind of funding, the finance that was coming through their companies?
Yeah, absolutely. But some of these earlier cars, like the Lotus 18, you could get it as a Formula 1 car, a Formula 2 car and a Formula 3 car, because the chassis wasn't that much different. Strengthened a bit, there were a few changes. But there was lots of races for these cars, all over the continent, all over outside Europe. But there was maybe one weekend there maybe be a race in Sweden and a race in the UK and another race down in East Germany or something. And
was the progression ladder though a little bit easier to follow than it is today? I mean, there's all sorts of single seaters.
Yeah, so
Formula
you
Junior,
started in Formula Junior.
Where would you go then?
And then Formula 1.
From Formula Junior?
Oh, yes. But then, of course, it went to Formula 3, so they changed these cars from 1100cc to 1 litre, and then you had Formula 2 as well and Formula 1. But no, you can go from Formula Junior. That's exactly what Jim Clark did, Trevor Taylor, all these people.
So these cars are from 61, 63.
Yeah.
So as we went through the 60s, these cars, by the time we got to the end of the decade, the tyres were wider. They had 1,000 cc scream.
Well,
we call it the screamer period, don't we?
Yeah.
Formula 3.
1970 was when they went to slick tyres, in the middle of the season, actually.
Yes.
And when they started putting wings on them and so on.
Yes.
So those big changes going on in motor racing in those days.
But back in when these cars were the junior formula, quite literally Formula Junior, you know, we had the 1.5 litre formula in Formula 1.
Yeah.
And like you say, you look at it, take the bodywork off, the tube frame of the chassis isn't that much different to what was running in Formula 1.
Correct, absolutely correct. And then we're seeing the Lotus 22 in here, but the next Lotus Formula Junior Formula 3 car, but it was the Formula Junior car, was the Lotus 27. That was a monocoque. That was the first monocoque other than a Formula 1 car, basically, as far as single seats is concerned.
Right.
So it'll be interesting to see what happens here. I mean, it's great to have Richard Bradley, isn't it?
Oh, fabulous,
LMP2 class winner.
Yeah.
Still a regular competitor, of course, in the European Le Mans series. He's had some victories in the last year.
He's just finished in the sports car race, and he got out the car first.
Yeah.
That was obviously to enable him to get ready to drive this.
And later on, he'll drive the family Aston Martin.
Yes.
Yeah. And I wasn't sure if it's driving with his father or his brother. I'm not quite sure. No, we need to check that out. But it's a super chap, Richard.
I need to go and see him, actually. Cause
all that success, remember, was with Matt House and a lot of that early Le Mans victory.
But he's the sort of driver, Andrew, that, you know, it's no surprise to see him at the front of this grid, nor was it a surprise to see him lead into turn 1.
No.
And I think that was probably maybe one of the elements that aired Sam Wilson to turn in just a little bit too quickly and ask a little bit too much of those rear tyres.
If you catch it, the 63 car, the guy's got a very interesting crash helmet, Jobstall, who I think's from Austria, and he's got a face painted on the back of his helmet. It looks out of the back and looks back through the roll cage. Does it? It's kind of weird, actually.
So we're still
circulating.
Still safety car, and I think we've recovered the cars. The safety car lights are still on, and Richard Bradley still continues around. He's going to be able to keep an element of temperature in his tyres, and you can see him waving about as the rest of the field are too.
12 minutes remaining in this race now, so it's going to be a bit of a dash for cash, as they say, isn't it?
We're almost half distance. Maybe we're getting close. I'll get a better. I'll be given a better idea. I can't see any kind of official message telling me the safety car is going to be brought in. So the safety car lights are out. Richard Bradley knows exactly what to do, and he's just easing back and just boxing everybody up, and then he'll choose his moment to go for it. The safety car is already through the chicane and will peel off into the pits, and then we're going to go racing. Richard Bradley, Andrew Hibbert, and then we've got Lee Moore in the Lotus 2022, and now he goes. Coming out of the chicane, he's gone for it. Maximum acceleration now from Richard Bradley, and he's done a great job there from the safety car. That's a perfect start there, holding everybody back, Andrew, and then here he goes into red gate 4.
See, Diffie had a bit of a stiff down the inside, but wasn't able to make it stick. And then a car there in the colours of Ian Walker Racing, I think, the number 61.
Andrew Beaumont in the Ronnie Peterson replica helmet that he's known for.
Yeah, that car's been run by Classic Team Lotus, by Chris Dinich and the guys, and just finding out that the famous ex-Tyrrell team manager Rupert Merriwearing, who did work for Lotus in period, he's joining them, or rejoining them actually, to strengthen up the whole management of the Classic Team Lotus team. And Rupert's here this weekend.
So Rupert not thinking about retirement then?
No, he told me this morning he was thinking of retirement, and then decided chance to go to Classic Team Lotus was too good, so
you can't knock that thing back, can you?
And I just found out he lives just about a mile away from me that I didn't know, so we might be having a beer next week.
Does he? That's excellent news. That's excellent news. And you didn't know that? You weren't aware?
No, I didn't know that. No, I thought he lived in Rye, actually.
Number 83 there, Andrew. The only Malik we've got in the race. Now the previous, the 59 to 60 Formula Juniors had a car driven by Ray Malik that came second. That was classed as a U2.
Yeah.
Now, this is down in the on the entry list as a Malik U2 Mark III.
Just the way the guy's written it on.
So, but I think it's by then though, because they started out calling it a U2.
Yeah.
And then it took the Malik name.
Yeah, I think that's right. The old Ali's just coming out of the slipstream there. See if he can dive down on the inside. And yes, he does. Oh, very close. Yeah, Major Arthur Malik was the father of Richard and Ray, of course, and he was a good racer too.
Yeah. It's quite a dynasty.
Bristling moustache he had.
Did he?
Yes. He looked like a major.
Was he an army major or RAF?
No, army major.
Army major.
Yeah.
Of course.
And he built the cars in Road in Northamptonshire, and I believe Richard Malik still builds some, the successor to these. Oh, and we had a puff of smoke.
Yeah.
That's exactly what it was.
Or
is there dust down there? Maybe there's some oil dry down there.
We see that. I think that's the inside curving.
And I noticed Diffie is up to third place now, Simon Diffie. So nice shot of the 71 car.
Already 8.5 minutes of this race, and Richard Bradley's pulled out about a second and a half from Andrew Hibbard, and Diffie has moved ahead of Moore. Spinner. Spinner at the chicane. That's the number 71, and that's James Hicks in the Caravelle. Caravelle Mark III to be precise.
Yeah, I think they built 3 of them. And originally a guy called Hugh Dibley, who's still around, who was a very well-known racing driver in his time.
Yeah, I've heard the name.
Yeah, raced the Chaparral, I think, once.
That's probably where
he was a BOAC, or British Airways, pilot as well.
I have.
Hugh Dibley. Anyway,
just been reading about
Caravelle,
Hugh Dibley.
the interesting story, because I think it stayed in the family. I think it stayed in the family that built it.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I believe so.
So, driving number 71, James Hicks in the Caravelle Mark III, just seen recover from a spin.
Well, it was built by Bob Hicks, so I don't quite whether how many generations are between them.
That's too much of a coincidence.
And nice little car designed by a man called Richard Utley.
Now, car 84 there, showing a few war scars. That's Mark Woodhouse in the Lotus 2022. That was one of the cars that was involved in the first lap incident, and Woodhouse has dropped. He was up the grid order. He started the race in 10th and got mixed up at the first time. He's down in 24th.
He's got a Monaco nose on it now.
He has got a Monaco nose. Yeah, that radiator is getting full airflow into it, so the engine temperature will be not at all a worry. 7 minutes remaining then, and still only a second and a half that Richard Bradley has. Brabham BT2, like you said, Andrew, that car in that livery, that green with the gold band, the gold stripe, that was kind of iconic in that period of those early Brabham World Championships in Formula One.
The first MRD, and we saw it in the Formula One race earlier, was actually in turquoise. And then they went to the green and gold, which is, of course, the colours of the Australian flag.
Yes.
It's Australian racing colours.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, and as expected, a very well prepared Brabham BT2 of Richard Bradley. Now the gap to Hibbard has gone to nothing. So car 81, Richard Bradley, from car 79, Andrew Hibbard, are absolutely nose to tail, with fastest overall lap of the race put in last time by Hibbard.
Hibbard knows this car very well. He's raced it a lot, this Lotus 22, and I would suggest that Richard Bradley doesn't know his Brabham quite as well, but you've got one guy who's really a modern professional racing driver.
Yes, he is,
against Andrew Hibbard, who's a very good historic racer, but he's not a full-time professional racing driver, which Richard Bradley absolutely is.
Well, those two have pulled away. They've got a gap of about 6 seconds, 6.5 seconds as this battle continues. There's Richard Bradley just going into Coppice. There is Hibbard now, Andrew Hibbert there in the red coloured number 79. Now that is not 0.3 of a second. So whatever it was that closed that gap up the previous lap, that is not the case. As Richard Bradley turns into the chicane, now Andrew Hibbert turns into the chicane also. And across the line there to complete 9 laps with just under 5 minutes remaining. The gap out to 1.6. So that's pretty much where it has been. It was 1.5, 1.4, and then it went down to 0.3, and that kind of struck my attention, but now it's back to where it's pretty much been, so I'm not sure why that was the case. So Richard Bradley, I should say, back in command of things as we look back down to the back straight and a battle for position with 2 cars circulating nose to tail. It's the number 5 of Longdon, who started this race in 16th. Robin Longdon in the Lola Mark 5A has now been chased down by the number 55, and that is the car of, I'm just trying to find him on the screen, the 55 I cannot find. It was 55 in that.
Yeah, Chris Drake.
Yeah, it is Chris Drake.
Yeah.
Yeah, in the Elva 300.
And,
there he is. He started 25th, so they're
Yep.
well up the field from 25th, up to battling for 10th and 11th, Alistair.
I did mention when I was doing the grid that I wasn't sure whether Chris Drake had problems in qualifying, but we know how quick he is.
I think that must be the case.
Yeah, obviously,
Well,
yes.
He's challenging for that. 60 looking like it's recovering from a spin there. Fraser in the Lotus 2022.
And
Simon, bracket Sid. So I take it he prefers Sid Fraser.
And the 55 car, Chris Drake, is the Elva, and reel out the story of where the name Elva comes from, out of interest for those that don't know. It was designed by Frank Nichols, and he thought a nice name for a car would be the French translation for she goes, Elle va, hence Elva. And they made road legal cars as well, a little courier.
It suits a small, single seater Elva. It's kind of very apt. Battle for the lead still at 1.6. They're already through Coppice, and if anything, Alistair, I think Richard Bradley is extending that lead.
Oh, certainly Andrew Hibbert is working very hard indeed through Coppice there. He was absolutely soaring away at the wheel. And then I like the way Andrew calls that the Monaco nose for the extra cooling.
Yeah, that's the number 84 that we mentioned earlier. That got Mark Woodhouse got wrapped up in that first corner incident.
That's a shame.
He's undoubtedly quicker than the cars ahead of him, having dropped down the field to 24th. He moves ahead of it's not the car that's on him in front of him on the timing screen, so I'm not sure where he is track position wise. We're under 2 minutes to go though, so 2 minutes remaining, and it's the number 73 that he's put a lap on there. So we're not far from seeing Richard Bradley and Andrew Hibbert enter onto their final lap. They've created what to me can only be described as a huge gap, considering it's 13 seconds before we see the number 62 Simon Diffie in the Lotus 20, and then Lee Moore in the number 80. Lee starting from 5th place and now running in 4th. The number 70 showing the Silverline Tools logo on the side of the car, and Silverline Tools being part of supporting this Formula Junior category since 2015. As the rest of the field continue to lap. We're getting towards checkered flag with under half a minute remaining now. So we'll try and pick up our leader, Richard Bradley, very soon, and car 81 has extended. There he is there, just coming through McLean's. Sterling work from our camera team.
8 seconds, so this is the last lap, isn't it?
Yeah.
He's not going to get back to the timing line before then, so time runs out, and on the long straight down to the chicane comes Richard Bradley. A stern challenge from Andrew Hibbert mid-race, but it's faded away as Richard Bradley has scythed his way through the slower cars and is about to get the checkered flag as he comes across the line. We see the checkered flag on the right hand side. Yes, there it goes. So a win for Richard Bradley in what look in the flesh and on the screen just looks such a pretty little car. The
It's
Brabham
beautiful,
BT2,
isn't it?
the first car with the BT moniker for Jack Brabham and Ron Taranach, who designed the Brabham cars. Lovely looking car.
I think we're going to have a look at that car up close after dinner, before it gets too dark. So a great win there for Richard Bradley, who did all of that on the first corner on lap 1 off the start and got off into the lead around the pole sitter Sam Wilson, who then ended up having a spin, so caused a bit of an incident that gave us that big delay of almost half the race. And then Richard went on to kind of consolidate things and just hold off Andrew Hibbert to a gap of 4 seconds at the line.
And Andrew Hibbert actually did the fastest lap of the race, so 1:17.6, which was a couple of tenths quicker than our winner. That may be in the middle part of the race when
he really did close the gap, and then it kind of woke Richard up, didn't it? And then he started to put in the laps again. Rest of the field coming through, and we'll be having a rundown. Alistair will probably take us through the rundown of this quite huge field, 27 cars in this Formula Junior, the Silverline Tools Formula Junior Championship for 61 and 63. And then we'll see these cars back out tomorrow, where we bring together the eras that we have seen today. The Silverline Formula Junior Championship 58 to 60 will come together with the Silverline Formula Junior Championship 61 to 63, and we'll basically have the Silverline Formula Junior Championship 58 to 63. Richard pulling onto pit lane and being shown the way to the Parc Fermé and indeed the podium area. Andrew called it the winner's circle, but it's not a circle, it's a rectangle, so we're going to call it the podium area.
And we've got the results up on the screen for you for the second of our Formula Junior races for the later cars, 61 to 63. Here we are on race 5. It's Richard Bradley who took the win in the gorgeous Brabham BT2, 13 laps completed. Second place Andrew Hibbert in the Lotus 22, just 4 seconds behind at the end. He'd been closer. Then we had Simon Diffie, first time out, I think I heard Andrew Marriott say, in the Lotus 2022 in third place. Then ex-British GT racer Lee Mole, in fourth place in the Lotus 2022. And in fifth place Adrian Russell in the Lotus 22. Then it was in sixth place Richard Wilson in the Brabham BT6, the similar car of John Fider, the Scotsman, in seventh place. Then Chris Chilcott in another of the Brabham BT2s in eighth place. Andrew Beaumont in ninth place in the Lotus 22, and Robin Longdon completed the top 10. Then we saw Christopher Drake, who made a great drive through the field. He started right at the back in 25th place, but got his Elva up to 11th, Chris Drake. Then we had Jonathan Fider in 12th place in his Malak U2, and then Andrew Turvey 13th in the Lola Mark 5A. In 14th place Martin Orbit in the Lotus 20, and in 15th Peter Anstis in the Lotus 2022. Then in 16th, the unique in this race, the Caravelle Mark III, which Andrew said was probably 3 or 4 built, and each one had a different mark number. James Hicks in 16th, Stephen Jobstall in 17th in his Lotus 22, and Andrew Hayden in 18th in a similar car. Then in 19th, Richard Ferris in the Donford, and completing the top 20, Anna Wilson in the Lotus 27. Another Lotus in 21st place for Bob Birrell, the Lotus 20, and then the 2022 version of the Lotus for Sid Fraser in 22nd. David Drew in the Allspa from Australia in 23rd place, and in 24th Mark Woodhouse in the Lotus 2022. Then we've got drivers that didn't finish the race. I think Tim Child, the Cooper T59, and of course Sam Wilson and James Murray were taken out when Sam spun right on the first corner at Redgate. Sam Wilson in the Lotus, unfortunately.
Thank you, Alistair. Let's head down to the podium, where I think Andrew will have our winners by now. Richard Bradley will be the first driver.
Well, here's the winning
to.
Bravo, number 81, been in the Bradley family, I understand, for 3 or 4 years now. Richard, that was an excellent drive, but of course, you've got a bit of an advantage. You're a pro driver.
Yeah, but I tell you, these guys they're seriously quick. You know, I was fortunate that I was able to do the pro thing and make a career out of it. But I tell you, if these guys had the same opportunity that I had, they'd have a very good chance at it as well. So we've had this car for a few years now. When we got it, it needed a lot of work, and it's good to see that finally, after a lot of effort, it's coming to fruition. Now we can start to race the big boys.
We didn't really expect Sam Wilson to scatter the field at the first corner. Were you out of that?
Yeah, I don't really know what happened at the first corner, to be honest. I managed to get Sam off the line, and then I had to deal with Andrew because he was trying to go round me, and you know I managed to hold on just, but I was too busy focusing on keeping him behind, to be honest.
Tomorrow you're going to be driving something a bit different, a pre-war car.
Yeah, I've got another race in the junior with the mixed grid, and then I'll be in the family pre-war car. You know, I don't know, because to be honest, I might let my old man do the whole race. He's worked hard enough; he deserves it. So I'll see. But I love the pre-war stuff as much as you can imagine.
Excellent. Well, congratulations. Let's move on. And
hello.
In second place.
Hello.
Did you get caught up in that shove-bozzle at the first corner with Sam Wilson?
No, I actually made an uncharacteristically good start for me, so luckily I was just ahead of it, but that's a bit unfortunate, but it's a rare occurrence.
And what about this young man, Richard Bradley? A bit quick, isn't
He is quick, but I don't mind finishing second to a chap who has raced at Le Mans recently as last year and things, so doesn't say I don't like being beaten by him, but we'll try and catch him. But I think, you know, he's a proper racing driver. So.
Okay, well...
And one more thing, I've got to say hello to my little daughter, because she's sitting watching at home, so... Hello, Amelia.
And here's Simon Diffie. Well, Simon, we were talking just an hour or so before the start, and it's a new car to you, and you're really pleased with it.
I'm over the moon. I'm so excited. Judy Derrisley kindly let me take on the car and get it restored. My auntie Kathleen funded it, and Yvonne Waugh was so helpful, and it's a tribute to the great Peter Waugh, and I'd like to dedicate this place, first time out with the car, to Peter Waugh and his memory. I'm so excited.
On the commentary, I did mention it because you briefed me very well. So this car raced in period by Peter Waugh, the team manager of T Lotus, yeah. And is that a period livery that it's in?
Yes, John Paul Getty III was the CEO of Vido Oils, and he drove the car in a promotion down at Goodwood in '62 and ran it in this livery, and we just thought it would be a great tribute to the period.
Well, that's absolutely fabulous. So it was a good race. So you're new to the car, but you're on the podium, first time out with it.
Oh, I'm absolutely ancient. The last time I was on anything was a merry-go-round at Crossweight and Gardener's Party, and to be up with these youngsters, I can't believe it. Thank you for putting on such a great meeting, and motor racing legends, what can I say? What a fantastic day. Thank you.
Life in the old dog yet. Simon Diffie, what a character, guys.
It's kind of a feature race, I think, for me. It's an 80-minute endurance race for our Airman Cup for GT40s, and it's one that I've been looking forward to since it was announced, and that was quite a while ago. So I've been looking forward to this race for a few weeks, if not months, in fact. And to be honest, a grid of we're just starting out, but a grid of 11 Ford GT40s on any racetrack is quite a sight to behold. And oak trees start from little acorns, don't they? So this is a start, and it's going to be a fabulous race with some teams electing once again 2 drivers, other teams or cars I should say only having 1, so it's going to be interesting. It's going to have an element of tactics.
Yeah, just 3 cars with solo drivers, and here we are with the starting grid for the last race, so we will have to have an update.
So it is. That caught me out.
So we'll hopefully see the starting grid for the Amon Cup race. Just to tell you while we're waiting for that this is a rolling start again for this race, and the pit stop window, being an 80-minute race, will be between 30 minutes and 50 minutes. So once again, a 20-minute window opening at 30 minutes, and the minimum stationary time in the pit's the same, 60 seconds, with the extra 15 second allowance for getting in and out of the pits, which is carefully timed by the timekeepers, because if they do it quicker than that, it means they've been speeding in the pit lane. So we should be having, here we go, the grid for the Amon Cup, which is headed by number 10, Ollie Bryant, who we've seen out already racing, and in fact Andrew interviewed him. Ollie Bryant, number 10, on pole position. Then we've got the James Hansen and Andy Newell car on the front row, and James Hansen will start. James Hansen will start in that car. On the second row we've got James Cottingham and Andrew Smith, a familiar pairing. James Cottingham will start. And on the alongside on the second row is David Cuff and Harvey Stanley. You've seen Harvey Stanley interviewed already by Andrew. Harvey Stanley will take the wheel first. Then on to the third row we've got a pairing of Miles Griffiths and Gordon Shedden. That's a very strong pairing. Gordon Shedden will take the wheel first. Then alongside is Bernardo Hartogs and Will Nuttall. Bernardo Hartogs will take the wheel first. And then next on the grid in 7th place on row 4 is Tarek Mahmood and Nigel Greensall. Tarek Mahmood will start, and then it's the solo driven car of Marcus Euenhausen Seerstorpt, who we've seen before racing in the Jaguar race. And then completing the grid we've got the Richard Mines Chris Lillingston Price car, which will be started by Richard Mines, and alongside will be Mike Thorne and Robert Raw, and Robert Raw will take the wheel first. And completing the grid is Tony Wood, number 5. Tony Wood, a quick driver, but he ended up in the gravel at McLean's in qualifying and didn't really set a representative time as the cars came out onto the track.
So the Amon Cup for GT40s about to get underway. 80 minutes, as Alistair mentioned, and in honour of Chris Amon, of course, we name this the Amon Cup for GT40s. Chris Amon, a name synonymous with this mark and this make, and perhaps this period of motor racing brought to a wider audience through the movie Le Mans 66, where I've had people who are not interested in race cars at all have been asking me questions about this period of racing. This is a rolling start, and the safety car, the pace car, rolls into the pit lane and allows Ollie Bryant and the number 15 of Newell and Hansen. Yes, Alistair and I just take our cans off for a moment just to hear that beautiful noise. Now down into the lead has got Cottingham and Smith. Have we got starting drivers, by the way? Is it James Cottingham?
Yeah, it is James Cottingham. Yeah,
that was a brilliant start down the inside and just caught everybody by surprise, and he hangs on to that lead down through the craters and into the old hairpin for the first time.
And it's another DK Engineering driver in third place, because it's Harvey Stanley, and in between them is Ollie Bryant in the family car, the family GT40. And they go up the hill now through Schwantz. So leading is James Cottingham, in second place is Ollie Bryant, third is Harvey Stanley. We'll see who else comes through when we get the wider shot on the screen
You could tell when James went down the inside, he's good mates with Ollie Bryant. They were sharing a car earlier, and Ollie just didn't react in a very aggressive way, and I think discretion being the better part of valour, especially when you're driving a GT40 and the race is 80 minutes long.
Yes.
There's just no need, is there? And that's what we're seeing. One lap completed.
And they come across the line, and it is indeed James Cottingham, who leads from Ollie Bryant, but Ollie Bryant being challenged on the inside by Harvey Stanley, but doesn't get through. But there's a little bit of dust down on the road there where they've cleared up that previous incident, and Harvey Stanley just a little bit sideways there. In fourth place is the Gordon Shedden Miles Griffiths car, which is being started by British Touring Car driver and 3 times British Touring Car champion Gordon Shedden, who of course is back out in the series this year in the Honda Civic. So Gordon Shedden next weekend will be putting his other hat on, as it were, and becoming a professional racing driver again.
And he was right on the pace, going fastest on the media day, and he's heading the timing sheet, so everybody in touring cars beware. Shedden's on a mission, and it's great to see him back in the series in the UK.
Well, Ollie Bryant really having to work very hard to keep Harvey Stanley behind him as they went through Coppice. They're coming down into the chicane once again, and James Cottingham it is who still leads, and these first 4 cars very close together indeed, with Ollie Bryant in second, Harvey Stanley in third, Gordon Shedden in fourth. Now in fifth place is the James Hansen Andy Newell car, started by James Hansen. That's the white car with the stripe, and that's just slightly off the back of this lead pack at the moment. But look at them all drifting and squirming around on power.
Clearly not the fastest way though, Alistair, as that's allowed Gordon Shedden right onto the tail of the number 2, and he has to be very aware of that. The number 7 has pulled off to the side. That's the Thorne and Robert Rowe car.
That looks like a spin, doesn't it?
Yeah, where is that exactly?
That could have been Coppice. It looked like it was at the top of the hill somewhere.
Well, we're into McLean's
so they should,
now.
Yeah.
It's the chicane.
It is indeed the chicane.
And indeed, it was a spin.
Indeed, it was a spin.
Good
and indeed,
spot.
we're going to have local yellows initially, and wait for the clerk of the course to make a decision. But it's right on the outside of the circuit at the chicane. Here come the leaders. They're under yellow flag. That means no overtaking once you pass the first of those yellow flags, so there'll be no overtaking into the chicane. Drivers keeping close together, and in fact that's allowed Gordon Shedden and James Hansen just to close up slightly. Now they're back to full speed again. We are racing around the rest of the track. It's just that one section that is neutralised. Hard work going on there from Harvey Stanley in the number 2 GT40 as they come down through, what a wonderful sight, sliding their way down, drifting through the Craner curves.
GT40s as well, a field of them. We're very honoured and privileged to be able to be at Donington Park for this race, but I'm hoping that we're bringing this Donington Historic Festival to you via our live stream, and a big thanks to Deaky Engineering to allow that to happen, and their support along with Motor Racing Legends and the Royal Automobile Club have enabled us to put on this live stream and bring the event to you as Harvey Stanley continues to pressure that number 10 car of Ollie Bryant ahead of him. Ollie, to me though, just looks so calm and composed, doesn't he? He's not being pressured into making any kind of mistake, and I'm kind of wondering just what the plan is. Why is he letting James get away? Maybe he hasn't got an answer.
Oh, maybe he knows that the car will suffer with maybe tyre or brake wear later on. Now look, Harvey Stanley looking for the outside line, but Ollie stays on the inside and makes his way down now to Hollywood, just lets the back drift out a little on power as he exits Redgate, and look where Gordon Shedden is, right there behind them in fourth place, coming down into the old hairpin. And sorry, just to say that Gordon Shedden said this morning, if we weren't on live stream then, that he's when Andrew said, have you driven this car before, he said yes, at Spa.
I was just about to say.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I was just about to say that very thing. We're connecting telepathically, Alistair. Been together all day and we're already connecting. I was just about to say that, and he won at Spa in that car.
Yeah.
So he's familiar with the car. He knows the car. And you know what? When you've got a driver like that, a professional driver like Gordon Shedden, you can pretty much plug him into anything. I remember we plugged him into our Renault Clio up at Knockhill as he was a friend of Derek Pierce, and within about 5 laps. He was going 2 seconds quicker than the car had ever gone. He's just a force of nature, as we say. 1 hour and 13 minutes remaining, and the first 4 cars are still pretty much nose to tail across the line, as we've got another car spinning off, and that's the Tariq Mahmood, Nigel Green, so Tariq Mahmood at the wheel, I believe.
Yep.
And Tariq just getting the car. Now that's Coppice, so it looks like he spun that car on the brakes, actually, on the entry to Coppice, but he's no harm, no foul. He's regained the track and he's on his way.
Down into the old hairpin once again. Ollie Bryant just letting the back step out on the brakes as he turns in just to get the car rotated, and then he goes up the hill, but all the time he can see the back end of the GT40 in front of him just easing away as James Cottingham, a great drive from James. Look at that, Ollie's gone a little wide there, and Harvey Stanley sniffs an opportunity, but no, he drops in behind again as they go up to Coppice.
I've just realised who Harvey Stanley is. Harvey Stanley from DK.
Yeah.
These are all good mates.
Yeah, of course.
First, second and third, they're all good mates. They're having a ball, and Gordon Shedden's wanting to join in because he's going past. He's going past Ollie Bryant now, as did Harvey Stanley.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure whether Ollie Bryant is running 100%, because Harvey Stanley was able to just drive past him on the straight there. Now Gordon Shedden's on the tail of Harvey Stanley, who is pushing. You can tell he's pushing by the way the car's squirming underneath him on the brakes. So a change for position. James Cottingham leads, Harvey Stanley is in second, now Gordon Shedden is third, and looking very, very racy indeed. That's a very, very loose number 2 Ford GT40 of Harvey Stanley.
And a much wider line from Harvey Stanley. We saw that in an earlier race where one car was taking a wider line through the old hairpin and the other car hitting the curbing on the inside. Gordon Shedden goes for the tight line. Now he's coming up to Matt Neal. Yes, in fact, Harvey Stanley goes wide again at McLean's. I was just about to say they're coming up to the Matt Neal overtaking place, which Gordon Shedden will know all about, having been teammates with Matt Neal for some years in the Honda BTCC team, but he doesn't manage to get through, so Harvey Stanley gets away with that one. Now they're coming down the long straight, over the crest, down into the braking area. Harvey just making his car as wide as he can, going into the chicane, lets the back step out, so will that give Shedden a chance on the exit?
Oh, sorry to talk over you there, Brad, that was just instinctively the broad power slide from Harvey Stanley in that number 2. All right, it's allowed Gordon Shedden to move up alongside, and Harvey Stanley had to take the defensive line, but we're absolutely loving this. We've got an hour and 10 minutes of this remaining, everybody, so settle in and just enjoy the sight of these GT40s being raced absolutely on the limit, absolutely on the edge. Harvey Stanley turns in, just catches the slide. Gordon Shedden looks a lot tidier. If anything, the car looks a little more neutral than the number 2 car ahead of him. The number 2 car looks like it's quite oversteery, and I'm not sure whether it's the driver inducing that.
Yeah, it's definitely very much more sideways there, even into McLean's than Shedden. Brake lights come on as they come up the hill to Coppice, take the second apex as they go on to the straight, and once again Harvey Stanley very wide, but Gordon Shedden suddenly lost a little bit of ground there, and look, Ollie Bryant still in the background. Not lost touch.
It's kind of what happened to Ollie Bryant a couple of laps ago, which lost him those 2 places. And exactly the same. Maybe, because of the camera angle, he got really sideways out of Coppice. And that's the important corner here at Donington Park. You've got to be very, very clean, using all the momentum you're going to carry down the straight. And we're seeing a battle now breaking up between the number 30, and that's Marcus Oenhausen-Seerstorff. And he's battling against the number 5 of that's Tony Wood. And was it Tony didn't have a very good qualifying?
No, he ended up in the gravel at McLean's.
That's right.
And only did 4 laps, so didn't really get a representative time in. Very sideways from Oenhausen-Seerstorff there as they went through Redgate, coming down the hill now.
Well, Tony Wood's made some progress. He started in 11th at the back of the field. He's up to 7th and challenging for 6th.
Although he's dropped back a little bit, hasn't he? From
yes, he lost out a little bit there.
Marcus as he came out of the old hairpin. Now they're coming up the hill through the left-hander at Schwantz, which leads into the braking area for McLean's. Turn to the right. Nice drift as he comes through. Lovely sound.
Really is.
From the V8 engine in the back of these cars, and now going through Coppice. Meantime, back with our second place battle.
And just seeing a field of these GT40s just brings to mind, I mean, the way that Ford went about their return to Le Mans with the Ford GTE and the Ford GT in the GTE category, they really did capture the visual aesthetics of this original.
A bad lap from James Cottingham there, and you can see he's being caught by, well, we're off that picture now, but we could see before we cut away that the second and third place cars are now right behind Cottingham.
Yeah.
He lost a second on that lap. Wonder if that's a bit of lappery perhaps. We don't know, we didn't see it.
I've also noticed, Alistair, that there was tyre smoke coming from the front right wheel arch of the Shedden car every time he comes through the corners, and it's if the car's bottoming and we're getting some tyre rub on the inside of the wheel arch on that front right. We'll keep an eye on that as we're back with the leaders now on the back straight towards the chicane. Everything looking settled. James Cottingham leads, Harvey Stanley second, Gordon Shedden third. We've lost Ollie Bryan a little bit. He's slipped back about 2.5 seconds. Back to that battle now between Mahmoud, a recovering Tariq Mahmoud, and behind him is the number 18. They're down in 9th and 10th spot as they go through the Craner curves. And the number 18 is the number 18 is not on my entry list.
It's Bernardo Hartogs.
That's the one, yes.
Who will hand over to Will Nuttall. And both those cars actually have got the gurney bubble that Andrew referred to earlier when he was saying how the GT40 got its name, which is that it's 40 inches high, except when you put the gurney bubble on it, which is to allow for the taller drivers. And that's a good shot there from the side of James Cottingham's car, and those three leaders have all closed up now. Gordon Shedden, unsurprisingly, not keen to let them get away, so he's right there in third place. So we've got coming down the straight James Cottingham leading, Harvey Stanley in second place, and third Gordon Shedden into the chicane.
And these three have pulled away from Ollie Bryan. He's drifted back in fourth spot. He's now just over 3.5 seconds, so he's losing about a second a lap as the leaders are into back markers, and a challenge for second there with Harvey Stanley having to defend. He's got Gordon Shedden to his left, got a back marker, those back markers that we were watching there, the Hartogs and Mahmoud battle. Into the pits has come Tony Wood, the number 5 off shot, but that lead battle there hasn't changed. Down the inside into the old hairpin, and Tariq Mahmoud keeps well out of the way of these leaders. No change. Cottingham leads, Stanley second, Shedden third, up towards McLean's, and that number 2 of Harvey Stanley still looks to be very, very loose. And will this allow Shedden to get alongside? No, he slots him behind on the run up to Coppice. All important, very defensive line there from Harvey Stanley, and Gordon Shedden fell into line out onto the back straight. Not sure he's got the momentum because Harvey Stanley kept his foot right in, and he's got the run down to the chicane. Shedden moves to the right, just shows that silver and yellow nose of the number 37 right in the rear view mirrors on the doors of the number 2. Does the same into Redgate as we head into Redgate, and it all settles down. Let's pop down to the pits for a bit. Piece from Andrew.
That's some great racing there, so I'm going to keep it very quick. The Tony Wood car has got a problem with the engine. I'm not exactly sure what it is, but what great racing's going on out there. So Tony Wood, I don't think is going to be going back into the race. We'll see, but an engine problem for the red and white car.
Thank you, Andrew. And that's unfortunate. They had a problem in qualifying that had the car starting at the back of the grid, put him off at McLean's, and the saying is, it doesn't rain but it pours. Talking of which, we did have some rain forecast, but it's held off, and let's hope it holds off for another hour. We don't want anything spoiling this great race we've got right now. 1 hour and 3 minutes, so we've still got 63 minutes, Alistair, and I'm going to say it, there's still a long way to go. Which there is.
It's a long race, they say. It is 80 minutes for these cars that were racing at Le Mans in the early, well, mid to late 60s. 1964 was the first time they were entered at Le Mans, and we've got the leaders coming down now into Redgate, and still James Cottingham leads, but he must be looking in his mirrors thinking, what have I got to do to get away from Harvey Stanley, who works for DK Engineering, as you saw in the graphic earlier on when Andrew was interviewing him in their display tent. And Gordon Shedden, of course, knows all. There's that smoke. You're absolutely right. It looks like a little bit of tyre rub on the top of the wheel arch. Don't think that'll bother him too much. And Gordon Shedden trying everything he knows to get through. But there's absolutely no way that Gordon is just going to shove the car up the inside and do anything that might cause any damage to these cars. He's a professional driver, and he will make his space and make his way through when he sees the opportunity. And he's just pushing all the time.
And he's got the British Touring Car driver's manual on the passenger seat, which he hasn't opened yet. And as we head down the chicane, he may have just looked at page 7, how to outbrake into the chicane. No, he's closed the BTCC driver's handbook and slotted back in and behaved himself. Let's get down the pits to Andrew. I hear an engine, Andrew.
Cameraman to turn around, and the CRC crew have had a lot of gravel to clear off here. You can see all the mess it's scooped up, but the car there, not one of the front runners, but the guys having a great time with that car, but been off into the gravel. But the marshal's working hard there. Marshal's number one tool, the broom.
He's had that broom 30 years, so 3 shanks and 4 heads. The battle for second continues while we went down to Andrew, and Harvey Stanley gets it big style oversteer sideways slide from McLean's heading up to Coppice. I really do not know how he's maintaining the momentum in that number 2 car to hold back Gordon Shedden, who's driving, in comparison to Harvey Stanley ahead of him, very, very clean indeed. Here he goes. He's going to have a try into the chicane. Or is he? Harvey Stanley, last of the late breakers, Shedden down the inside. Harvey Stanley locks up the brake. They're side by side through the chicane. There really isn't room for that. But somehow they make it out of the chicane without actually touching. Round of applause. And there's Ollie Bryant coming back. Is that because the second and third place cars are tripping one another over, and that's allowing Bryant back in? Or you did say, Alistair, maybe he's looking after his brakes and tyres.
Yeah, brakes.
You did say.
And who's behind Ollie Bryant? It's James Hansen, who is right behind Ollie Bryant. So we've almost got in the same shot the first 5 cars, because James Cottingham is only 3 seconds up the road from this battle. So it's all keeping very close indeed, given that we're into the last hour of the race. So we've had the 20 minutes and they're still tied together. Harvey Stanley locks up. This could be the moment when Gordon Shedden goes through. We'll have to see when when the camera turns, whether Gordon Shedden managed to hold on to that place. He's got the inside, but no! Harvey Stanley has managed to pull the cat out of the bag and stay in second place. That's amazing driving, and there's the leader. You can see James Cottingham, but these second, third, fourth and fifth place cars all close together now. Gordon Shedden going for that inside line at the chicane again, but he thinks better of it, pulls back in behind Harvey Stanley. This is allowing Ollie Bryant and James Hansen to catch up. Here goes Shedden again. I think this is the best chance he's had into the inside, into Redgate. There's a slower car on the outside, which hopefully will keep well out of the way. Gordon Shedden slides through on the inside of Harvey Stanley as they came into Redgate after 21 minutes of racing.
Fabulous.
What a race.
fabulous. And Gordon Shedden, full credit, round of applause to both of these drivers to have been able to have raced so closely. And just behind them, Alistair, I'm pretty sure we've had a change for what will be 4th place, with Hansen going ahead of Ollie Bryant.
Certainly looks that way,
and he's catching Harvey as well.
Well, the question is now, can Gordon Shedden pull away from this little battle and start to put pressure on James Cottingham? And there's Ollie Bryant, who's just lost that 4th place, now running in 5th, but not far off the leading group really, so it's still all to play for as they come down to the chicane. Gordon Shedden goes right and left, then Harvey Stanley, then James Hansen, then Ollie Bryant as they come across the line. There's James Cottingham with the headlights ablaze. That looks great, doesn't it?
Absolutely.
As the dust comes in.
Right, 2.7, and there's an overall fastest lap of the race from Gordon Shedden. So Shedden has been uncaged, he's been unleashed, and now we're going to monitor the gap between himself and James Cottingham. James Cottingham leads in the number 23, second is Gordon Shedden in the 37, then there's the number 2 of Harvey Stanley, and then we've got the number 15 of Hansen, who's absolutely catching Jamie Stanley ahead of him, hand over fist. We don't even need a stopwatch to have a look at that. It's about 7/10 on the stopwatch, but he's I think Jamie Stanley's going to be working very hard. Now then, we haven't mentioned
Harvey Stanley.
Who did I say?
Jamie Stanley.
Sorry, Harvey Stanley.
You're getting mixed up with GT racing, aren't you?
I am, yeah, Jamie, I know Jamie quite well. We didn't mention the pit stop window, Alistair.
We didn't. No, I did. 30 to 50 minutes.
30 to 50 minutes,
Yep,
so 30 minutes into the race, and then the window closes 50 minutes in.
And it's the same as before, minimum 60 seconds stationary. So we've got the gaps there on the screen, but that gap first to second is coming down, isn't it? 2.7 on the screen, but at every lap it comes down as Gordon Shedden. You can see now how much Gordon Shedden is closing on James Cottingham.
Yeah, it has. It absolutely has. 1.1 seconds. It was 2.7. So from that little calculation, and there's another fastest lap. He's got the fastest lap down to a 1 minute 15.518. So Gordon Shedden, fastest driver on the track at the moment, and the qualifying time of Ollie Bryant 1:16.680. So he's underneath the qualifying time. And remember, no refueling, so he's got a chunk of fuel in that car, at least an hour's worth. So we are. That means we're about 16 minutes away from the pit window, aren't we? We've had 25 minutes. So sorry, no, we're about 5 minutes. 5 minutes, of course.
Yeah.
So 5 minutes away before we have to consider those pit stops. Now then, if anything, Cottingham looks to be comfortable with Shedden behind him. We know how difficult Gordon Shedden took. We know how difficult it was to get past Harvey Stanley. Whether or not James Cottingham will prove equally as difficult. Cottingham, I must say, is driving that car, whether it's set up or whether it's driver style, but a lot more neutral style of driving. Certainly Harvey had a massive handful every time, pretty much at every corner. The car was very much out of control. Another puff of smoke I saw from the 37. That's obviously not affecting the performance of the car whatsoever with regards to lap time. But there's no question, Alistair, we've got a race for the lead on our hands just before the pit stop window is about to open up.
Yeah, and we think that the 4 drivers involved in this lead battle are all pretty well balanced in terms of their relative performance. So they may have agreed to split the race in half, which means that they'll stop around 10 minutes into the pit stop window. But on the other hand, they might choose to make a tactical early stop, especially if they've got traffic. But Gordon Shedden takes the lead. Lovely move there, running down into the chicane, just slightly later on the brakes than James Cottingham, and makes that move very clean indeed as they come across the line. So for the first time in the race, we've got Gordon Shedden leading now in car number 37. From second place, James Cottingham, car number 23, as they turn through the red gate. And we've had 20 laps completed, and pretty much every one of those 20 laps we've had cars running side by side or trying to get up and past the other. Wonderful example of great historic racing as they come down into the old hairpin. There goes Gordon Shedden in the lead, James Cottingham in second place. We can see a car just behind, and that should be James Hansen, who's up. No, that's a white car, so he's a bit further off.
Let's have a trip down to the pit lane for Andrew Marriott, who's got something for us. Andrew?
Yeah, I've just been talking to the Cottingham crew there, and James will probably stay in the car over the half distance. I just spoke to Andrew Smith, actually. He's going to take the car over. They're going to play it a little bit by ear, see what's going on, but it's likely that their stop won't be exactly at the half distance anyway, so we'll see how that plays out. But how fantastic to see Gordon Shedden in this GT40, owned by Philip Walker, of course, leading the race now. So back to you.
Thanks, Andrew. And yeah, I think we all agree with Andrew there. What a fabulous sight it has been. And also, all credit to the likes of Harvey Stanley, who held back Gordon Shedden for pretty much 20-25 minutes of racing before Shedden finally found his way by. We've got a similar situation that's developing for the overall lead of this race. The pit stop window is now open, and we've got 2 cars showing pit stops, but those are cars that have had problems, and they are not in any context to do with the mandatory stop that we mentioned. So just under 52 minutes.
The pit stop window opens just in about 1 minute 50.
Right, I thought it was 55. It's 50, isn't it?
50 minutes, yeah.
Of course, 2 minutes to the window opening.
So there's an opportunity to dive in on the next lap if they want to, or the lap after, but that would be a very early stop, so they may decide to carry on, because of course what they don't know is there going to be a safety car, is there going to be a shower of rain, we don't know, and will that offer an opportunity as we see a change of place there, because that is Harvey Stanley going past, or being passed again, by Ollie Bryant. Yeah. So off camera, clearly Ollie Bryant has managed to wheedle his way past Harvey Stanley.
I'm wondering if those rear tyres have gone. He's been, Harvey Stanley with that number 2 he's had in such lurid angles of attack, and all the time he's been, power sliding the car to stay ahead of various other drivers. Now Ollie Bryant, you did say, Alistair, that you suspected that Ollie Bryant was just maybe starting this race off in a conservative sort of way and managing his tyres. Let's see if Andrew can shed any light, if not on that, on something else.
Well, something else. I've just been up on the pit wall with Miles Griffiths, who will be jumping into the car that Gordon Shedden will get out of. And Gordon Shedden will go as long as he can. They're going to leave Gordon Shedden in the car as long as he keeps leading. So that's the plan from the Shedden side of things. So that's interesting.
Yes, it is, and I would certainly, like you said, Alistair, I'd be leaving the pit stop, especially if you're not bothered about how much seat time you get. So Miles Griffiths decided we're going to leave Gordon in as long as possible, and I'd be waiting for that window to close in case we do get a safety car. Now, the likelihood of a safety car with only 11 cars in the field and 10 cars running, the chances of that are reduced somewhat. So, but it's still worth the wait, isn't it? Yeah. Just in case, you never know.
You just don't know. That's right. There could be an opportunity, and if it doesn't come up, then you've lost nothing. And Gordon Shedden comes in before the pit stop window closes, hands over to Miles Griffiths, who is no slouch. So that car isn't going to be going around the circuit in much different time to Gordon Shedden. So unless Andrew Smith, when he takes over from James Cottingham, and Andy Newell, who has massive amount of experience also, and Ollie Bryant, of course, we know has experience.
Did Andrew say that they're thinking about keeping James Cottingham in the car though and not swapping drivers? I thought that's what Andrew said.
Oh right, yeah.
I think that's what he said. It was very faint, but that might be the case. We'll wait and see, because this isn't professional racing. This is people's pastimes. This is people's leisure time in historic racing. They're having fun driving their pride and joys.
And that looks like James Hansen. Is it catching James Cottingham?
Oh, really?
If we get a shot there, certainly the right colour, but I haven't actually confirmed that with the number.
Well, there's the leader through Schwantz and into McLean's, and then behind them, Cottingham is being caught by. It definitely is.
Absolutely,
there it is. There's the number 15 of Hansen, and he is closing in on James Cottingham as they come through Coppice and out onto that long straight towards the chicane. Now, the gap last time by was about a second. It was right on a second. I'm not sure if that's the case, Alistair. As they go into the chicane there, he's closing fractions each time, and I suspect that might be just under a second there across the line as they just flash by underneath us. It is. What is it? 6/10? Yeah.
6, yeah.
So he's going to challenge now, isn't he?
Yeah, so that it should be this lap. He'll be looking for a way through, but we know from the first 20 odd minutes of the race that even Gordon Shedden couldn't find a way past Harvey Stanley, so it's not going to be easy for James Hansen to find a way past James Cottingham, but he'll certainly try as they come down into the old hairpin. Meantime, Gordon Shedden is just easing away. 4.2 was the gap at the line last time around from this car, number 23 James Cottingham, and James Hansen just behind as they come up through Schwantz into McLean's. There is Ollie Bryant in 4th place, and not far behind Harvey Stanley in 5th place.
He has increased the gap though, hasn't he? Harvey Stanley kind of dropping off the tail of that number 10 Ollie Bryant Ford GT40 there, and Harvey Stanley, after running very, very strongly indeed, in 2nd spot and holding back Gordon Shedden. Gave us some great TV footage to watch. There is the Cottingham number 23, and the gap last time was 6/10 of a second. We don't really need a stopwatch to be precise. It's 5/10 now, so he's took another 1/10 of a second out of him, and I've got to say, James Hansen in that number 15 now is in a position where he's going to try and put pressure on James Cottingham. He's going to want to pressure James Cottingham into perhaps just missing a braking point, having Cottingham make a mistake of sorts. And they are already through and out of the old hairpin as we go back down to the pits for more from Andrew.
Yes, Will Dittle is now going to climb into the 18 as the Brazilian climbs out of the car, and now you should see this car going really quickly. We've seen Dittle have a victory already today, but Bernardo from Brazil now out of the car, and this number 18 car, I think, will suddenly be going a lot quicker.
Thanks, Andrew. Down in the pit lane as that pit stop comes to its final stages, and Will Nuttall has got a lot to do. He's down in 9th spot, and he's about 2 laps off the lead, if not 3, by dint of that pit stop. That'll obviously, he'll get at least a couple of laps back during the pit stop phase. But Alistair, I've got to say that no change for that battle for 2nd and 3rd. And James Cottingham continuing to lead James Hansen round in the number 23 and the number 15.
Yes, James Hansen hasn't got the same position in the track as Gordon Shedden had earlier. He's not right behind, so not really in a challenging position, but again, could be strategic. We've still got 44 minutes to go and a pit stop in between, so he's got time. He just wants to follow. And you said it earlier, James Cottingham's driving style is so smooth, isn't it? He rarely seems to get the car too sideways, as into the pits comes the number 7 car, the Robert Raw Mike Thorne car. They're changing drivers now. That car was in the gravel right at the beginning, so it's some way behind, running in 10th place, 14 laps down on the leader.
They had a problem at the start, didn't they? I think
in the gravel.
Of course, yes. It was in the gravel, wasn't it, where they got delayed. Hence, they are way down the field. But you know what? They're still enjoying their drive.
Oh yes, well, you would, wouldn't you? Really?
Yeah.
Driving a GT40 at
Absolutely.
Donington. A nice shot there, and we saw it in the previous pit stop camera coverage of the way the doors go into the middle of the car, giving the driver much more room to get in when they're changing in the Le Mans pit stops, which of course weren't timed. They was just as quick as you could do it.
And if you're a very tall driver, as that door closes, you actually trap your head. I've seen a friend of mine do that and trap their head in the as they close the door on themselves.
And that's Tariq Mahmood and Nigel Greensall's pit stop happening now as well. That's car number 3. So we get that on the camera shot now in the pit lane. And the mechanic just looking at the rear of the car there, just checking, looks like he's checking suspension on that rear left wheel and now on the rear right wheel.
I wouldn't be surprised if he's looking to see if there's any tread left on the tyres. The way these cars are driven, they're they encourage the driver to use the power oversteer. And just look at that V8 in the back of there, the inlet trumpets just underneath the rear deck.
Not a lot of room for the shopping in there, is there? Change of position.
There's a move for second place has finally come off, and James Hansen moves down the inside of James Cottingham at Redgate, but James Cottingham's not happy with that, and he tries to get back on terms through Hollywood and into the Craners. It's not happening though, and the number 15 remains in second place as they turn into the old hairpin. What a sight that is! Some beautiful footage from today's live stream, I've got to say. I'm actually looking forward to watching this during the week and just relaxing and just watching the art that is for GT40s going through the many turns and sweeps here at Donington. It's just been absolutely fabulous to be witness to. But that was a great move. We saw that coming off, and he's just, you know what, Alistair, he just watched for a few laps. He saw where the advantages or the disadvantages, and he kept the pressure on, and that has demoted James Cottingham. None of the top 7 have taken the choice to enter the pits. And the pit window will close with 20 minutes remaining.
11 minutes time, yeah.
Yeah.
So plenty of
So
time.
30 minutes remaining.
It's 30 minutes remaining. 50 minutes is when it closes, so it's a 20-minute window. So the plenty of time for these. Very wide there from James Cottingham. That's the first time we've seen James out of line, isn't it, really?
Yeah, it is.
He's been so smooth, but just now trying to get back on terms with James Hansen in second place. Meantime, Gordon Shedden is 7.6 seconds up the road now, so he's just keeping the pace up as they come up the hill through Schwantz. James Hansen leads James Cottingham into, you could say, James the first and James the second, couldn't you?
Battle of the James. He will not be wanting, James Cottingham that is, will not be wanting to see James Hansen disappear. He's already seen Gordon Shedden go by and literally disappear. James Shedden's already 7.6 seconds up the road as they crossed the line last time by, and he'll not want that to happen. However, I'm not sure he's got a choice in the matter. Now, I've just seen Gordon Shedden in the number 37 gesticulate to his pit wall. Now, that might be to acknowledge next time in. It's going to be, they're pretty much on half distance.
Yeah.
Which seems fair. Share the drive pretty equally.
Well, it might have been a pre-arranged signal that means you're not going to get me out of this car when I come in. I'm staying in.
It may well be. It may well be that.
Down to the old hairpin for James Hansen and James Cottingham, and now as we start to get the camera shot showing us a little bit of dusk. Actually, the sky is still quite bright outside, but we're starting to see the lights on the cars stand out a little bit more now, which gives us even more atmosphere. These cars, of course, built for long-distance racing, particularly in the case of the Ford GT40, very specifically to win Le Mans and beat Ferrari, which was dramatised in the recent film centred around the 1966 Le Mans, which was the first win for the GT40. It had been there in... that's a problem for Ollie Bryant, number 10. Ollie Bryant, who hasn't been in the pits yet, and he's going very slowly down. Is that the run up to Coppice, perhaps? Difficult to pick out exactly where that is.
Yeah, that's a shame, because we did suspect that Ollie was driving a very canny race and just looking after everything. Maybe, Alistair, it was because he didn't quite have the performance of the cars ahead of him, because he's been nursing a problem. So we are one car down. He's pulled that car, very, very clever, very experienced driver, Ollie, and he's pulled that car behind the barriers and out of the way. Well done to him.
And it was on the run up to Coppice, because we've just passed that point, so he must have had a problem running up the hill towards McLean's and just managed to roll it as far as that entrance between the barriers. So we're now looking at Gordon Shedden just flashing his lights at the car ahead, which is about to be lapped, which I think is possibly the Richard Mines car. Don't really get a full shot of it, but it's coming in the pits anyway. And
that gesticulation, Alistair, that we saw a couple of laps ago didn't have anything to do whatsoever with Gordon Shedden coming in the pits. No. Now there's James Cottingham coming through in second. We've lost James Hansen. Where has Hansen gone? Has that Hansen been in the pits?
In the pits, I think, yes.
So he went in the pits the previous lap.
Yes, and we didn't pick it up.
Right, we didn't. We missed that. That was under our noses, yeah. So Hansen out of second. He's the first of the front runners to pit stop, and that has dropped him as we've just noticed him coming out of the pits, and that, I believe, has dropped him to fourth. But he's the first of the cars to pit. Now then, has he handed over the car? Who's his teammate?
James Hansen is Andy Newell.
Andy Newell.
With a black helmet.
Andrew may be able to help out with that, and I'm not sure if Andrew noticed a driver change. We'll have a trip down to Andrew in a moment, and in fact we can do that now. Let's head down to Andrew. Andrew, we're just considering whether or not we saw a driver change in the number 15.
Indeed you did, and if the camera was able to swivel down behind him, you'll see James Hansen actually sitting there, really red-faced actually, and James Hansen said to me the car's absolutely fine. I also had a little look at the rear tyres, plenty of meat left on those, but James Hansen, who is in the business of buying and selling very happy indeed with his drive so far, and of course another very quick man in the car now, so it could be a podium contender, no question about that.
Yeah, I think we'd have to agree with you right there, Andrew. Very much a podium contender, and also if he gets his foot in there, and he's come out, and he came out behind Harvey Stanley in the number 2. He's already gotten past Harvey Stanley, so he's not going to be delayed at all. And what this means is, having pitted, James Hansen is going to go ahead.
I think there's a lap between them.
There's a lap between them, so right, that makes sense.
Yeah,
so that's not a change for position.
No.
That makes sense, because I was wondering how Harvey Stanley would have ended up a lap behind.
Yeah, he's not been in the pits yet.
But it just shows how, Andy Newell it is now, how much Andy Newell is aware that he needs to make progress. And I'm not going to use that Formula 1 term, because I'm not really sure what it means, the undercut. But it pretty means he's going to go faster, go as fast as he can and close that gap while his competitors soak up their mandatory pit stop.
Down into the chicane, we're looking at the red-coloured GT40, and that's number 9. That's now driven by Chris Livingston-Price, started by Richard Mines. And the maroon car coming into the pits, that should be Oeyenhausen-Scheerstorff, yes it is, who comes in, car number 30, from 5th place.
Let's head down to the pits, Andrew.
Yes, well, I'm just seeing Gordon Shedden climbing out of the car, and they said he was going to go long, but indeed he hasn't gone long. The Mars Griffiths is all strapped in, But having a look at the rear tyres, they've got plenty of meat on, so have the fronts. So the high-tech team there just letting the watch run down and then give a signal. It's amazing. They use their phone to do this these days. No big stopwatch, just use the phone. Nice black lines as he accelerates away in Phil Walker's car. Gordon Shedden, meanwhile, takes his crash helmet off and looking as if he's really enjoyed it. Unfortunately, we do have a few issues with getting too close to people in the pits interviewing them. But I hope to get a nice chat with Gordon, and then I'll come back and tell you what he said. But he's just debriefing with team owner Phil Walker at the moment.
Thanks, Andrew. And over your shoulder, you'll see the number 2 of Harvey Stanley coming to the pits. Now, I know somebody who wouldn't be able to time a pit stop with their phone, and I'm sat next to him. He would have he wouldn't be able to do that at all with the phone that he's just shown me out of his pocket, but that's another story. So we've got Harvey Stanley into the pits for his pit stop. So also into the pits has come the James Cottingham car. So that's pretty much everybody now who orders a pit stop has given us a pit stop. And just look at that ominous sky. It's coming in from our left, which is across towards McLean's and Coppice, where earlier on today we had a bit of rain. But there's the 23. Now James Cottingham has got out of the car. I thought Andrew said that they were considering not changing driver. They are indeed changing driver. So the number 23 remains static on the pit lane as James Cottingham hands that car over to Andrew Smith, his teammate. So we've got driver changes pretty much across the board, Alistair. The only car that hasn't, of course, or the cars that haven't, I should say, Ollie Bryant, who was running at the front of the field. Ollie Bryant now out of this race, so that's not going to be a consideration at all. All the other cars in the top 4 are two driver entries.
Yep, and we've got Miles Griffiths now at the wheel of 37, having taken over from Gordon Shedden. And although that car hasn't yet made its way back to the top of the timing screens that we've got here, it's only because the pit stops are still unwinding, but we're expecting that car to go back into the lead. And the Andrew Smith now driving the car started by James Cottingham and driven so ably for almost the whole point up to when the pit stop window was going to close. Those two cars came in on the same lap effectively, and it was within a few minutes of the pit stop window closing, so choosing to go reasonably long, both of them. And we can see there Andrew Smith going through Coppice, down now onto the long straight, following David Cuff in the car started by Harvey Stanley. And that is effectively a battle for position.
I think that's a battle for the final podium step.
It is, isn't it? Yes.
Yeah.
Till all the pit stops unwind, you don't really know which lap they're all on. But
that's right.
The first 4 cars are all on the same lap. So, yeah, that's definitely a battle for position.
Yeah. So we're seeing that battle between the number 2 and number 23, now with different drivers on board. Harvey Stanley started at number 2, David Cuff now at the wheel, as you said, and the number 23 of Andrew Smith right on the rear bumper, if not passing. They climb the hill through Schwantz Curve, and the number 2 remains in that position. While these two go head to head, let's head down to the pits for some information from Andrew.
Yeah, thanks very much, Dave. Well, firstly, you tell you it's a little bit of rain in the air, so I wonder if that might actually come in. But I did manage to catch a word with Gordon Shedden as he was walking behind the pit, so we couldn't get a signal. Fine.
Thank you, Andrew. That battle for the final podium step still ongoing. The number 2 of David Cuff and Andrew Smith in the 23 continues through Redgate. Both cars squeeze easing the throttle in. The 23 on the inside through Hollywood into the first of the Craners. The number 2 hanging on for all it's worth, but the number 23 makes it stick. Andrew Smith goes into third place in this, the Eamon Cup for GT40s. A big thank you to DK Engineering for supporting this event. Let's head back to Andrew to see if we can get a better, clearer line and we can actually hear him. Andrew, let's try again.
You couldn't hear me because I was right by a speaker apparently, and that affected it. Yeah, there's a bit of rain in the air. It's not raining, but there's sort of rain in the air at the moment. I did manage to catch a word with Gordon Sheddard as he was walking behind the pit. Very, very happy with that drive. The car's going brilliantly. Absolutely loving it. He said it'll be a bit different next weekend. I think maybe we might be a bit closer to each other in the touring cars. I respect that GT40 a lot. But I absolutely loved it. So let's hopefully we can grab a word with him in the victory circle. But Gordon Sheddard, what a star he is, and Flash having a great run in that GT40.
He's been very flash indeed, hasn't he, in that GT40. The race isn't quite over yet though, Andrew, and I hope we haven't given him the hex of the commentator. There's still 27 minutes remaining. And yes, I did mention that he had the BTCC driver's manual on the passenger seat of that GT40, and he didn't have to open it, thankfully. And commendable both from himself and Harvey Stanley, who were absolutely on the very edge of everything in those cars, and they did not touch. So a big, massive round of applause for some great racing here this afternoon.
And we've got Nigel Greensall now in number 3. We just caught a quick glimpse of him in the shot there in the background, and he's unlapping himself from David Cuff because they are a lap apart. But now Nigel Greensall is on board, massively experienced driver in just about everything. He's driven from Formula 1 cars to GT40s today and everything in between, and he's a very quick car on the track. So although he's not taking positions, he is unlapping himself. But we're focusing now on car number 23, which is Andrew Smith from Edinburgh, who has taken over from James Cottingham in the 23 car, which is running in third place. Ahead of them is Andy Newell in the 15 car, GT40, and then ahead of them, of course, Miles Griffiths, the leader in the car started by Flash Gordon, as they come down into a lovely line there from Nigel Greensall. He must have driven every track in the country hundreds and hundreds of times.
In all sorts of machinery, though.
Everything, yeah. He actually held the outright lap record at many British circuits a few years ago, because he was one of the leading drivers in the Boss Formula, which was for ex-Formula 1 cars, national series. And of course those cars very quick indeed, and you saw his name as the outright lap record holder in a number of places, and you can see now he's quicker than the car ahead, which is in third place. And will he try and go through on braking? He'll be very not deferential, but very careful, because he knows he's not in the battle with 23. He's a lap down. But on the other hand, Andrew Smith knows that he's not racing with Nigel Greensall, and so he gave him space.
I've got to say though, Greensall there was very decisive.
Absolutely.
He did not leave anything open to question. Andrew Smith knew exactly this car's coming, and quite rightly, he didn't have to race him. So, but he knew he was coming. He knew, don't turn in, mate, I'm coming. And that's exactly the sort of driving that we would expect from someone of Nigel Greensall's experience and ability. Just to give everybody an idea of where we are with under 25 minutes remaining, Gordon Sheddon and now Miles Griffiths at the wheel of the 37 have a lead of 5.6 seconds from the number 15 car of, first it was James Hanson, now it's Andy Newell at the wheel of that one. They've eked out a massive gap of almost 17 seconds. I'm not quite sure how they did that. Andrew Smith now at the wheel of the 23, having taken the car over from James Cottingham, and then the number 2 further 2.5 seconds behind in fourth place after Harvey Stanley gave the car over to David Cuff. Great drive from both of those drivers so far. Fifth spot is the Marcus Oinhausen Seerstorff number 30. Marcus choosing to do the race himself. He's a couple of laps off the lead lap in 5th spot, and then in 6th we've just been talking about this car. The Tariq Mahmood started the car number 3, and Nigel Greensall now at the wheel and going very, very quickly indeed. In fact, Greensall puts in the fastest lap of the race overall, so he beats all of the lap times of the cars ahead of him. 1 minute 15.251 is now the lap record, not the lap record, the fastest lap of the race, and he's just moved ahead of the Hartogs and Nuttall car number 18, so that's a position up the field into 6th. Hartogs and Nuttall in 7th, and they are a further 15 seconds behind. And then we've got in 8th spot Richard Mines and I can never remember his teammate's name.
Chris.
It's Chris Livingston Price in the number 9 in 9th. And then of course we've got Ollie Bryant, who has retired that number 10, and then the Raw and Thorn number 7, which is still running. However, it lost a lot of time in the gravel trap at the start of this race, but it's 15 laps down off the leader and 3 laps down off the car ahead of him. So he'll, sorry, not 3 laps. Yes, he is 3 laps down off the Bryant car. So he should overtake Ollie Bryant in the overall order. And of course, the number 5, the Wood car, into the pits with an engine problem is what we think. And that concludes our 11 car field. Great start for the Eamon Cup, I think. Wouldn't it be great to tack a few more GT40s onto the grid for the coming historic festival season?
I think, if you're thinking, what am I going to do with my GT40 this year, then just give James Cottingham a ring at DK Engineering and say you'd like to enter in one of these races, because that's the hope, that the grid will develop. It's not something that's going to happen immediately with these sorts of cars, but a great start, as you say, 11 cars, a very good grid indeed, and we've had an absolutely wonderful race. And we've got a battle brewing. I'm just going to wait for Andy Newell to go over the line. Oh, it's about the same. Yeah, Andy Newell is keeping the gap first to second at just over 5 seconds. What we might say is that Miles Griffiths is aware of where Andy Newell is, and he's keeping the gap ahead at 5 seconds. It's one or the other, but it's still close, and we've only got to see a problem for Miles Griffiths in the form of maybe somebody slow in front of him and he has to back off. That 5 seconds will just disappear. So we've still got a race on our hands for the last 21 and a bit minutes of this Eamon Cup, which is remembering the great effort by the Shelby American team to win Le Mans in 1966 with the great Chris Amon, the New Zealander, partnered with his fellow New Zealander Bruce McLaren, and they took the win, which was, we mentioned earlier, just dramatised last year, or was it the year before? I forget. 2020 didn't exist.
2020
did it? 2019 probably, because we went to the cinema to see it, so it must have been 2019. Anyway, great. I really enjoyed the film. Yeah, okay, you can pick holes in it because we're enthusiasts, but I thought it was a very good representation of the efforts made by Ford and the Shelby team to take the win away from the incumbent Ferrari, who had won in 64, and it was Ken Miles and Denny Hulme who came second. Another New Zealander, Denny Hulme, in second place. Ken Miles, the British American resident who worked with Shelby to great things, but unfortunately lost his life testing the car which became the Mark IV. It was known as the J car then, and we saw a car slow then. That's 23. Oh wow, what's happened here?
Yeah,
into the pits. Andrew, you better rush up the pit lane, find out what is wrong with Andrew Smith coming into the pit lane.
Now remember, this is the number 23 car that led this race for pretty much from the start until Gordon Shedden finally found a way by. See Andrew just making his way over there. Crew go to work. They're trying to get the driver's door open. The passenger door, so to speak, is open. They're not giving any attention to the engine bay, and so it's I'm wondering exactly what the problem is. So the 23 out of contention.
We're thinking it might be something to do with the door.
Yeah, they're trying to get the door open. I don't know why they would need the door open though during the race. We'll sort that out in the paddock later.
Well, Andrew's there, and it looks like he's got a very long hammer, so maybe he could. I know it's the microphone, but
he does look like he's got a hammer about to go. So I'm not now that maybe the door's coming open.
Yeah. You know, earlier on I saw that bubble was slightly higher. There was a gap, and I wondered whether it was just the way it was fitted. But I wonder whether that's the problem. Andrew's there on the scene; we can see him there, so he's chatting with the team now, and he's going to report to us very shortly as to what the problem is with that car. Yeah, that's well spotted, Duncan. The bubble is slightly raised, so that's going to cause all sorts of buffeting problems. In fact, they're bringing the car in. So the 23, not just out of contention, but out of this race completely. And Andrew will confirm in a moment when he finds out from the team if our assumption or presumption is correct. That's now out of fourth spot, and that's going to allow Marcus Oinhausen-Seerstopf into that fourth spot. He's out of contention for the final step of the podium somewhat. And I did say this when we were talking to Gordon Shedden in the Parc Fermé. We had 27 minutes to go, and 10 minutes later we lose one of our main contenders. Let's head down to Andrew though, who's going to shed exactly the amount of light we need. Andrew.
Yeah, the door's a complete red herring, actually. What Frank Gardner wants to drive is a box full of neutrals and no ideas. He's got a couple of gears still working, but it's definitely a gearbox problem with that GT40. What a problem. So, gearbox problem for the GT40, end of the day for them, but what a great run.
Yeah, thanks, Andrew. I like that term, red herring. It would just...
Well,
fooling us.
It would have been very appropriate if it had been the door, because if you recall, in 1966, Ken Miles came into the pits with the door which wouldn't shut because they ran across the track then to get into the cars.
That's true, yeah.
He did the first lap with the door slightly open, came in, had the door shut, and then, but for a bit of Ford politics, could well have taken the win. And many people think that Ken Miles and Denny Hulme should have won the 1966 race, but Henry Ford wanted a dead heat, which in the end, due to French politics in the reading of the regulations, they gave the win to Bruce McLaren and Chris Amon, because he'd started further down the line of cars in the echelon formation and therefore had gone slightly further in the race, even though they crossed the line very, very close together.
Was it Bruce McLaren who they say that the speculation, the rumour and speculation is that Bruce McLaren just eked the car slightly ahead of the Ken Miles car to cross the line.
It depends which book you read.
Yeah, it does. That's what I mean. Yeah, it's like nothing sort of definitive.
I think it's true to say that Ken Miles was told to slow down. They were quite a long way ahead of the McLaren Amon car, but anyway, it's all in history now. But the race started badly for the number one Ken Miles car because the door wouldn't shut, so that would have been quite appropriate in this. We're looking now at the leading car, which is driven by Miles Griffiths. They've had no problems at all. And through Redgate, and now a 7.7 second lead over Andy Newell. It was 5.2 for a number of laps, so it's just opened out a little bit now.
So that's Griffiths now bringing home the 37. He's got 15 minutes remaining. And then we've got Newell in the 15, 7 seconds behind. The Harvey Stanley David Cuff number 2 now taking that third and final step of the podium in this race. They're about 30 seconds behind in 15, so it's a little space down, not massively. But these three have moved away from the rest of the field. And there's the recovering number 7. They're just enjoying the drive in that number 7. That's Mike Thorne and Robert Raw. As the number 30 comes through, that's the car that's now inherited that 4th spot. And that retirement from the race of the number 23, that's allowed the Mahmoud and Nigel Greensall car up into 5th. And Greensall still the owner of the fastest lap of the race, 1 minute 15.251. And I'm not sure anyone's going to be prepared to go faster or faster than that at this stage of proceedings.
Well, Oyenhausen-Scheerstorp has got to keep an eye on his lap times because Nigel Greensall is only 14 seconds behind and is running, well, if you take the last lap as representative, he was 5 seconds quicker. Now that could be because Oyenhausen-Scheerstorp got caught behind a back marker, but there we're looking at number 30, so that's the car in 4th place. We need to look a little further back for Nigel Greensall, who's pulling back through the field after taking over from Tarek Mahmood.
And they're going to be in the same shot very soon. If that, in fact, that's possibly.
No, I think that's
that's not.
The
That's
23. Is it?
That's the
37.
leader. That's
Yeah,
the 37.
Yeah.
Leader coming round onto the tail of the 30. Last time across the line. We'll check it this time by as the number 30 goes through. We're looking for the number 3 and how far behind. Now it was 5 seconds. That looks longer than 5 seconds. He should be just coming into the chicane now, the number 3. Nigel Greensall crosses the line, in fact.
10 seconds.
So it's down from 14 to 10 seconds.
Yeah, so he's taken nearly 5 seconds that lap as well. So we're going to see these two cars together within a couple of laps, aren't we?
He's actually on the road just behind the leader now, who's just going through the old hairpin. Just further back on the lap, coming through the crane of curves, will be the number 3 of Nigel Greensall. And that's the only race for position that we've got developing as the leader. Car 37 comes up to lap the number 30. And Oyenhausen-Scheerstorp. There's the number. There it is. Well spotted, our camera crew. There's the number 15. The number 3 of Nigel Greensall, who's coming up to unlap himself from the number 15. So, cars very, very similar livery, aren't they? White with the Ford stripes.
And what Nigel Greensall needs to do is make his way past the car that's a lap ahead of him. So he's not racing with him, but in order to catch Oyenhausen-Scheerstorp, he's got to get by. He's done exactly the same move as he did about 20 minutes ago when he went through on the inside of the chicane. And of course, Andy Newell, experienced driver, just gave him that room, let him through, knows he's not racing with him. Lovely to see, as you say, those two very similar liveries coming down into Redgate there. What a fabulous shot that is.
Gap down to 6.6 from 10 seconds. So even though he had to outbrake Andy Newell into the chicane, he still managed to reduce that gap to the car ahead of him. So Oyenhausen-Scheerstorp, Marcus Oyenhausen-Scheerstorp at the wheel of the 30, just 6.6 seconds up the road from Nigel Greensall, who is currently through Schwantz Curve and up towards McLean's. There's the number 30 in McLean's now, and there is the number 3. So they're very, very shortly going to be in the same camera shot. Into Coppice goes the number 30. Here comes the number 3, just tops the hill. And there's Nigel Greensall, 6.6 seconds across the line last time by. Let's see what it is this time as they come back down towards us on the pit straight now. We know he's the last of the late breakers into the chicane, but he can take the conventional textbook race line. Stays out wide, cuts across the two apices, and then crosses the line. Let's see what the gap is. Oh, heavens, Alistair.
1.7.
1.7 seconds. That means the next time we see those cars, I think those positions will be reversed. 10 minutes remaining.
There's the number 30 is out at the top of the hill, difficult to pick out in the gathering gloom. Yes, definitely is. You can tell Nigel Greensall is behind. The car was in a completely different position on the track. It was four-wheel drifting. He's just got that car so beautifully balanced as Nigel. And now he's coming up on Marcus Oyenhausen-Scheerstorp as they come up the hill towards Schwantz Curve. Will he take him at the Matt Neal overtaking position into McLean's, or will he leave it till a little bit later? I think he's going to leave it there because it's quite tight. No, he takes a tight line. He's done it. Yeah.
He's very decisive. He kind of lets the driver ahead know exactly where he's coming through. It's kind of like he gets him on the phone. Right, okay, I'm coming through at McLean's. Stay out the way. And you can't, as a driver being overtaken by Nigel Greensall, you can't mistake his move because he's so precise and decisive. Bang, I'm coming through.
So that's a change for position in the last 10 minutes of the race. So Nigel Greensall will move up to 4th place. Marcus Oeyenhausen-Scheerstorff moves down to 5th place. And Greensall is a lap down on David Cuff ahead. So I don't think he's going to get any further. It won't slow him down, but I think he's reached the point, the best point he can get to. As we go back to the leader, this is Miles Griffiths coming through the old hairpin, coming down through the sweepers, and we're looking there at Nigel Greensall and then Marcus Oeyenhausen-Scheerstorff's just letting the car that's running in 2nd place, that's a lap ahead now, that's Andy Newell, go through at the old hairpin. Coming up now to McLean's, Andy Newell, 2nd place in car number 15, comes through. And there is the very well driven Nigel Greensall car, which has made its way all the way to 4th.
Under 8 minutes remaining in this race then, and the Miles Griffiths car leads by just under 10 seconds. It's just gone through. And once again, we've mentioned a big thank you to DK Engineering, and as we get towards not just the end of this race, we're kind of getting towards the end of today's racing. We're going to be back tomorrow with a full day, qualifying starting at 9:10, but we go live again with our first race coverage on the live stream starting at 11 a.m. with racing starting at 11:25. So we'll be back tomorrow to bring you the final day of the 2021 Donington Historic Festival. And if it's anything, if it's half as good as today, Alistair, I think the day will fly.
Yes.
Because I know we're coming up to 7 p.m, but it doesn't feel like it. In fact, for the sake of Nigel Greensall, let's extend this by about 30 minutes, I'd say, and see how far he can get up the field.
Well, we could have a break for an hour and then come back in the dark and have another one.
Ah, that's great. We'll need to put that to the organisers.
So we've got Nigel Greensall, we're following him. He is the fastest car on the track by some half a second or so, faster than the leaders. 16.7 was his last lap, and he just consistently puts lap times in within a tenth or so of each other every lap, unless he gets caught behind a back marker or whatever, but just keeps the laps coming. And he's got, of course, the fastest lap of the race as well, a 15.251 for Nigel Greensall, number 3 and 4th place.
Just turning into Redgate now, and now that he's got a clear track ahead of him, you will see a driving masterclass, really. He really knows, and the car just behaving in a kind of a neutral way. These cars sort of err on the edge of oversteer, and it's the way that Nigel can control that and just eke out. That's why this number 3 car is the owner of the fastest lap of this race. It's been driven in a very, very acclaimed style. That's not to take anything away from all of our other drivers in this race. We've seen some fantastic racing in this 80-minute event, and if this has anything to it bodes very well for the future of the Evan Cup for Ford GT40s. Like you said, Alistair, if you've got a GT40 in the garage, then this is where you need to come and race it. I'm going to be spreading the word when I eventually get back to the States. There's a lot of GT40s run with HSR. It'd be great to get some foreign interest in this event like we used to have. Remember when the world was different? we used to have. Hopefully we'll get back to those days shortly. Everything's going in the right direction, certainly here.
Last lap for Nigel Greensall was the 16.1, the one before that, a 16.0, so he's still in the low 16s, whereas in fact the leader has just dropped into the 16s with a 1:16.9, but everybody else 17s, 18s, 19s, so it's really just stroking that car around Nigel Greensall. And we're now looking at the car just ahead actually of Nigel Greensall. This is David Cuff in car number 2, started by Harvey Stanley, had that stirring battle in the early parts of the race with just about everybody else in the field, and across the line with 4.25 minutes to go, we've got David Cuff in 3rd place in car number 2. Very distinctive livery, the dark blue with the red tops to the front wheel arches.
Yeah, and as it comes into view at the top of Hollywood, and distinctive with those red wings topped off by the two bright headlights. And as we go into the early evening, the light, we're not exactly anywhere near sundown, but that light is it's quite unique insofar as it's a typical English spring evening with a little bit of cloud cover and that distinctive light at this time of year that we get sort of before the sun has reached the anywhere near the horizon. 3.5 minutes remain, so we're getting towards checkered flag time for this car of Miles Griffiths. He shared the car with Gordon Shedden, who basically took his time, didn't he? He just worked away at the cars ahead of him and in front of him, and he just worked away and finally made some fantastic passing moves to put that car in a very strong situation going into the pit stops. I've got to mention the number 23 team though, the number 23, James Cottingham and Andrew Smith. James went off from the start and had a great race at the head of this field and was in a very commanding position for quite a chunk of time really, certainly well over half an hour, and then a problem with the car's gearbox bringing that car in and putting it out of contention. Same can be said for Ollie Bryant, who retired the car early on. He's about 28 laps completed, 12 laps ago for Ollie Bryant's retirement. And the car in second place, the number 15, that's the Andy Newell, James Hansen car. It's Andy Newell at the wheel of this car for the final couple of laps. And of course the car in the final podium position, the Harvey Stanley David Cuff, number 2, just crossing the line there, as Miles Griffiths brings the car down to the chicane with a lap time of about 1 minute 15. We've probably got 2 more laps of racing, Alistair.
I think he's just going to get across in time. Yeah, he's doing about a 1:17 last time around, so yeah, just about 1 extra lap. So we're probably on the penultimate lap now as they come down into the Redgate corner. To be honest, Alan Crook wouldn't dare put the flag out early, would he? He wouldn't dare.
Are you kind of challenging him to that?
I know he won't.
I'm pretty sure Gordon Shedden and Miles Griffiths wouldn't complain having to do 1 less lap. But there's still only 17 seconds in it, and over a race distance of 80 minutes, that's a pretty tight finish. All it would take is for Miles' mind to wander, start thinking about dinner, and just missing that breaking point, and then he would certainly have the number 15 Ford GT40 very much in his mirrors. I'm not sure he's going to make that mistake. He's coming down to the final 30 seconds on the watch, on the stopwatch for race distance. However, by our estimation, he's probably going to cross the line with about 10 maybe 13 seconds. Less than that, actually.
7 I would say.
Yeah.
Here he comes through the chicane and across the line. No quivering of the checkered flag. Pit boards go out, so 1 lap to go.
I think there was 5 seconds on that.
Yeah.
I think there was 5.
So we get this extra lap. We can see a good shot there into the cabin with Miles Griffiths working away at the wheel. On to his final lap in the car that's most likely to take the checkered flag, and a gap of just over 17 seconds, just under 18 seconds back to the second placed car of Andy Newell, started by James Hansen. It comes up through the left-hander at Schwantz and the right-hander at McLean's, and then along the top to the highest point of the circuit to Coppice. Blind entry, just turn in, you can't see the apex, just turn in at the crest, and then that takes you into the first apex. The second one, they don't seem to worry too much about that. These cars, they seem to prefer the wider line, which takes them, perhaps gives them more speed onto the long straight. But down into the chicane for the last time for Miles Griffiths.
And there's the checkered flag to greet him as he comes out of there, moves across to the pit wall, flashing of the lights to bring to an end the first day of the Donington Historic Festival, and a very fine win for the number 37. Gordon Shedden started the car, Miles Griffith finished it, kept the pressure on everybody, and a very fine win indeed in the Yeoman Cup for Ford GT40s. He'll be making his way around as the rest of the field finish, and that's the number 15 who will finish second. Andy Newell finishes the car with James Hansen starting. And then we've got the third place car just about to cross the line now, as we wait for Harvey Stanley and David Cuff to take their checkered flag. There he is now, coming out of the chicane. That's not the number 2 quite yet though, is it? No, we still have a little time to wait. I think he's just on the back straight now. Mahmood and Greensall finish a very fine fourth, and Nigel Greensall's sterling drive giving him fastest lap of this race so far. Marcus Oinhausen-Seerstorff will finish 5th. There's David Cuff across the line in the number 2 to confirm that final step of the podium. So Marcus Oinhausen-Seerstorff finishes 5th in the number 30. It's the Hardogs and Nuttall number 18 will finish 6th. The Mines Livingston Price car number 9 finished 7th. Raw and Thorn finished in 8th, and they enjoyed driving their GT40 after a troubled start. A retirement was the 23, classified 9th of Cottingham and Smith. The number 10 was also a retirement, as was the number 5. The leader, Gordon Shedden and Miles Griffiths, I should say. Miles Griffiths already with us in the pit lane for the final time this evening. Like I mentioned, we are back with qualifying in the morning. However, full coverage of our race programme beginning at 11 o'clock in the morning, and we'll be bringing you some equally exciting racing. And if it's half as good as what we've seen today in the first day 1 of the Donington Historic Festival, it's going to be well worth looking at. And a big thank you once again for all our supporters, the support from DK Engineering, Motor Racing Legends and the Royal Automobile Club that's put their support behind the live stream, and our festival partners, Dunlop Goodyear, Silverstone Auctions, Motor Racing Legends, Historic Promotions. A big thank you for all of the organisers behind putting this historic festival on, and a big thank you, I know you're not quite finished, but a big thank you to our marshals out there and our race officials who've been hard at work with what I can only describe as a very, very slick race meeting. Everything has been very well organised, and the very few race stoppages have been very small in time. So a big thank you, and we'll see you all tomorrow, marshals wise. We're still not quite finished though. We've got some podium interviews to come, and a bit of a rundown. Shedden and Griffiths took the win, 62 laps completed. They had an 18-second gap to the Hansen Newell car in second. Then we had Stanley Cuff finishing 3rd. Mahmood and Greensall was 4th. Marcus Seerstorff was 5th. Hartogs and Nuttall 6th. Mines and Livingston Price was 7th. We had the Raw and Thorn car finishing 8th. Cottingham and Smith was the first of our retirements, and Ollie Bryant was finishing, or didn't finish, but was classified in 10th. And 11th was Tony Wood in the number 5 in 11th.
Which was an engine failure, apparently.
An engine failure, was it, completely? So we're just waiting for word for Andrew Marriott, who will be... Let's head straight down there, because Andrew's ready for us.
So, down here, we're right by the DK tent now for these final interviews. We're going to get Miles Griffiths to come in. Miles, You made history then, the first winner of a Chris Amon race for these GT40s. Quite a bit of pressure on you after Gordon Shedden went so quickly, but you held on, you did a great job.
Yeah, to be fair, Gordon did all the hard work. My job was just bring it home, which we did, and really happy to be here. It's a great event, and yeah, very happy to be the first winner of the Amon Cup.
No problems with the car at all?
Well, after a pro driver's been in it, the brakes were a bit lacking, but no, it was fine. All good. All good.
Well, very well done. Congratulations. I say you go in the record books for winning the first of these races. You much enjoyed and very well. Well, Gordon's gone rushing home, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's got to get back to Scotland, so yeah, he'll be halfway to the airport by now, I think.
Okay, we're going to walk with me, guys, and let's.
Yes, I think it was.
Oh, I think we're going to have to leave to be racing tomorrow.
It's good, wasn't it? Fun. Would have been. They called Godzillas or something in it. About 4 of those.
Let's see what happens.
Yeah.
For me, big congratulations to the organisational part of this festival.
Yeah, given the everyone involved with organising this, it's been a wonderful day's racing. And if it wasn't for the lack of crowds and the fact that we're doing it, it would be great to do a live stream anyway. But you wouldn't know, would you?
No.
It's the team that put all this together.
And we'll be back tomorrow morning at 11 a.m. to bring you another day of the festival. Be live throughout and it's if anything to go by the work that was done out there yesterday, Andrew. It was a So these chassis had Formula 3 engines, and when these this formula that we're about to see started to evolve into the kind of single-seater series that we saw highlighted in the Rush movie where Nicky Lauda and James Hunt first met, and those Formula 3 Screamers, the 1000 cc's.
Yeah, that was before this. So, for instance, in this race, it's a Lotus 18, a Lotus 20, a Lotus 22, but there isn't a Lotus 27. They're quite rare. But that was 4 years, and Chapman did something almost every year, but some of the differences weren't that much. But it was the big thing then, Joe, was the racing car show. They really took a lot of orders at the racing car show. And Lotus Components, who sold the cars, had a lot of cars.
We're going to have a look at our grid rundown now, Andrew, and this is how it will start. Richard Bradley with a fine win in the 61 to 63 class yesterday. He's on the pole position, and you can see there a very, very quick lap time, 1:17.023 from Richard Wilson on a 1 minute 20.8. 1:03. Adrian Russell is third, another in the 120s. That bodes well. We've got three cars there on the 1:20.8. Fifth place is Ray Malik, distinctive U2 chassis. That Ray is campaigning. It's a front engine car.
Yep.
Mark Woodhouse will be on sixth. Andrew Beaumont, look out for the distinctive Ronnie Peterson replica helmet. And in eighth spot on the grid is John Fider. Tim Child will start ninth. Alex Morton will be the last of the cars on the fifth row, and then the sixth row will consist of number 11, Nick Carlton-Smith, and Andrew Turvey in 12th. 13th sees Martin Albert with Robert Longdon alongside, and then 15th and 16th, Andrew Hayden and Peter Anstis. 17th, Jonathan Fider and James Hicks, and then in 19th and 20th spot, rounding off the top 10, the top 10 rows of the grid, Crispian Besley and Nick Taylor. 21st is Trevor Griffiths, 22nd Robert Goodwin, 23rd is Simon Sid Fraser, and then 24th Graham Barron. Anna Wilson will start 25th, Richard Ferris 26th, 27th is Justin Fleming, and Peter Fennicle is in 28th spot.
And Joe, if I can just add, I've just been handed a piece of paper. Obviously, we've got the front engine and the rear engine classes today. They ran separately yesterday. There will be a special prize for the best Formula Junior front engine car. It's going to be the John Goddard Watts Trophy, and the big favourite for that, of course, is Ray Malik, who dominated that front engine race yesterday, and indeed is starting on the third row of the grid. It just shows how quick that car is.
That car really
famous drivers. I was just talking to a guy who's got a Cooper. It's the red one that just went through the picture, actually. That was one of the first cars that Ken Tyrrell ran in the days before Ken Tyrrell had Jackie Stewart racing for him.
So where Ken Tyrrell cut his teeth?
Yes, absolutely.
On the pole position then, Richard Bradley. He's certainly the favourite. We spoke to Richard in the paddock this morning, didn't we? And he's on good form.
Full-time pro driver, of course, races in the European Le Mans Series and LMP2, but he prefers driving these, he told us.
He said this is the best car he drives.
Yeah.
And he drives quite an eclectic mix. I mean, from everything from a 2007 Pescarolo, which I've seen him race in America, to
an Aston Martin.